Guten Morgen, hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Melinda Crane, and it is a very great pleasure to welcome you to this Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, we truly wish that we could all have met in person as we did in pre-pandemic times, but to keep everybody healthy and safe, we have gone to this mostly virtual format. However, I assure you that we are going to be as lively and interactive and comprehensive as ever. And there is a whole lot to discover at our various online venues. So before we start our official program at 9 o'clock in just about 15 minutes from now, I and my esteemed co-moderators wanted to give you a little bit of information about where you can find what, and also about some of the technology that we're going to be using. Our plenary sessions take place, as they always have, right here in the German Foreign Ministry's Weltsaal. And you will find them in this window of the live stream that you are currently following. And we also have events in the Europasaal, and I'm going to go over there now to my dear co-moderator, Jennifer Porto, who's going to tell you a little bit more. Good morning, Jennifer. Hi.
Hi, Melinda. Good morning. It's lovely to see you. And I'd like to also extend a warm welcome to everyone joining us for this year's BETD. I'm here in the hub, and next to me is my colleague, Rebecca Freitag. We'll have more on her in just a minute. I wanted to let you a little information about what we'll be doing today here in the hub. We have a number of exciting interviews and interactions lined up for all of our guests, which include exchanges with industry leaders and Energiewende experts. And of course, we'll also be checking in with Rebecca, who is our social media maven. Rebecca?
Yeah. Indeed, I will keep an eye on all social media activities, and as I will bridge social media discussions with the live stream, this is your chance to get involved with BTD21. How? Well, just grab your phone, open your social media channels, and then feed them with your perspectives, your ideas, your questions on the topics that we're going to discuss in the upcoming 2 days. Don't forget to use our hashtag BTD21 and tag us with the handle greensofa_BTD. This way we can easier find your tweets, and they will also be displayed on the Twitter wall. This Twitter wall is inside of the conference tool if you're a registered user. And also you can find us on Twitter, on Instagram and LinkedIn. I will be back from time to time to give you a juicy summary and also some highlights from our social media discussion. I'm pretty sure we will have a fruitful and respectful Energiewende dialogue on social media. Looking forward to your reaction. See you soon online and also back in the studio.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. We'll also have a number of parallel plenary sessions that I'll be moderating in the Europasaal. I'll have more information later on in the day about how you can access those. So, Melinda, that's all for us from the Hub for now. On behalf of Rebecca Freitag, back to you, Melinda, in the Weltsaal.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Thank you so much, Jennifer. And we'll be looking forward to hearing from both of you a little bit later on in the official program. And ladies and gentlemen, you just heard about our Twitter wall. Well, behind me, you can see part of it, a little mini version of it. And as you heard from Rebecca, we are truly eager for you to tweet out whatever you hear that you find noteworthy that you'd like to share with others. So please do use that hashtag BETD21. And if you're a regular with us, you probably remember our green sofa. It travels around the world, at least it used to in pre-pandemic times. It's a platform for lively discussion. It is actually right here in this room with me now. And you can also follow the green sofa and use that handle as well at greensofa_BETD. Now, you can not only tweet to be interacting with us, dear ladies and gentlemen, but also all registered users can join our interactive discussions. And you can comment, you can pose questions, and you can also vote on audience polls. So just a word about how to do that. You will see on the live stream over to the right both a chat window and also a reference to Slido. Slido is our interactive interactive tool that we will be using for audience polling. So if you want to send a question to us, use that chat function. If you want to take part in the polls, and I certainly hope you will, because of course to get accurate results, we need to have as many as possible of our registered users participating. So let us just try one quick test question now. And it's kind of a funny question because I think probably a lot of you are following us from your home offices, so perhaps you didn't have too far to go. Nonetheless, we would like to ask you how you got to the conference today. And maybe you simply got up from your bedroom and went into your living room, but maybe you actually went a little further. So please vote now on our question about how you got to the conference today, just to make sure that we've got that Slido technology working properly. And as I say, we are very eager to take your questions as well. And when I am moderating interactive discussions, I will endeavor to bring them in either toward the middle or the end of the discussion with our speakers. Also, one last piece of information. Some of our speakers, including two of our ministers in our opening session that's about to start, will not be speaking English. If you would like to have a translation, you will see various languages displayed at the top of your screen, and you can click on the language that you wish to have, and then follow that particular speech in that language. So do avail yourself of the translation function, because we don't want anybody to miss a single word of our proceedings. So that's it from all of us for right now. We will be starting our official program at 9 o'clock sharp. That is in just about 7 minutes from now. So see you back here then.
Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue.
There is overall consensus that we need to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. Each state, academia, economic actor and citizen needs to be included in this process. The time to act is now, to make sure that our planet can recover and will still be livable for the generations of our children and grandchildren. On the path to climate neutrality, the coming decade is seen as pivotal. We now need to lay the groundwork for the years to come and step up our ambitions regarding the energy transition and decarbonisation. This is why we focus particularly on the coming decade in the 7th BETD by looking closely at different subject areas: innovative applications, international cooperation, socio-economics, green finance, market designs. So enjoy and discover all of these fascinating topics with us during the 7th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue.
Guten Morgen.
Good morning.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Melinda Crane, and on behalf of the German federal government and co-organizing partners, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 7th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. This has become the pivotal forum for all of those who are driving the global Energiewende. And we wish you all could have joined us in person as in pre-pandemic times, but to keep everybody healthy and safe, we have moved to this mostly virtual format. A few of our honored speakers will be joining us in person, and be assured that we will, of course, be complying with all hygiene rules. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, despite the pandemic, last year did see real progress in achieving decarbonization by mid-century. And nonetheless, as we heard in that film, we are not where we need to be. To fully achieve climate neutrality by 2050, we need a green global deal that puts energy transformation at its very heart. Collaboration across sectors and national boundaries is going to be absolutely critical for a green transition that delivers. And that means, of course, that policymakers have an absolutely central role to play, which makes it crucial to explore what we can learn from each other, what best practices are out there. And that is the fundamental aim of this event, and that is why we take the word dialogue in our title so very seriously. Our panels feature interaction amongst all the major stakeholders involved in the global transition to clean energy. We will be asking leading policymakers, CEOs, academics, scientists, how we can move faster and further in future. So there is a great deal to look forward to. And now we begin with a word from our hosts. Given the crucial importance of international exchange and cooperation in promoting the transformation of our energy systems, it's fitting that we meet here in the Weltsaal of the German Foreign Ministry. I'm very honored to hand over now to the German Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs, Heiko Maas.
Ursula von der Leyen, Peter Altmaier, Ms. Crane, ladies and gentlemen, 5, 10, or 20 years from now, when we look back on today and on this global pandemic, what will we remember? Will it be the current debates about vaccine shortages, incidence rates, or high-risk areas? Probably not, because as much as these things shape our day-to-day life now, memories do fade, and we live in a fast-paced era. Yet, Two things we experienced during this crisis will, I hope, remain. Firstly, there is the experience of what exponential growth actually means, and of the dramatic consequences that this can have, in both in a pandemic and in a climate crisis that researchers have been warning us about for decades against this exponential growth. Secondly, during this crisis, we've learned that we're not powerless if we act decisively and together as one. We have learned that even global disasters can be managed with the help of science and reason. Effective vaccines have been developed over just a few months. And through our behavior, on the one hand, we have accelerated the infection rates, but we have also flattened the curve. So this yes we can attitude, ladies and gentlemen, is what we need for the energy transition as well. And John Kerry will be speaking to us this afternoon, and is of course right, when he says that this key to solving the climate crisis lies in energy policy. And with this, I would like to warmly welcome you to the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue in the Federal Foreign Office. Today, we are aiming to put the global energy transition on the right track. And over the last few months, I have grown much more confident that we can succeed. Because today, voices from around the world are calling for climate action louder than ever before. Europe has set itself the goal of becoming the first world's climate-neutral continent by the year 2050. And during Germany's presidency of the EU Council, we have significantly accelerated steps in this direction. We are aiming to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% compared to 1990 levels by 2030. Important partners around the world, including China, Japan, South Africa, and South Korea, have joined the effort and have also committed themselves to achieving climate neutrality. And the United States is back on board. Also, interest in this event has never been greater. More than 50 ministers of foreign affairs and of energy on all continents will be taking part in the virtual panel discussions. People from all around the world will be following this conference online. It's a pleasure to have you with us. I think we all agree that the 2020s must become a decade of investment in sustainable technology. The European Green Deal of the European Commission is a major driver behind this effort. And I'm sure Ursula von der Leyen will be giving us more details about this very soon. The green recovery and an energy transition that sees itself as the foundation for an economic upturn and social revitalization is also what will guide us out of the coronavirus crisis. This includes comprehensive carbon pricing and ensuring a level playing field through a carbon border adjustment measure that conforms to WTO rules. We should work on this together, including with the United States in the coming months, not least with an eye to the UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow in a few months. Ladies and gentlemen, we are doomed to concern. We must succeed if we want to achieve the goal of climate neutrality. But the path leading there will not be a straight line. Climate neutrality is more than a question of wind turbines, electric vehicles and charging points. It's also about a global power shift, about energy security, about the restructuring of trade flows, and about securing access to water and food. I would like to illustrate this with a key example: hydrogen. Alongside renewable sources of energy, hydrogen offers the best way out of the global climate disaster that fossil fuels have got us into. Consequently, a tremendous future market is taking shape right now in this domain. If oil used to be called the black gold, then the gold of the future is invisible. To date, fossil fuels have shaped the political and economic map of the world. Entire regions have benefited from them. They have given rise to global corporations such as Standard Oil, Exxon, Chevron, BP and Shell, as well as cartels like OPEC. Trade routes like the Straits of Hormuz or Malacca have become critical locations for the global economy. Time and again, oil has triggered conflicts between states, especially in the Middle East. All of this, ladies and gentlemen, is set to change. At the same time, new and more inclusive energy spaces will arise, and this will happen around the world because hydrogen can be produced almost anywhere on the planet. Seizing this opportunity and at the same time minimizing the risks of the global energy policy transformation, that's what we aim to do with our foreign policy on hydrogen. First and foremost, we need to build new partnerships. Even in 2050, Germany and the EU will need to import large quantities of energy, especially in the form of hydrogen. For this, we will need close cooperation with all the regions of the world. With Chile, Morocco, Australia, we're already seeing large pilot plants for the production of green hydrogen being constructed with the help of wind power and solar energy. And we want to build on that. Germany will be investing 2 billion euros over the coming years to stimulate the formation of an international hydrogen energy market. Secondly, we must support today's exporters of fossil fuels if we want to avoid disruptions on the global political stage. The Federal Foreign Office will expand its dialogue with fossil fuel producers such as Russia, Saudi Arabia and others to encourage them to adapt their business models in time. As part of these efforts, we are currently working on establishing hydrogen offices with, among others, Moscow and Riyadh. And thirdly, a future global hydrogen market must be open to everyone. That will only happen through binding international agreements. This means looking at, for example, how we want to define green hydrogen and examining issues such as market access and connectivity. We are engaged in respective discussions with the International Renewable Energy Agency, the International Energy, and the G20. Together with the European Commission, we are drafting international standards for green hydrogen, along with funding instruments and certification models for green hydrogen. Ladies and gentlemen, a deadline of just under 30 years for achieving climate neutrality does not leave much time for the tremendous technological, political, economic and social transformations that this will require. But let us recall the great strength we have summoned to fight the pandemic. We are not only the first generation in the history of the world that can beat back such a pandemic in the space of only a few months, we're also the last generation that can prevent climate collapse. And most importantly, we are anything but powerless. Therein, ladies and gentlemen, lies the opportunity of this century. It's our opportunity. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to German Foreign Minister Heiko Maas for those very important messages that we will be taking with us into our sessions throughout the conference. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we now hear a second keynote note from our co-host who says that Germany's power sector could decarbonize by 2040. Last year, his ministry initiated a new charter to support industry in making the transition to renewables. It is a great pleasure now to welcome Germany's Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Energy, Peter Altmaier.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin Ursula von der Leyen, sehr geehrter
President von der Leyen,
Kollege Heiko
colleague Maas,
Ministerkollegen,
ministers,
Staatssekretäre,
state secretaries,
Zuschauer in aller
viewers
rund unser
all around the world.
Es ist der 7. Berlin.
This is the 7th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, and probably this is the most important one so far. Heiko Maas has said that we've got 30 years to meet our target of climate neutrality. But we're also looking back at 30 years, in which tens and hundreds of thousands of citizens, activists, idealists, NGOs, government representatives, prime ministers have advocated the targets of sustainability, the energy transition, and climate neutrality. And we're looking back on a large series of setbacks and defeats, but also at remarkable successes. And we have succeeded in this time in reducing carbon emissions in certain parts of the world, while in others it has risen substantially. Germany, as we will be hearing today, has achieved its goal of cutting carbon emissions from 1990 by 2020 by 40%, not least due to the events in the last few months. We were all very sad when we had to decide to make the 7th Berlin Energy Transition Day a video conference, an online conference, rather than all coming together in person in Berlin. But in this way, we have the possibility of involving far more people, and everybody watching, everybody reporting and discussing the results of this conference in your countries, you will help to make this big objective a success. Now, when we began 7 years ago with the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, we talked about the energy transition, we talked about the Energiewende, the energy transition, and that is a very important point. Today, we're talking about something different, about climate neutrality, and that's more than just a quantitative shift, it's a qualitative change. We believe that we can achieve climate neutrality within 3 decades. And this goal is more than just a vision or an idea. The fact that this is the case, we owe to the European Commission and the European Parliament, to all those who are willing to work for the Green Deal, to take risks, to take decisions. And we owe it to those who in their countries, in Asia, in America, in Africa, have taken up this development. The fact that so many industrial regions, South Korea, Japan, have already committed to attaining this goal. The fact that a country like the People's Republic of China has said that we might not manage it in 2050, but 2060 is the aim. The fact that so many oil-producing and gas-producing countries have recognized that the future lies in investment in renewable, sustainable energy. All of this gives us grounds for hope. In particular, we are glad that the United States, that our American friends, are back on board. They are part of the Paris Climate Agreement again, and we are delighted that not only Ursula von der Leyen will be participating in this transition day, but we're also particularly glad that the Climate Commissioner, Secretary John Kerry, one of the most experienced and far-sighted politicians in the United States, has stated his willingness to join us with a keynote. Heiko Maas and I have both called him on the phone. We have talked to Jennifer Cranwell, the Energy Secretary, and we know how important the changes that's happening in the United States, that all this has to be an opportunity for us. We now need to grab this opportunity. It has to be an opportunity to ensure that we can achieve the goal in 2050, in fact. Now or never. We need to take this opportunity. We need to do things properly. We need to make agreements. We need to set binding targets globally, regionally, and in each country. And it's not just a service to help the climate, it's also a service to help our economies, because the future will show that it's possible to combine sustainability and climate action with prosperity. The developing countries, like the emerging and transition economies, need to work together with the industrial countries, and we need to have the courage to embark on the necessary changes. Germany was looked at askance when we started moving on an energy transition years ago from fossil fuels towards an energy industry based on working with renewables. Now, maybe that's possible in, say, service-based economies, but in an industrial economy like Germany, they said it was impossible. That's what they told us. And today, almost 50% of our electricity consumption is covered by renewable energy sources in Germany. And that is the case even though we cannot use a lot of hydroelectric power. We have managed through photovoltaics, through wind, through biogas, through biomass, to create an energy transition which ensures our energy security, which maintains the high quality of our energy supply, has never put it at risk. And we are also experiencing that in many dozen, probably more than 100 countries in this world, similar developments are continuing. Offshore and onshore wind energy, and in many cases, renewable energy is already available at market prices, unsubsidized prices, and we couldn't imagine that 20 years ago. And therefore, the history of the last 20 or 30 years really is a history that encourages us for the future, that we can continue to progress along the path. And therefore, we need to continue to focus on technology, we need to focus on digitalization, we need to focus on an international green hydrogen economy. We need to create the infrastructure to transport, distribute, and consume this green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is climate-neutral hydrogen. It's been produced via renewable energies and electrolyzers in countries and regions in the world where the climate conditions, the weather conditions, the wind and the sun are much more favorable than in countries like Germany or in other European countries in our immediate neighborhood. And this hydrogen can be transported by ships, by pipelines, just as oil and gas is transported today. And it can also help to place our renewable energy-based energy sector on a permanent basis in a way that photovoltaics and wind and sun can't manage themselves. So this is an exciting and important journey because we are having developed new technologies to transport this hydrogen, because we need to produce it as energy efficiently as possible, because we need energy infrastructure which ensures that it can be transported to where it's needed. And we know that we can make climate-neutral green steel by replacing the coking coal, which is one of the greatest emitters of carbon, CO2 in industry. We can replace it by green hydrogen, and it works. It's proven, it's been confirmed. You need to invest in new blast furnaces, in new production technologies, and then you can produce green steel, green copper, green aluminium, and much more. It's possible to develop green chemistry on the basis of green hydrogen. It's possible to have sector coupling, sector integration on the basis of green hydrogen. Other people like Elon Musk are working on alternative propulsion concepts with battery technologies. In Europe alone, in the next few years, tens of thousands of jobs will be created in battery cell production facilities, in gigafactories, so that the rapidly rising demand for batteries can be met. Green hydrogen in fuel cells, synthetic petrol, gasoline on the basis of renewable energies. All that will help us. But in order to achieve this goal, we need not only technology and innovation, we also need cooperation, in particular, international global cooperation. And it can't be a question of who is the strongest. The question must be who is the most innovative, who is the most willing to go along this path and to be ahead of the field. With the return of the United States to the Paris Climate Agreement, we have a unique window of opportunity in order to bring the large industrial countries together to create the conditions to ensure that the emerging economies and the developing economies can join in this development. In the past, we've already invested a lot of money in the energy transition and climate action. Now we have the opportunity to reduce costs for the future by cooperating with each other, by setting comparable goals and interim goals. I want a strong transatlantic energy partnership between the European Union on the one hand and the United States on the other hand. Not as an exclusive and privileged partnership, but rather as encouragement for others. We can use this year, which has begun so badly with the pandemic around the world, we can use this year as a year of a new start for everybody, for the climate, and particularly for our children and our grandchildren. That is our obligation. That is our mandate.
Very much, Minister Peter Altmaier. And ladies and gentlemen, a very clear reminder there from both of our co-hosts that this decade will be absolutely crucial if we want to reach our decarbonization goals, that the innovative capacity is there to step up our game, and most especially that decarbonization in general and the energy transition in particular will only succeed if we make this a concerted international effort. So I would like to say a very, very warm Dankeschön to both of our hosts, to Federal Foreign Minister Heiko Maas, to Federal Minister of Economic Affairs and Energy Peter Altmaier, for launching our conference and giving us that very clear impulse for our discussions. And of course, we will take all of your messages with us into all of our sessions here at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as many of you know from experience, transformation, whether in the energy sector or elsewhere, is demanding and risky. It requires creativity, determination, a willingness to take bold moves. In other words, courage. Those qualities characterize both of the young guests we hear from next. It is no exaggeration to say that our first young keynote speaker has been serving as a vocal climate justice advocate for most of her life. A founding member of 350 Samoa since she was just 11 years old, she is the youngest winner of the prestigious Commonwealth Youth Award and the first ever Youth Ambassador of the Pacific Regional Environmental Program, fighting for the survival of her islands. It's a pleasure to hand over now to Brianna Fruin.
Talofa lava, and thank you very much for having me this evening. This morning for you all. My name is Brianna Fruin, and I'm a proud Pacific climate warrior from the island of Samoa. I wanted to start off with a very powerful proverb that I would like to share with all of you that in my culture goes, "A longo itai e longo I uta," which means what is felt at sea is felt on the land. Now, this is a lesson in connection and the ties we have with nature and with humanity. When natural disasters hit our islands, we all feel the brunt of it. That is the reality of living on the front lines of the climate crisis. Extreme flooding, drastic drought, prevalent coral bleaching, recent and frequent cyclones, and so much more is the constant reality for my people. I remember a couple of years ago during Cyclone Gita, I was back home in Samoa, and I was in one of the villages where I saw one of our chiefs with a sheet of paper in front of a group of children. And he was holding this and he was naming out names. He was taking a roll call. And it was jarring for me to see because I came to a realization that he was taking stock take of the children because the village was so scared that they may have lost someone in the floods of the night. If this is something that you have not seen before, village chiefs taking stock take of children, climate change has probably never broken your heart the way it has mine. If the climate crisis doesn't break your heart, you've probably never really seen its true impact. The climate crisis is a humanities one. It's a humanities issue, and it can only be solved by the power of humanity. The climate justice we need is more than just climate action. Climate justice ensures that the needs of people are put first, and in order to do this, we need a just transition to renewable energy, a transition that centers workers, communities, and civil society. We know that the climate crisis is an emergency which demands rapid and far-reaching action to transform our societies away from the reliance on fossil fuels to avoid some of the worsening impacts of climate change. But at the same time, the climate crisis is embedded within a global context of growing inequality, deep poverty, and significant unemployment. So we cannot talk about climate justice without addressing the intersections the crisis has with already existing global and social issues. That's why I can confidently say that Indigenous justice is climate justice. Racial justice is climate justice. Union justice is climate justice. Anything that puts people before power and profit is climate justice. And that is the only thing that my generation is fighting for. It's more than just action, it's justice. So I ask you that throughout this conference, throughout these conversations, as you think and discuss and act on what is needed to transition to renewable energy, that you remember people. After all of us are connected. We're all a part of humanity. And as my people say, a longo itai e longo iuta. What is felt at sea is felt at land. We are all connected.
Thank you so much to Brianna Fruan. And ladies and gentlemen, courage and determination enabled our second young keynote speaker to launch the Rise Up climate movement that is now amplifying African voices in the climate debate. An activist devoted to raising awareness of the dangers of climate change, she led the campaign Save Congo Rainforest and has also been instrumental in working with local schools in her home country, Uganda. It is a pleasure to welcome Fridays for Future's Vanessa Nakate.
Thank you very much. My name is Vanessa Nakate. I am from Kampala, Uganda, a country that has one of the fastest changing climates in the world. Historically, Africa is responsible for only 3% of global emissions, and yet Africans are already suffering some of the most brutal impacts fueled by the climate crisis. Rapidly intensifying hurricanes, devastating floods, and withering droughts. Many Africans have lost their lives, while countless more have lost their homes, farms, and businesses. The droughts and floods have left nothing behind for the people, nothing except for pain, agony, suffering, starvation, and death. I was asked to speak as a youth climate activist here at today's Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. Brianna and I were initially each promised 5 minutes to make our remarks. The organizers of this event then cut our time to 4 minutes, then to 3.5 minutes. They also insisted on seeing the text of our speeches ahead of time. They also repeatedly instructed us not to name or shame leaders that would be taking part in this summit. You should not ask activists to come and speak at your events so you can feel better and then try to censor them. You should not slash the time you have promised them to tell their stories. It is the leaders who have failed us, not the young people. It is the leaders who have ignored the scientists and the science. It is the leaders who time and time again have failed to treat the climate crisis like a crisis. This is not naming and shaming. This is telling the truth. Why are you so afraid of hearing the truth? Did any of the political leaders speaking here today have to present their speeches for preview? Did any of them have their allotted speaking time cut by a third? And while people in Africa are suffering and dying on the front lines of the climate crisis, what is the main response from the leaders of the developed countries? More investment in fossil fuels. To the governments, banks, and investors who continue to fund the digging up and burning of fossil fuels in Africa, there is no future with the fossil fuel industry. Air pollution caused by the burning of fossil fuels, such as coal and oil, is responsible for killing almost 9 million people every year. And aside from the destruction you are causing, your investment does not even make financial sense. The International Energy Agency is predicting that $300 billion of fossil fuel assets will likely be stranded as the world wakes up to the threat of the climate crisis. The first rule when you find yourself in a hole is to stop digging. Many of the leaders gathered here today have received praise for announcing that humankind is facing a climate emergency. Now it's time for you to stop talking and start treating this crisis like a crisis. I ask each and every leader here today to stop censoring the voices of activists, to start listening to the scientists and the science, and stop investing in toxic fossil fuels now and immediately. We cannot eat coal and we cannot drink oil. Thank you.
Vanessa Nakate, thank you very much for your words. We have heard them, and you and Brianna have made very, very clear to us that the transition to cleaner energy systems, the process of decarbonization absolutely must be coupled with justice. So we will take your remarks with us as we discuss with policymakers. Thank you very much to both of you. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of Europe's energy transition will do nothing less than decide the continent's future place on the geopolitical map. As president of the European Union Commission, our next speaker has pledged to make Europe the first climate-neutral continent in the world and committed to significantly higher emission reduction goals for 2030. It goes without saying that the energy sector must play an absolutely central role in meeting these, and renewables in particular are identified as a priority for the post-pandemic Economic Recovery Fund, Next Generation EU. Let us hear more now from EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. A warm welcome.
Thank you very much, Melinda Crane. Herr Bundesaußenminister, lieber Heiko, Herr Bundeswirtschaftsminister, lieber Peter, and ladies and gentlemen. Well, speaking about, as you said, the future of industry, just look north, for example, to Sweden. There, 160 kilometers below the Arctic Circle, one can visit a pioneer of greening our economy. In the town of Luleå, a steel plant just started using hydrogen gas to reduce iron ore. And some days ago, another producer in the same region announced that he will build a large-scale green hydrogen plant as part of a new steel production facility. These are not isolated cases. We all know that today the steel industry is responsible for up to 9% of global emissions, 9%. And thus, companies in northern Sweden have to and want to bring down their carbon footprint to zero, with water vapor the only byproduct. Their way to achieve this is clean hydrogen. Hydrogen derived from renewable energy, such as hydroelectric power, a source that is as abundant in Scandinavia as high-quality iron ore. And these Swedish entrepreneurs match exactly the spirit of our European Green Deal. We want to reconcile the way we produce and do business with the health of our planet. It's time to do this. Because what is good for the planet is good for business and good for us all. The energy transition is at the heart of our European Green Deal. And this is why I am delighted to be able to talk to you today at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, sadly, because of the pandemic, only virtually. Let me be clear. The European Green Deal is as important today as it has been before COVID-19. If anything, it has become even more important. There is increasing evidence that the loss of biodiversity is one of the root causes for this global pandemic. And while much of the world's activity froze during lockdowns and shutdowns, our planet continued to get hotter. And we see it all around us, from the collapse of the glacier in northern India, which just recently killed dozens of people, to the many, many crops destroyed in many European countries by the severe droughts of the last years. Climate change is the massive crisis beyond COVID-19. And therefore, after the pandemic, there can be no backsliding, no return to economic activity based on fossil fuels at the expense of climate and nature. A bit more than a year ago, Europe has said indeed that it wants to become the first climate neutral continent by 2050. And last December, EU leaders agreed to a greenhouse gas emission reduction target of at least minus 55% by 2030. The first ever European climate law will hopefully soon come into force. And all of this is part of our commitment to deliver on the Paris Agreement. And this is something that the business community has asked us to do for many years. Clear, transparent, and firm targets. So that companies have the certainty that they need to plan ahead for the future, to turn their investments into green investments. Because in our fight against climate change, business is our close and indispensable partner. Our European Green Deal is our strategy for sustainable growth. And now it is also our roadmap out of the crisis. One third of the investments from our recovery plan, Next Generation EU, will finance the goals set out in the European Green Deal. And together with the EU budget, we are investing 1.8 trillion euro, 1.8 trillion. So this will bring massive investments to build forward better and more sustainable. Next Generation EU is an opportunity to boost our energy transition. And let me give you two examples. The first one. With Next Generation EU, we want to start a European renovation wave. The main objective is to make our buildings more energy efficient. Buildings notably account today for 40% of our emissions, 40%. So by refurbishing and refitting them, we can improve their energy performance, we cut emissions, And at the same time, we reduce our energy bills. And in addition, our renovation wave brings a much needed boost to our construction sector and new jobs to our communities. Second, with Next Generation EU, we will invest in clean hydrogen as never before. Clean hydrogen is a perfect means towards our goal of climate neutrality. I just gave you the examples from northern Sweden, but also in Germany or in other countries, numerous regions can benefit from hydrogen. Just think of the so-called Ruhrgebiet. Clean hydrogen can power heavy industries, propel our cars or trucks and planes, store seasonal energy and heat up our homes. And all of this with almost zero emissions. For the steel industry, hydrogen is the opportunity on their way to more sustainability. Steel is everywhere, we know it, in cars, ships, bridges, buildings, washing machines, you name it. We need steel, but we want it to be sustainable. And clean hydrogen is the way to go. And to help with this transition, last year we came up with a roadmap towards a hydrogen ecosystem in Europe. Like with our European Green Deal, we set clear targets. We want to have an annual production capacity for renewable hydrogen of 1 million tons by 2024 and 10 million tons by 2030. And by 2050, we want renewable hydrogen technologies to be deployed at large scale to reach all hard-to-decarbonize sectors in our economy. These are ambitious goals, but they are realistic too. To get there, we have to start now. To reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% towards the end of the decade, we have to act today, because 2030 is just around the corner. And this is why, by this summer, we will revise our entire climate and energy legislation to make it fit for 55. And let me give you a short preview of what we will be proposing. First, we will enhance the EU emission trading system. We will extend it to the maritime sector, and we will better apply it to aviation. We are also looking into introducing emission trading for buildings and for road transport. Carbon must have its price, because nature cannot pay the price anymore. Second, we will come forward with proposals to boost renewable energy and improve energy efficiency. For example, we will propose measures to increase the energy efficiency of appliances, from vacuum cleaners to smartphones, you name it. We will also invest in electric charging infrastructure and battery technology to help the car industry on its way towards electricity. That's the future. Clearly, this is also what consumers want. The sales of electric cars doubled last year, reaching almost 10% of car sales in Europe, and there's more to come. Finally, we want to take green financing to the next level. Because to achieve our 2030 goal, we need to boost green investment. We know that we will have to invest around 350 billion euros more per year in the energy system in the coming decade to make it sustainable. Our European Union Green Bond Standard, for example, and the EU taxonomy will lead the way. It will bring much needed clarity on what accounts for sustainable, eco-friendly activities. because we know how important this is for investors who are looking for truly sustainable projects. They don't want greenwashing. They want truly sustainable projects. Again, our targets are ambitious, but we can reach them. And we need others to match our ambition. And they do. From South Korea to Japan, from South Africa to China. Of course, we want to make sure that they live up to their commitments. So not only on paper, but on the ground. And we stand ready to help our partners on their way forward. And I must say, we're really excited that President Biden rejoined the Paris Agreement on his very first day in office. I also commend Joe Biden for his plan to convene a leaders' summit for Earth Day, because now is the time for action. Europe is world leader when it comes to innovation of clean technologies. We stand ready for global leadership on climate change with our partners, a shared commitment to a net zero emissions pathway by 2050 would make climate neutrality a new global benchmark. And that would be a powerful message in the run-up to the COP26, the next UN climate change conference. And finally, we also need a Paris-style agreement for biodiversity. Let us be very clear that, for example, when we lose forests, we don't just lose green space or natural habitat. We lose a key ally in our fight against climate change. And this is why the European Union will soon present a legal framework for the restoration of healthy ecosystems. It is why we will protect at least 30% of land and sea in the European Union. And we are ready to broker the same ambition at global level at the next UN Biodiversity Summit in Kunming, because this will have to be like COP21 was for climate. The path to carbon neutrality offers great opportunities for innovation, growth, and sustainable jobs. European companies know this. They bet on the opportunities offered by clean technologies at an early stage. And their pioneering spirit is now paying off. But let us make no mistake, if we want our companies to continue on their way to zero emissions, we must insist on fairness and a level playing field for them. Let me, for last time, return to the example of steel, one of the most traded commodities internationally. We want European companies to heavily invest in expensive technologies to make steel green. Green steel costs around €100 more per ton than traditionally carbon-heavy produced steel. So clearly, we have to prevent cheap products from abroad from undermining our efforts. And this is why this year we will present a carbon border adjustment mechanism. With this mechanism, we will impose a CO2 charge on certain products entering the European Union. We work so hard to reduce our emissions. Thus, we can't accept to import at the same time emissions from abroad. And the carbon border adjustment mechanism should motivate foreign producers, but also EU importers, to also reduce their carbon emissions. This would be our preferred solution. Ladies and gentlemen, from hydrogen valleys to climate-friendly buildings, from green steel to zero-emission cars, our European Green Deal will affect almost all aspects of our daily lives. It will make our lives better. Because, as we've seen, our European Green Deal involves much more than cutting emissions. It is about making systemic modernization across our economy, society, and industry. It is about building a better world to live in. So let's work on this together. You can count on me, and I know that I can count on you. And thank you very much for the attention.
Commission Vice President Ursula von der Leyen, thank you very, very much for being with us here at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue 2021. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings our opening session here at BETD to a close. I'm very, very grateful to all of our opening session speakers. And I think one thing that has become very clear from the messages we heard here is how imperative this undertaking is that we have here at the BETD to improve and to stabilize the well-being not only of the next generation in the EU, but of course of the next generation worldwide. So with that, we close our opening session with a warm Dankeschön to all who took part.
On the path to climate neutrality by 2050, the coming decade plays a crucial role. There is a need to undertake decisive steps towards decarbonisation and significantly accelerate the energy transition politically, economically, and socially in the coming decade. This includes the effective and widespread implementation of renewable energy technologies in all end users, including green hydrogen, but also the implementation of frameworks for green investments, activities, and the inclusion of the civil society for the Energiewende.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we want to continue now with a deeper dive. As we heard from several of our opening session speakers, as well as in the film, the next 9 years of this decade will be absolutely critical. Global greenhouse gas emissions need to fall by 7.6% each year if the world is serious about limiting temperature rises to close to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And that is only possible through urgent, transformative action to boost innovative technologies across the renewable energy spectrum, including green hydrogen, which we heard quite a bit about just now in our opening session, as well as new measures to unlock green investments and to leverage participation by citizens and civil society. The decisions we make now will determine what world our children live in. Can we make this the green decade and get on the right road by 2030? That is the topic of our high-ranking panel discussion. And before I introduce our speakers, I would like to pose an audience question, and I see that many of you are already at work answering it, but I'm going to give you a little bit more time to do so. Our question is this: in your opinion, will the world be on an emission reduction trajectory by 2030? And keep on voting on that if you would. You can use the Slido function that you see on your live stream window if you are a registered user here at the BETD, and we will unveil the results of that poll in just a minute after I introduce our speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, I am going to keep our intros very brief here and throughout the conference in order to maximize our time to talk, because all of our panels are pretty compact time-wise. And I would also just like to give a hint to our speakers. We'd be very grateful if you would do the same, especially in this virtual format. Timekeeping is of the absolute essence. So I'm going to ask you to please keep your answers to 3 minutes maximum in our first round of questions, and possibly, if possible, even shorter after that. So with that, I will now begin introducing Patricia Espinosa is the indefatigable Executive Secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Lovely to see you again, Patricia Espinosa. Leonore Gewessler is Austria's Federal Minister for Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation, and Technology. Welcome to you. Great that you can join us. It's also great to have with us Abdulaziz bin Salman. He is Minister of Energy for Saudi Arabia. Alok Kumar is with us, joining from India. He is State Secretary in India's Minister of Power. Thank you so much for joining us at rather short notice, dear State Secretary. And I am so pleased to welcome Shan-King Lin. He is the Vice Minister of China's National Energy Administration. Great to have you with us as well, sir. So let us now take a quick look at the results of that audience survey before we pose a question to our panel. Okay, and we see that there's a slight larger share for the optimists here, 36% saying yes, 32% no, and the maybes are tied with the no votes. So all in all, many people either skeptical or think, in fact, we are not on track. Now, let me pose one question for all of our panelists, and then I'm just going to go straight down the panel. And the question is this: given the importance of this current decade that we're in, I'd like to begin by getting your take on what are the very most urgent steps that need to be taken in the energy sector prior to 2030. What has to be done if we are serious about being on the yes side of that question? Patricia?
Thank you, Melinda. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in this very important conversation. First of all, I would like to say that yes, it's going to be very difficult, but we have an unprecedented opportunity. We have an unprecedented opportunity because we can use the global economic response to COVID in order to build forward resilient, sustainable economies for a cleaner, greener, and healthier future. We know that by now, the economic response to COVID is upwards of 15 trillion and counting. So my message is spend it correctly to get the climate resilient pathways that the Paris Agreement outlines. The importance, the urgency, and the financial case for a green transformation in all sectors is outlined in the agreement. In my view, there are three important steps for state and non-state actors on the road to 2030. First, as I said, align recovery plans with the Paris Agreement. And this is a way to deal with the two crises at once. The pandemic didn't stop the existential climate change emergency, but the recovery can help address it. Second, implement the Paris Agreement. 5 years after the agreement was adopted, negotiations for its full implementation are still not complete, and this must be achieved at COP26. Fulfill previous promises, especially commitments to support developing countries, including the mobilization of 100 billion. And this is important because we are seeing all these very ambitious plans like the Green Deal from the European Union. Well, if we do not make what is necessary to support the efforts in developing countries, in the countries that have less means to do the transformation, all the efforts that are going to be made in the most advanced economies will be undermined. So it is very important that we also see that the support for the transformation to happen everywhere in the world is really an essential part of the package of actions and decisions we need to make. We are hearing a lot about the 2030 and the 2050 goals, but commitments due by 2020 have not been fulfilled yet. And this is basically about support to developing countries. We need to build trust. So we need to build trust that what we will do multilaterally and committing to new goals will be fulfilled. And for that, we need to fulfill the goals and commitments that were made before. The NDCs are a very important example. Nations were supposed to submit their updated national climate action plans by the end of last year. More than half did not. And it is true, the pandemic did affect the functioning in many countries, but in others, it was just not a priority. So the third point is that we need to see all NDCs by COP26. The recent NDC synthesis report shows that we are still very, very far from achieving the 1.5-degree goal. NDCs, especially by major emitters, need to be as ambitious as possible. These plans are only submitted once every 5 years. So by 2025, the window of opportunity will likely be closed. We are making progress, it's true, but not fast enough, and we need to be very conscious about that. So 2021 is key, and you're right, this decade is key. 2021 is key because this is the moment where we need to take the decisions. We need to align the recovery efforts with Paris. We need to fulfill past promises and complete the negotiations, and we need to submit all remaining NDCs this year. Over to you, Melinda.
Thank you so much, Patricia Espinosa from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Let me pose the same question now to the rest of our panel. Minister Gewessler, most crucial steps if we are serious about reaching these goals by 2030.
Well, thanks a lot, dear Excellencies, dear colleagues. I think this is a very timely debate because it's a decisive decade. We are indeed the last generation of politicians who can deliver on the promise of Paris. And I think it's our duty not to fail future generations. And it's a decisive year 2021. As Patricia Espinosa outlined, the way we act now at the crossroads of these two crises that we face, the COVID crisis and the climate crisis, will decide on our pathway to a greener, a better, a more resilient future. So decisive decade, decisive year, and to deliver on what's our task and to deliver on what's the promise of the Paris Agreement, especially in the energy sector, we have two absolutely no regret options. We need to invest heavily and advance in energy efficiency, and we need to move forward in replacing fossil fuels and nuclear energy by renewables. That's two absolutely no regret options that we have at our hand and that we need to deliver on in 2021 onwards. What we do in Austria is that we just recently decided on our new renewables law, which will deliver on the renewable side. Our goal is to have 100% renewable electricity by 2030. So that means adding 50% of renewables capacity in just 9 years. Big task, needs a stable, good political framework. And we also work on the efficiency side with a special focus on transport and buildings because these are two key sectors in this respect, with a big renovation wave and with our focus on transforming the transport and mobility sector towards focus on also efficiency and renewables. But this needs to be embedded in, I think, two major processes that we face. The one thing is that it needs European and global coordination. On the European level, I think it's crucial we keep path on the Green Deal, that we not only deliver on an ambitious climate law, but that the Fit for 55 package delivers on the ambition of the Green Deal. And the second thing we need to be very clear, energy transition will only be a successful exercise if we have our societies on board. And this means dialogue. This means just transition, and this means, most of all, making our citizens, making our people actors in the energy transition. And this is just 4 points that I think we need to focus on, especially in 2021.
Thank you very much also for that emphasis on public discourse and acceptance. Let me move on now to Minister Bin Salman. Same question to you. Most crucial steps that you're taking that need to be taken.
Well, I couldn't find a better word than the last word that Her Excellency, the Commission President, did mention about working together. I think we, as Saudi Arabia, have always demonstrated, and last of which was the last G20 last year. We worked together with all G20 countries, to ensure that we have a good material with regard to the conclusion of our activities with the G20 on the statement that was issued. There are quite a few things that talks and does address many of these topical issues that are of concern to the whole world. To name few, circular carbon economy was proved to be a good way forward. We want to make sure that also, as a reliable long-term hydrocarbon producer, would not be shy in being part of the solution. In fact, I took it upon myself, the Saudi government took it upon itself, that we should not just strive to be part of the solution, but actually be leading some solutions and serious solutions to help us mitigate the concerns that the whole world is faced with regard to climate change and what have you. That's why we want to also be an exemplary to many of the hydrocarbon producers in how we conduct ourselves to assure the world that we are pioneering solutions. Obviously, we would require and need the support and collaboration of so many. We find technology and innovations is the right path, while we are also taking upon us the challenge of conducting some of these solutions as pioneers. For example, we are introducing green hydrogen in a huge scale in NEOM. We are converting our power sector consumption towards 50% of renewable and 50% of gas. Even with gas, we are ensuring that gas production, and we still have a good record, if not the best record in planet Earth on emissions on all of our upstream activities. The liquid displacement program that we will be inducing this year will take care of reducing our petroleum and petroleum product consumption on all utilities by about 1 million barrels, with a huge amount of saving when it comes to emissions. We are involved in so many international activities. Just to name few: Mission Innovation, Clean Energy Ministerial, Carbon Sequestration Leadership Forum. We even worked with our colleagues in the G20 to create a platform for CCE. I think the Commission and everybody need to be innovative in how to be creative in being inclusive, mindful of national situations of each of these so-called, I would call it, serious participants. I think, I hope that we have not, that we undoubtedly have shown and demonstrated our seriousness and our ability to work with others. I believe that in our NDCs, we have submitted them 2015, says a lot. When we submit, because we are only required to submit our new NDC on 2025, as our colleague was saying, you will see more, and we will see it more willingly and voluntary, because we honestly believe that there is a lot to contribute with and a lot to benefit from. If we are to maintain ourselves as a long-term hydrocarbon producer, well, we have to be innovative enough and collaborative enough to ensure that these hydrocarbon resources would be monetized and used in a better way. That's why we are also launching a big program. We call it actually sustainability program, which is to try to find ways and means of using these hydrocarbons in different ways, especially in terms of material, which would not be in any way impacting or effectively affecting the environment in any way at all. So even we are building a case that even if with the conventional market may shrink in terms of size, we will have our abilities to improve our lot with monetizing and exploiting our natural resources certainly in a better way, in a more effective way, more efficient way, and certainly more commensurate with the prerequisite of maintaining and preserving climate. We are demonstrating, and we're willing to be demonstrating, and we showcase what we have been doing and what we will be doing hopefully the end of this year in COP26. We will demonstrate to the whole world that we are scoring and scoring well when it comes to the 4 R's of the circular carbon economy. We will demonstrate to the whole world how much. We'll just demonstrate how much we'll be doing on the reduce in terms of efficiency and changing our renewable to renewable, in terms of recycling, reusing, and as was our friend from the EU Commission President was mentioning, which is how to preserve things and how to be, even as Saudi Arabia, be part of that endeavor to ensure that things will be protected. In fact, things should be enlarged and enhanced. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much. And let me move now to State Secretary Kumar from India. And India, of course, has been making impressive progress on the renewables front. So in view of the time, I'm going to ask you to also say a few words about the most crucial next steps to meet your renewable energy targets and what targets you will be aiming for now in the coming 9 years.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies and my colleagues. It is a great pleasure for me to speak at this forum about how we are doing, taking forward our energy transition. I also convey best wishes from the side of my Minister, Mr. R.K. Singh, who could not attend this meet. Reducing the growth of greenhouse gas emissions has been the foremost challenge for mankind and for us also. Our Honorable Prime Minister's vision for the country and the actions undertaken are planned as a commitment to leave a better world for our generations. Our key focus is on implementing renewable energy expansion, which envisages a 5-fold increase in the overall capacity from 32 gigawatt in year 2014 to 175 gigawatt by year 2022. Including 100 gigawatt of solar and 60 gigawatt of wind. We are also further committed to achieve 450 gigawatt of renewable energy by year 2030. Renewable energy expansion brings challenges of balancing power. In addition to the conventional balancing power like pumped hydro storage projects, India is looking very seriously and working very seriously on green hydrogen. Our recent budget has announced a green hydrogen mission. And we are going to take up and launch very soon very ambitious first project for promoting green hydrogen, and also we are contemplating some obligations on our other industries to have green hydrogen obligations. Another important area is promoting electric vehicles to achieve the goal of zero emission, energy security and energy efficiency. And Ministry of Power is working very hard for rolling out the charging infrastructure for promoting the electric mobility. The focus of the Indian power sector has now shifted to having a safer environment along with sustainable power generation. Several initiatives have been taken to improve the efficiency of coal-based power plants. We are also retiring the old inefficient plants. About 228 units of around 16 gigawatt have already been retired in the last few years. Going further, we are working on ultra supercritical technology and advanced ultra supercritical technology for our thermal power generation units. We have also decided that from year 2017, all the units have to be mandatorily of supercritical technology so as to be the best in the emissions. We are also in the process of making our coal-based capacity environment friendly by installing the flue gas desulfurization plants and ESPs in all our capacity in the next few years. India today is the third largest solar market in the world. India is also undertaking a number of energy efficiency initiatives, and I am very happy to share with you that as a result of these initiatives, we have achieved close to 200 million tons of emissions saving yearly in year 1920. And as per our estimate, we are going to touch now 300 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions yearly. This is really, we feel, is a very impressive achievement, and we are fully committed to achieve our NDCs. India already has a net per capita emission rate which is much less than the world average. Even then, India has also achieved a reduction of 24% in emission intensity of our GDP between year 2005 and 2016, thereby achieving its pre-2020 voluntary target. India has already embarked on a roadmap with demonstrated significant progress for achieving the nationally determined contributions and is well on its way to achieve its future emission reduction goals. I'm very proud to say that amongst the larger economies in the world, perhaps India is the only large economy which is on track to achieve its NDCs, and even I feel we will overachieve. Lastly, I would like to emphasize on the sustainable use of resources for a holistic and healthy lifestyle that keeps the carbon footprint at the individual level low. We need to deal with Mother Earth with a spirit of trustation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, State Secretary Kumar. And we come now to China and Vice Minister Lin. And Mr. Lin, it has been mentioned several times already at the conference, the fact that President Xi made a pledge last September to decarbonize China before 2060. Last week, you published the 14th five-year plan with a longer-term vision until 2035. What specific steps are you taking right now and in the course of the next few years to put China on that path to achieving the bigger goal of carbon neutrality before 2060?
Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be able to join you at the 7th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue and at the UN General Assembly last year. We did indeed announce our emission targets, which we intend to lead to carbon neutrality, and we have taken some measures, specific measures. For example, we need clean energy, we need efficient energy. In particular, we need to reduce our energy consumption. We need to actively increase the amount of renewable energy, and we also need to increase the amount of clean renewable energy, such as hydropower, and we need to develop energy storage technologies. We need smart electricity transmission and distribution systems, and we need to ensure that renewable energy and new forms of energy become the main pillar of our energy mix. In the industrial sector, in particular, China has already shown the way forward, that we are able to attain the standards that we've set ourselves. For example, we're trying to ensure that this happens in road traffic. We want a moderate use of energy and raw materials input in road traffic, and we want to attain a green lifestyle. And this is particularly true of the question of how we can replace traditional sources of energy with electrical energy. How can we cut China's per capita energy consumption? Or how can we cut it in terms of GDP? And then the third question is how, when we build up new clean energy infrastructure, how can we create breakthroughs? How can we have an economy with, how can we reach a low carbon economy? How can we use new materials? How can we use new materials to help us save energy? How can we ensure that the progress of science and technology makes that possible for us? And then we can also think about what measures we need to take in order to have a holistic, low-carbon lifestyle in all our society. And in particular, what we call a green lifestyle is something we are pursuing, and the Chinese government is really working very hard on these goals, and we are sure that we can rely on the support of our entire population as we pursue our ambitious targets for 2030 and for 2060, and we're looking forward to intensified cooperation with all of you, and we're looking forward to working with you to help solve the world's climate problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Minister Lin. And with an eye on the clock, dear speakers, I am going to move us on to our closing round of discussion. I'm very sorry, but unfortunately, as I said, we have a very compact time frame today. So let me ask all of you to speak to this. What are the biggest challenges you see on that road to 2030, on that road to decarbonization and climate neutrality, and how can international cooperation help to meet those challenges? All of you are involved in various forms of international partnership. I'd like you to speak, please, specifically to that point, because it has been emphasized here several times today. This will only work if it is an international concerted action. Patricia Espinosa also told us at the beginning of this discussion, it's all about cooperation, especially with developing and emerging economies. So let me go straight down the panel. Biggest challenge and how cooperation can help to meet it. And dear speakers, we really have just a maximum of about 8 or 9 minutes for this. So please keep your answers very concise if you would. Thank you so much. Patricia Espinosa, get us started, please.
Yes, Melinda, cooperation is absolutely crucial because the climate emergency is a global existential threat to humanity that recognizes no boundaries. So multilateralism is the only way to address it. And cooperation, by the way, we need it not only internationally, we need it also across all jurisdictions, across ministries, within governments, and aligned with the private sector. In the energy sector that has such an important role to achieve the goals by the Paris Agreement, we need cooperation to get there. We must substantially reduce fossil fuel use. We must switch to low carbon energy carriers. We must invest in low carbon energy, and we need to use our current energy more efficiently. That's a big agenda. But the good news, as we have heard from speakers today, is that there have been rapid improvements in the technology, and there has been an embrace of that technology, like we have seen with wind and solar energy. And we are seeing that there are important investments in new technologies like green hydrogen. So we really have a long way to go. Secretary General Guterres has put forward some points in order to get there. He has called on countries to embrace these low and zero carbon electricity sources, to halting the construction of new coal-fired power plants and retiring the existing coal-fired power plants. He has called on limiting the construction of new gas-fired power plants and as well to replace cars that use gasoline with those using electricity, which is something that is starting to happen, but still we need to accelerate that. So this transition is not only about the technologies. It requires changes at national levels. It requires really a lot of policy, the right policies, the right legal frameworks, and that is very important. And this is also one area where NDCs can make a good contribution, because in those plans, governments can set those policies, can set carbon pricing, can set as very specific goals in phasing out fossil fuel subsidies, can reduce fossil fuel demand. So the transition must also be done in a just way. So the plans that we need to work for all. We should not leave anyone behind, and it has to be fair for all. So it's a very, very challenging agenda, but I am sure that with international cooperation, we can make it. We need the support of the financial community to also align with the Paris Agreement. Investors need to invest in this new, better future. And we need everyone else on board, from companies to cities to civil society and individuals, to accelerate what we are already seeing, but not yet at the level that is required. Over to you, Melinda.
Thank you so much, Patricia. And we're going to be picking up on a number of those themes, including the role of cities, including the role of local government in subsequent sessions here at the BETD. Minister Gewessler, Patricia just mentioned coal. Austria is already out of coal. You also have set yourselves a very challenging renewables target, 100% by 2030. So maybe you can speak very briefly, if you would, to where cooperation can help you get there.
We're facing a global emergency with the climate crisis, and that needs, as Patricia Espinosa said, everybody on board. We need to deliver nationally, so that's why we work very hard on building all the cornerstones for the energy transition that we need. But we also need to do that and to get the support in international fora and in the region, because I think many of the solutions, by definition, will be regional, will be European, will be even global. Hydrogen is just green hydrogen is just one example. But cooperation, I think, and this is what needs to guide us in this, needs to be a tool to deliver towards our goals, to be true to the Paris Agreement, to give an answer to future generations on the biggest crisis humanity faces with the climate crisis. So if you asked in your first question, what would be the biggest challenges I see on this way? Because without a doubt, this is a project that means we are navigating big changes. Then I think it's the challenge of delivering on the pace and the urgency we need in this transition, and the fact that we cannot leave anybody behind in this endeavor. Mm-hmm. So we need bold and courageous policies at this point in time to build a better and a greener and a more resilient future. And in the energy system, this means big changes. But the best way to predict the future of the energy system right now is to shape it. And I think this is our task as politicians, nationally, in European and in global cooperation.
Thank you very much, Minister Gewessler. I'll go now to State Secretary Kumar. Again, request for a very brief answer, please.
Yeah, I think there are the most important challenges are first the making technology cheaper as fast as possible, because we are in the process of now enhancing the share of renewable energy. But that to happen beyond a point requires balancing and storage power sources, which currently are, say, like battery or with green hydrogen. But the cost of these technologies, it needs to be brought down to make it affordable and feasible very quickly. So we need a lot of international cooperation to work on these two technologies. Maybe some more technology will come up. Other important part is cooperation. Like in India, I'll give you an example. For promoting renewable energy, every state of India, every province of India was working separately. And there were huge issues of diversity and variability. Now we have been successful in integrating the renewable energy at national level. So all the renewable energy is being fed to national grid. So we are now reaping the benefit of diversity and also better stability. Going forward, our Honorable Prime Minister has given a call for a new initiative which is called One Sun, One World, One Grid. That to mean that let us integrate our electricity grids grow it say, as fast as possible so that we can reap the benefit of difference of time zones and also diversities to make solar energy even more viable. Third point is also the market integration of the green energy. India has been successfully India has successfully integrated the green energy in our power exchanges. We have already a green term ahead market, green day ahead market is on the annual. These are the few challenges namely the technology development, the regional cooperation, and market integration of renewable energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, State Secretary. And I'll just remind everybody that that alliance that you just mentioned, One Sun, One World, One Grid, will actually connect 140 different countries through a common grid to transfer solar power when it is realized. So over to Minister Bin Salman now. Please, if you would, again, a very brief answer. We are unfortunately almost at the end of our time. Thank you.
I know, but I will keep it simple and short. I think first of all, you've asked the question what to do. Very simple. We've gone beyond negotiation. We are now in a phase of delivering what we have negotiated. We wholeheartedly, as Saudi Arabia, believe in Paris Agreement, and we are willingly executing what we have agreed to in Paris Agreement. And everybody who signed that agreement should be willingly committed to executing it. So I think we've gone beyond the negotiation towards the application of what we've agreed to. If we are to conduct ourselves to executing what we've agreed to, I think we should make ourselves more available to the terms and conditions of that agreement, which is it is an agreement to attend to all emissions at all sectors, and that we have to have that scope large enough to take into the spirit and the details of that agreement. 3, we have to be mindful of national circumstances, whereby if you want a holistic solution, a collaborative solution, where, as some of our colleagues here did mention, that it should involve and include everybody. If you want to be inclusive, you have to be mindful of the circumstances of each and all those who you want them to participate with you. And again, we have to make sure that technologies and innovation are available to all, and to ensure that the application of these technologies will not be given to the few and kept away from the most needy participant. We have, for example, for the purpose of time, I would
Minister, I'm afraid I'm going to have to stop you there because we are just about out of time, and I do want to also move to our last speaker. So thank you very much for that. Vice Minister Lin, your thoughts, please. Biggest challenge and how cooperation can help. In 1 minute, if you'd be so kind.
Well, thank you very much. I shall really try to stick to 1 minute. The first question was, what's the biggest challenge for China? Particularly that refers to the optimization of the energy structures. And the second question was, where does China see itself? And we, of course, try across all levels to modernize the energy sector. We try, in particular, to progress clean energy. We try to cover our peak loads better, and in particular, we're trying to strike a better balance between base load and peak load, and we want to ensure that we can cut the amount of coal-fired power generation. We're down from 70% to less than 60% in terms of coal-fired power generation, and the development of renewables is also an important issue. And we've already got more than 100 gigawatts, or 190 gigawatts of installed capacity in the fields of renewables. And when you look at what economic growth China is still achieving, then the security and the reliability of the electricity supply and the distribution and transmission grids is a very important issue for us. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't exceed my time. Thank you very much to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister. And to all of our speakers, I greatly appreciate your participation in our panel. You've given us important impulses for our further discussions. Very nice, Minister Gewessler is back for me to be able to say goodbye to you as well, Madam. I appreciate your participation, and thank you, and goodbye. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we do go over now to our hub studio to Jennifer, who has a very important guest with her. And Jennifer, I'm sorry we've cut into your time, but over to you.
Hi, Melinda. Thank you so much. Because we're a little bit short on time, I'd like to get right to our first guest. She is the president of the German Renewable Energy Federation, the umbrella organization of the German renewable energy sector. Thank you for joining me, Dr. Simone Peter, and welcome to the BETD 2021.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for joining us today. I know that you know we have just a few minutes time, so let's get right to our questions. We've just heard some strong commitments to achieving the objectives of the Paris Agreement and renewable energy growth through 2030 and beyond. Has what we've talked about actually going to create the necessary dynamics to achieve the Paris goals?
Thank you, Jennifer, for your kind introduction. Yes, there's a strong momentum for renewables. Renewables already employ more than 11 million people worldwide, and there will be many more in the years ahead of us. Renewables are the readily available solution to tackle the climate crisis everywhere on our planet. And they are resilient also in the health crisis, like the corona crisis, as the International Agency confirmed. I'm happy to say that for a vast majority of people in Germany, renewables are their preferred energy choice, irrespective of their political preferences in other areas. Citizens and farmers and small and medium enterprises were and still are the main drivers of the transformation in Germany. Meanwhile, however, a lot of relevant utilities are embracing renewables and phasing out coal and also nuclear. And there's also a strong market pull on the demand side. Private households and businesses are shifting their energy consumption towards renewable energy, and we see the strongest growth of renewable capacity in the power sector, where wind and solar are by far the cheapest option for new capacity. Last year in Germany, we already had nearly 50% renewables in our power mix. And transition of the heating and cooling sector and the transport sector are the next big challenges. And hydrogen, green hydrogen, as EU President, Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has mentioned, will help decarbonize hard-to-debate industry sectors. Thank you.
Dr. Peter, all of this sounds really great, but is it really true that we are on track? Are the necessary policy frameworks and market conditions in place, for example, in Germany or in the European Union?
Well, there is a light, but there's also a shade. The renewable energy sector is ready to deliver on a significant deployment of renewables in Germany, in Europe, and in many parts of the world. But more stimulation is needed, and a fair market design based on renewable energies is required. In Germany, for example, we could install more than 5 gigawatt of new wind capacity and more than 10 gigawatt of new PV capacity every year, and new biomass, hydro, and geothermal capacity. In new buildings, solar thermal, biomass, or renewables-driven heat pumps could cover all heating and cooling needs. Refurbishment of the building stock could significantly increase the share of renewables, and electric vehicles and other emissions could soon outcompete highly emitting internal combustion engines. But frankly, this will not happen automatically. We would like to see more ambitious policy decisions to unlock the full potential of renewable energy. I see a strong momentum from the European Green Deal, a new ambitious European greenhouse gas emission reduction target of minus 55 or better 60% by 2030 will definitely be a strong driver for faster transformation towards renewable energy and energy efficiency. And I'm really looking forward to a global race towards renewable energy and zero emissions by 2050, the very latest. And I'm sure that our friends on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean are more than race.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peter. And with that, we'll head back to Melinda in the Weltsaal. Melinda?
Thank you so much, Jennifer, also for making that discussion so compact. I know that you were hoping to have a bit more time, but I really do appreciate the brevity, and we heard a lot of important messages there. So many thanks for that. And welcome back, everybody, now to the Weltsaal. The regulars amongst you, ladies and gentlemen, will probably remember the green sofa that has become an icon of the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. It stands not only for the intensive exchange here at the BETD, but also for our focus on networking with other summits and events worldwide to foster global dialogue on the energy transition. So between our conferences, the Green Sofa used to travel around the globe. It has toured 6 continents, welcomed thousands of people and prestigious guests. Alas, those travels were suspended last year due to the pandemic. Until we can resume them, we have a virtual version of the Green Sofa, and in this session, it provides a platform for dialogue that has become a tradition here at the BETD, bringing together the International Energy Agency and the International Renewable Energy Agency, both of them, of course, uniquely positioned to steer the global transformation of energy systems. So I'm going to welcome our speakers in just a moment, but before I do that, we do have an audience question for you, and it concerns the priorities that you believe that the IEA and IRENA should have. So we're asking you, what work areas should the IEA and IRENA prioritize? And please, if you are a registered user, use our Slido window to tell us what you think the main priorities should be. And as you see, this is a word cloud. We're starting to get some words, and we're going to come back to that in just a moment after I introduce our speakers and take a look at our word cloud. So I would like to begin by introducing Dr. Fatih Birol. He is Executive Director of the International Energy Agency and joins us remotely. And I'm also very pleased to welcome Francesco La Camera. He is Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA. And now, before we get a first input and presentation, let me just quickly go back to the Mentimeter word cloud. Wow, developed quickly, I must say. So we've got, of course, renewables at its center, which is appropriate given our topic here. We also have just transition high up there in terms of priorities. Long-term planning, hydrogen also emphasized here in our word cloud, and energy transition, of course, as well. And then a lot of other phrases being entered here: legislative framework, access to energy services, community energy, citizen energy, cooperation, infrastructure, and more. So, very good. Thank you very much. And we will now begin with a presentation by Francesco La Camera, who brings us the latest numbers on a net zero scenario, showing that the 1.5 degree goal is still technically and economically feasible. Please, Mr. La Camera, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be with you at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. Arena has been privileged to be part of the BATD since its establishment, and I'm delighted to be in this session again with my good friend Fatih Birol. This is an important annual milestone in the global energy discourse, and we are looking forward to the discussion over the coming few days. The BATD team energy event towards climate neutrality captured the essence of this moment in time. Science is clear. According to the IPCC Special Report 1.5, energy emission must reach zero in 2050. 45% of global greenhouse gas emission must be reduced by 2030 compared to 2010. We are entering the decade which will define whether we have a fighting chance in keeping temperature rise to 1 degrees. This reality is becoming clear to many. Despite the ongoing health crisis and economic difficulties, countries, regions, cities and companies continue to make ambitious commitment to climate action and net zero strategy. The funding of ARENA's World Energy Transition Outlook Preview we are launching today outline how the energy system must change to align with the 1.5 degree trajectory. Let me stress that the pathway is not easy, but fundamentally, the energy transition can be a great vehicle not only for decarbonization, but also for a new economy that is inclusive, prosperous, and resilient. As you can see from the slide, the window of opportunity, we say, is narrow. This is why ARENA 1.5 Celsius pathway prioritizes technologies available today, together with continued innovation, so that we can be deployed at scale by 2030 and make a meaningful shift towards a net zero energy system by 2050. We see 6 key avenues for emission reduction, with renewable, efficiency, and electrification provided for the bulk of CO2 abatement by 2050. Electricity becomes the main energy carrier. Please, next slide. The most important shift is the increasing use of low-cost renewable power to electrify end use like transport and heat. Electricity generation must expand threefold, with renewables providing 90% of the total supply by mid-century. Clearly, this is only achievable if supported by ambitious energy efficiency strategies. Let me also highlight that we consider green hydrogen to be a key solution in industry and transport. ARENA envisaged green hydrogen a major energy carrier and cost competitive with blue hydrogen by 2030 or before. This is a large task, but we have already entered this new energy reality. Financial markets are starting to shift towards sustainable energy assets. Please, next slide. For example, the share of the fossil fuel heavy energy sector in the US Standard Poor's Index dropped significantly from 13% a decade ago to below 3% today. In 2020, the Standard Poor's Clean Energy Index was up by 138%, compared to the fossil fuel heavy energy index, which was down by 37%. This trend will continue. But the 1.5 degree agenda requires a different speed and scale. So we go to the next slide and talk about investment. The plan in place envisages 98 US dollar trillions of investment by 2050. ARENA's outlook shows that an additional 33 US dollar trillion is required to align with 1.5 degrees. Government funds, including the short-term stimulus and recovery funds, can leverage private investment by a factor of 3 or 4. They must be used strategically to guide investment decisions towards energy transition priorities. ARENA outlook is also clear on what must not be done. As the UN Secretary General stressed a few days ago, we cannot continue to invest in polluting technology such as coal, especially in the power sector, if we want a fighting chance. All new coal projects in the pipeline should be abandoned for more sustainable solution. This means that $24 trillion of the planned investment must be redirected away from fossil fuel to energy transition technologies. The emerging system is not a full replacement. It is a new energy system based on decentralized technologies that take advantage of the digital solution, continued innovation, and low participation of many actors. This brings me to the final but critical point. The energy transition cannot longer be limited to technology choices or mitigation efforts. Please go to the next slide, or it is already there, thank you. Policy to support the growing deployment and integration of renewable energy must go hand in hand with measures to ensure that industrial and other economic capabilities are aligned with the development and climate objective. Labour market measures can help create a well-trained workforce and ensure people find jobs. Our last jobs review showed that 11.5 million people work in the renewable energy sector today. Investing in the transition will create 3 times more jobs than fossil fuels for each $1 million of spending. At the same time, social protection policies are essential to allow fossil fuel workers to retrain and develop new careers. Combined with these policies, support the structural shift while making sure that people and communities can thrive and that the economy are more inclusive, just, and resilient. In a few weeks, we will release a detailed socioeconomic footprint of the pathway I presented today, along with policy recommendation and analysis of financing sources. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ARENA Outlook showed that we need the highest level of commitment and ambition to make a rapid shift to 1.5-degree course. As I mentioned at the outset, the task is daunting, but we must try. 2021 will be an important year in the next decade. In 2021 will take place 2 important milestones for collective action: the UN high-level dialogue on energy in September and the COP26 in November. ARENA is playing its part on co-lead the energy transition track towards the high-level dialogue on energy and collaborating with the COP26 presidency for the full success of the conference. And this collective action is what we need. Many of you were part of the ARENA First Assembly, which took place 10 years ago. In April 2011, the agency had just 65 members. Within a decade, this number grew to 164 members and 20 countries in a session. And this global force moved renewables from niche to the center of the energy discourse. We have come a long way, and it's now the time to take this progress to the next level. Our shared future depends on it. Thank you very much. Back to you, my lady. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Director General, also for your emphasis there toward the end of your remarks on jobs and inclusion, because as we could see in our word cloud, climate justice on the minds of many of those who are listening to us here today. I have a question or two for you, but we're going to go first to Dr. Birol to hear what the IEA has been focusing on. And in fact, you have done quite a lot of work over this past year on the topic of building back better after the pandemic. So let's hear now what you have learned in terms of emissions and how we can accelerate clean energy transitions to reach net zero.
So many thanks for the invitation to International Energy Agency to share our views about the energy transitions and climate change. Yes, we made a lot of work on the Build Back Better, but we also said Build Back Better all together. So this all togetherness is important in terms of having everybody on board. So I would like to use a few reminders first, where we are today in terms of emissions. Because one of the things we said, you underlined, Madam Moderator, we said if the governments do not put the clean energies in their economic recovery packages, emissions will be there in the beginning of 2021 where they were before the COVID crisis. This was our rather nightmare scenario, because the emissions as a result of the economic downturn declined in the year 2020, about 6%, but we said, be careful, be careful. Emissions will rebound if the governments do not change their policies. Many colleagues thought that during the COVID crisis, the human beings had better hearts, better understanding of the energy and environmental issues, and they will not again use those emitting equipments, cars, installations, and others. We said, no, there is a need for government policies. There may be changes in the human behavior, but this will not be decisive. And unfortunately, we were right. We were right once again, because what we have seen as of December 2020, global emissions are higher than the year before. Emissions, yes, they declined throughout the COVID year, last year, but with the economies are recovering, they are back again higher than before the crisis. Why it is happening? Very simple, because many major economies around the world, their economies are recovering, and with the recovery of their economies, we are seeing their emissions are recovering as well. So in 2021, this year, we expect a strong rebound of the global emissions unless rapid and major policies are introduced by governments. So therefore, this is a reminder, in my view, in the absence of decisive government policies, emissions will not go down. And this highlights the importance of government policies. And in my view, the world might miss a historic opportunity to make the 2019 emissions as a peak, because we may well see emissions to rebound again this year and the years after, unless major policies are not put in place. So the IEA is doing everything we can at in our headquarters in Paris and with all the colleagues around the world to make sure that this year we are moving very strongly in terms of clean energy transitions. And I wanted to highlight 4 contributions that we are doing. First of all, at the end of this month, the UK COP presidency and the IEA jointly hosting a major net zero summit, 31st of March. Mr. Sharma and myself will chair this meeting, and we have all the key countries there, especially 4 major economies or emitters. Mr. Kerry from United States, the special envoy, Mr. Xi Shenhua, the Chinese top climate change envoy, Mr. Timmermans, Executive Vice President of EU, and Mr. R.K. Singh from India, Indian Minister. But in addition to that, we have more than 40 ministers, thought leaders, civil society, and others. We will not have a meeting to see our faces in the video, but we will see what kind of principles can be put in place that we all agree to enhance the international clean energy technology cooperation. The second contribution we have is on the critical minerals. The hopefully very rapid deployment of clean energy technologies imply a significant increase in the demand of some of the critical minerals, such as nickel, cobalt, manganese, and copper, many others. And with this, it raises questions, as some of those critical minerals are focused in a few countries in terms of supply, whether or not it will have any new energy security concerns. Or are there any concerns regarding how they are produced in terms of environmental and social footprint? And we are going to look, what does it mean? The increasing number of electric cars, windmills, solar panels, and the other clean energy technologies on the supply side in terms of critical minerals, whether or not this will put any pressure on the markets, on the energy world in terms of the prices, in terms of availability, in terms of energy security, and others. The third area, which I believe is the very critical area, clean energy transitions and the investments to foster that coming from Europe, North America is good, but this is far being from enough. Because when we look at the IES World Energy Outlook, a book that been around since almost 30 years, we all know that the more than 90% of the emissions are coming from emerging countries. The growth is coming from emerging countries. So, but if you look at the finance in clean energy in those countries, there is a big gap between what is happening in Europe, for example, and what is happening in emerging countries. How do we accelerate the finance in clean energy in emerging countries? It's a major work we are carrying out together with World Bank and the World Economic Forum. We are going to release in June. In my view, if we cannot solve this problem, it is one of the fault lines of our fight against climate change. Finally, we are working on our roadmap, world's roadmap on net zero by 2050. And I would like to give you some information on that. I finish my words. So we have started this last September 2020 with this work. We have huge modeling teams in the IEF for different issues, for World Energy Outlook, energy technology perspective, for renewables, all of them. I brought them together, and in September we started to model a net zero by 2050 energy world. And January 11, we have announced this with a huge press conference to the world, our plans for the IEA this year, including our world's roadmap to net zero by 2050. And we have been working with several institutions, modeling institutions around the world, with IPCC, with UK, US, Japan, China, European Commission, several of them, how to model best there, and to learn from their experiences, get their critics, get their views, in order to make a rigorous, a solid modeling framework. And recently, this month, we organized a webinar about 200 modelers around the world. We were very happy, colleagues from IPCC to US, China, India, everywhere. They were there. I was very happy to have also colleagues from IRENA joining to that meeting, and we got their wonderful views and their suggestions, which we are working on. Now, we also are going to, as I said, make this summit on 31st of March with the UK COP presidency, and we will get views from the world energy and climate leaders about the net zero 2050. We are going to our report. The first draft will go to peer reviewers around the world to get their feedback, what they think is right, what they think is wrong, how we can improve our work. And we are hoping, not hoping, we will, on 18th of May, we will release our report to international press with a press conference in Paris. And I should also tell you that this report is officially requested by the COP presidency in order to provide a basis for the discussions of the world leaders in COP in Glasgow in November. And as I said, this report will build a bridge. Between Paris and Glasgow, and we are very happy to support the COP presidency, UK presidency in that respect. Finally, Madam Moderator, what will we are trying to do in this report? Just three things. First of all, we want to assess the scale of the challenge here. We are going to look every single subsector existing in the world, subsector by subsector, what is required to bring their emissions to net zero. And we are going to assess the existing targets announced vis-à-vis the current situation those subsectors are in. Then we are going to map out a pathway. Our modeling context, when we built with the ETP and World Energy Outlook, other modeling coming together for this very important assignment, we have more than 800 different technologies we are assessing one by one, and we are looking what kind of key milestones the world needs in order to reach those targets. For example, when do we in the world need to ban sales of the internal combustion engine cars worldwide? Last one. Or until when the world can bear to build an iron steel plant run by fossil fuels? So key milestones for the governments in order to give them a more concrete picture of the task they have in front of them. And these will be actionable, not in the air, but actionable policy advice for the governments on a sector by sector basis. And we will also discuss the implications. For example, oil sector. Today we consume about 100 million barrels per day of oil. It will go down sharply. What are the implications for the oil industry? What are the implications for the current car manufacturers around the world and those workers? We are going to discuss those things, but also the emerging opportunities coming from these transitions will be a part of it. We also going to discuss the wider implications. We are working with the International Monetary Fund as well as other institutions, and we have built a global commission on the people-centered economic, people-centered clean energy transitions under the chairmanship of the Prime Minister of Denmark, Mrs. Mette Frederiksen, having some 25 leaders around the world. We will look at the implications on the societies, because we think the clean energy transitions should be as a result of the support coming from the people, not despite the people. People shouldn't think that the clean energy transitions will take their jobs from them, energy prices will go higher, or energy security will be in question. So we have to assure them, therefore, we put the people at the center of the clean energy transitions. So as such, we are ready for this year's plans and this year's and beyond. And it is great to make a contribution to the BETD meeting once again, together with my dear colleague Francesco La Camera. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Birol, also for your emphasis on the need to leverage financing for the green transition in developing and emerging economies, underlining a message we also heard from Patricia Espinosa there, and a subject that we will be picking up on later in the dialogue. Gentlemen, we have exactly 1 minute left on the clock. I do have one super short follow-up for each of you with the request literally for a 2-sentence answer. First of all, to Director General La Camera, if I may. You've emphasized time is running out. We've heard that from lots of other speakers. You've also told us you now have a very wide membership. How do you want to translate your findings into practice on the ground? 2 sentences.
First sentence is trying to collaborate closely with all our member states and put them in contact with the private company under our collaborative framework that we have open for all the teams that are energy transition relevant. The other aspect is working on the climate investment platform that we launched last year with UNDP, C4All, in collaboration with the Green Climate Fund. We have more than 300 partners, all the multilateral financial institutions, the most important companies, develop agency, development bank. I hope that we have already a pipeline of 200 energy transition-related projects. We hope that we can make the finance arrive where it's more needed. Thanks to you.
Thank you so much, Director General. And now back over to Fatih Birol. Same request, if you'd be so kind. Looking toward the COP26, looking at political momentum in 2021, are you optimistic or pessimistic?
I am definitely optimistic. There are 3 reasons for that. Many countries are putting strong pledges to have a carbon neutrality in 2050 or a bit later. And the political momentum is very strong. And with the United States coming soon, joining this group, will make the political momentum even stronger. The second reason I am optimistic because the several clean energy technologies are getting cheaper and also affordable in many, many parts of the world. We are seeing this is a great opportunity. People will go for these options, solar or wind or efficiency solutions, not only to save the world, but simply because they are cheaper. This is the second reason. And third reason, I see the youth is behind this very strong momentum. And I have seen, when we look at the last 50 years, the political history of the world, if the world's youth come together, and they are coming together, they can be a strong engine of the change. And because of these 3 reasons, I believe I am an optimistic man, and the COP26 will result in good and unmistakable direction for the investors around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Birol. And indeed, we heard some very powerful youth voices here earlier today. I'm very grateful to both of you for being with us for our traditional Green Sofa Dialogue, this time around in virtual form. All the best, gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, we go straight over now to our hub, to my esteemed colleague, Jennifer Porto, who is going to tell us what's going on over there.
Hi, Melinda, and it's such a pleasure to see the virtual Green Sofa in action. We'll get right to our next studio session. Joining me now is Dr. Jochen Eickholt. He is a member of the Executive Siemens Energy. Dr. Eickholt, welcome. It's such a pleasure to have you here with us live in our hub.
Thank you very much.
The first question that I'd like to ask you is, of course, the theme of this year's BETD is decarbonization. Now, Siemens Energy may be new to the stock exchange, but it's an established company that has long had a focus on fossil fuel power generation. So what can you contribute to the topic of decarbonization?
Well, I think quite a lot. Starting a little bit with our own and most recently refined policy, we would like to become climate neutral in our own operations until 2030. And we also want to make sure that the electricity we use is going to be green by 2023. Perhaps more interestingly, the portfolio we have is already quite decarbonized. More than 50% of our portfolio is green in that sense. We have to understand in this context that we are the majority shareholder of Siemens Gamesa, and Siemens Gamesa Renewable Energies is one of the leading suppliers of wind solutions. We are the number one in the global markets offshore, and we are in most other areas either a number two or a number three. So I believe we are quite prominently positioned, and offshore, in our view, is increasingly relevant for the future. We also have a strong pillar of our company based on the transmission technologies. Transmission technologies are about switching, non-switching products and in the voltage arena. And it's clear from our perspective that this transmission technology will be increasingly important because the distance between energy generation and energy consumption will be increasing and sometimes also will be changing over time. So transmission has a very important role. In this context, it's also relevant that we not only discussing the transmission of energy as such, but we also have to care about the stability of the grid. And in this context, right now, I'm actually here joining in the session from Mülheim in Germany. We have signed a cooperation with one of our customers on the development of new grid stabilization technologies. So that will be of highest relevance for us. But also then in the more fossil elements of our portfolio, times are changing. We are focusing on green technologies mostly when it comes to the portfolio which we have in industrial applications, as we call it, so process technologies, but gas. There, electrification and carbon-free or decarbonizing technologies play a vital role. And with that, this is an offer which can be compliant with the requirements of our customers, such as BP or Shell or Total or BASF or others. And then we still have the field of conventional power generation. Please bear in mind that we still, in the context of energy transition, have the switch from coal to something else. And in this context, we have to understand that the change is massive. In Europe alone, it's going to be 160 gigawatts or so. And this has to be happening at short time frames. And therefore, we still understand clean and cleaner gas technologies for power generation also as the answer to that. So in total, our portfolio is already quite clean and will become even cleaner in our sense in the near future.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eickholt. What you've talked about is more or less the status quo, but what's next? What future technologies are you counting on? We haven't even talked yet about hydrogen or power to X yet.
No, thanks. That's a good keyword. Many sectors, many industrial sectors still rely on fossil fuels like transportation or shipping, aviation. And in our view, in the future, that will change. Power to X will make the transition also there possible. And in many cases, that has to do with either hydrogen or technologies and fuels related to that. For instance, synthetic fuels. We currently are heavily engaged in projects like in Aruni, that is a site in Chile. And there we have a setup where from renewable sources, in the end of the day, synthetic fuels are going to be, it's a little bit of a prototype project because some of these technologies are still about to be scaled up. But it's working such that the renewable sources will provide the energy for electrolysis in order to then kind of split the water into its components. And also with the help of additional compression and gas compression technologies, CO2 will be separated from the air in order to, in the end of the day, form, together with green hydrogen, synthetic methanol. In the pilot phase, we plan to produce some 130,000 liters of e-fuels, such early as 2022. Perhaps not that significant so far, but in 2024, we plan to have that 55 million liters of e-fuel, and in 2026, we plan that to be 550 million liters of e-fuel. So in our perspective, this is clearly one demonstrating project with quite a commercial background, which makes us understand where the journey is going. And we believe there will be also similar projects like this in the future.
Thank you very much. I've got a third question for you. Globally, we're seeing intense discussions about the right technology. Could you briefly let me know which technology or technologies you think will prevail?
Well, that's certainly one of the most difficult questions. We believe the future is going to be slightly more complex than the past was. In the past, you had a kind of power there and some energy consumption to the power plant. That will change. But when it comes to the setups, we tend to believe that the concept of an urban region, or in most cases an urban region, plays a role where we have a combination of various kinds of technologies. We will have renewables like photovoltaics, but also wind, helping with the provision of renewable energy, green energy in that sense. We will have the application of gas turbines, which are then run not on natural gas as it is perhaps today, but there will be a fueling with the help of hydrogen, which may go up to 70 or 80 or 100%, depending a little bit also on the commercial conditions there. We will have to apply certain storage technologies. Heat is going to play a central role in many areas. Electrical power is used to generate heat, and therefore we feel that, for instance, when it comes to the heat needed for domestic households, clear concepts around district heating will play a much bigger role than in the future. So the picture is complex. It's going to be about individual solutions for regions which are in discussion. Also, that is true for industrial sites. And in our perspective, it is of utmost importance that you have the choice of those technologies and can apply the technologies individually and as needed at the point in time when it's needed. So it's a mix. Unfortunately, no simple answer really is possible.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eickholt, for your insights into this very complex theme. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you very much for joining us live today. And now I would like to go to Rebecca, who will be joining us from Studio 2, to talk a little about what's been happening in the Twitter sphere. Rebecca, are you there?
Absolutely. Hello from the social media studio. Yes, thank you so much for your great engagement already this morning. I will give you a short wrap-up and give you some highlights on what's going on Twitter that refers to the keynote speeches we could hear. So the first one was about these determining but also quite empowering words of German Foreign Minister Heiko Maas. For example, one quote was, "We are the last generation that can prevent the climate collapse. We are not powerless." And then another tweet saying, "The yes, we can attitude is what we need for the energy transition." We also heard German Economic Minister highlighting the affordability of renewable energy by saying, "Today, renewable energy is available for market prices. We couldn't really imagine that 20 years ago." And then we had a lot of support and applause from our young activists. They got really a lot of support and likes and retweets for their strong and brave words. So far from my side, and I pass back to you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to make sure you participate. There's our hashtag BETD21. Please make sure that you use that, whether you're on Twitter, if you're on Instagram or on LinkedIn. And if you are in our virtual platform, you can join in and chat with other registered members. There should be a tab there that says networking. Go ahead and take advantage of that. Melinda, that's all that we've got from the Hub right now. I'd like to pass back to you in the Weltsaal for our next panel. the green recovery. So back to Melinda in the Weltsaal.
The outbreak of COVID-19 induced a collapse in national GDP growth rates. Governments face exceptionally high levels of debt. The challenge of climate change persists. All this calls for innovative financing tools, from capital markets to the green recovery. Find out more about the most efficient tools of the finance sector in the session to come.
Welcome back to the Weltsaal, ladies and gentlemen. As the first wave of the pandemic was breaking over the world, one often heard reference to the famous injunction by Winston Churchill, never waste a good crisis. And certainly the pandemic has sparked a crisis on multiple levels. COVID-19 is not only a health and humanitarian crisis, of course, but also an economic one, with many countries facing serious recession and unprecedented levels of debt. And yet at the same time, an opportunity has emerged, as our film just pointed out, to build back better, using recovery programs to green our post-pandemic economies will, however, require unlocking billions, not only in public, but also in private sector spending. And how we leverage that capital is the topic of this panel on financing the green recovery. And of course, we've heard mention of that topic several times in our sessions so far. We want to explore innovative financial tools. We want to ask whether capital markets are correctly identifying and pricing ESG instruments. And we want to explore who needs to do what to foster green investment strategies. We've got an outstanding panel, but before I introduce them, I just want to ask you to please weigh in on our audience poll. You already see it up on your screens, I think. We're asking the question, financing the green recovery should primarily be the role of, and we have the choice, governments or capital markets, and far and away the most of you, but the majority of you see this apparently as a public sector responsibility. We do have a few more votes coming in now for capital markets. I am going to introduce our speakers with short intros as usual to make the most of our time later on, and then we'll come back and take one more look at how that poll turned out. And dear speakers, by the way, I'm also going to ask that you try to give us answers as concise as possible, meaning 2 to 3 minutes maximum per statement, because again, I'm very, very eager to make the most of our interaction and hopefully also to bring in audience questions. And dear audience, you can pose those using the chat function. If you are a registered user, you'll see that chat function on this live stream window. So now it is my pleasure to introduce our speakers. I think we're missing one, but I'm just going to go ahead and read off all of the names and titles right now, and hopefully we'll have all of you with us shortly. It's a pleasure to welcome ENG Halazawati. She is Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources from Jordan. Great to have you with us. Arifin Taslif is Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources for Indonesia. Welcome. Dr. Elnur Sultanov is Deputy Minister of Energy for Azerbaijan. Great to have you with us as well. Adam Griborje-Chetvertinsky is not with us yet. We're hoping he will be joining us shortly. He's the Undersecretary of State for the Ministry of Climate and Environment in Poland. And finally, very good to have with us Walburga Hemmetsberger. She's the Chief Executive Officer of Solar Power Europe with extensive experience working with the financial sector. So let's take a really quick look once again at those results of that audience poll just to see how the balance came out between the public sector and capital markets. And look at that, it evened out considerably. 45% of you saying capital markets should play a primary role in financing the green recovery. 55% thinks governments need to be the leaders on that. So let me now move straight away into a discussion with our panel, and I'd like to ask each of you, to talk about what your country or your organization is doing to leverage financing for the green transition. So to the political leaders on the panel, and then I'll come a bit later to Madam Hemmetsberger, to the political leaders, what are the most efficient mechanisms for greener investment strategies? There's a whole panoply of tools out there: green bonds, public-private partnerships, support for R&D, or something else. Please tell us how you see it, and I'll start with Jordan. Minister from Jordan, please.
Good day to everybody. I hope that you and your families are doing well, especially in this COVID pandemic, which caused a shock for all of us, individuals, companies, and countries. Let me go directly to answer the question, but just to give you an idea, what have we done in the previous 5 years, which led us to go from nearly null or very little renewable energy to around 20% by 2020. And this is a success story, and it has been told as a success story for a green energy around. With regards to financing, we think that it is, of course, one of the main enablers. What we have done, first, for large-scale, utility-scale projects, many of the international financing institutions came to Jordan and funded so many projects, utility-scale projects. And this financing amounted around $3.9 billion that has been invested in renewable energy in Jordan during the past 5 years. And this was really successful, and this was happened mainly because also our regulations helped these financing institutions to come to Jordan and made that all happen. In addition, our Central Bank of Jordan played a big role by also giving loans to local banks, which facilitated giving loans to consumers who were keen to build renewable energy systems. And the interest rates, the duration of the loan was really backed by the Central Bank of Jordan, which led Jordan to achieve a lot during the past years. And that was led by the business investment climate in Jordan. One more thing which I believe is a success story in Jordan, we call it the JREEF, which is the Jordan Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Fund, which targeted small consumers. So we spread awareness by funding, by helping small consumers go to energy efficiency, go to renewable energy. So we pitched in with a percentage of building these systems, which spread renewable energy, be it through generating electricity, solar water heaters, energy efficiency in schools, mosques, factories, households. All this we were able to do, and I hope this would be replicated in other countries. One last thing, the partnership between public and private sectors was very important for the progress we achieved during the past years, and hopefully we will continue to achieve in the coming years.
Minister Zawati, let me just say a very quick hello to the Undersecretary of State from Poland, who has now joined us. Great to have you with us as well. We're talking at the moment in our first round of questions and answers about what each country or organization is doing to leverage financing for the energy transition. But I'll come back to you shortly. I'm going to go first of all to the Minister from Indonesia, Mr. Tasrif, to answer the same question. So what you're doing to leverage finance and what you consider to be the most important instruments available for you as a political leader.
Well, thank you. Our government, our finance ministry, we have issued already the Green Islamic Fund, Green Islamic Bond. We call it Sukuk in February 18 and put Indonesia on the map by becoming the first Asian country to do so. The bond raised to 1.25 billion and then was used to fund several environmentally friendly projects. The ministry issued also another one in February 2019, worth around $2 billion in the local green bond market, state-owned infrastructure financing company, PT SMI, became the first issuer of a corporate green bond in Indonesia, which was issued in July 9, 2018. The company was committed to utilizing 100% of the proceeds for green projects such as LRT project, mini hydropower plants, and then also in the next coming years, the financing from SMI itself can be used to support the development of our renewable energy, such as geothermal power plant. In Indonesia itself, we have several programs that we do, such as we define the primary final energy substitution, utilizing existing technology. For instance, we use B30 biofuel for firing, and then for the revised RDF project, we also converting fossil primary energy conversion. We convert diesel power plant or coal power plant into renewable energy, biogas or pellet for cooking. Also, we increase renewable energy capacity to meet the new demand, focusing on the development of solar power plants and utilization of non-electric new renewable energy, non-biofuel, acceleration of battery electric vehicle program for road transportation, and also energy efficiency program. Of course, those kind of programs need a support, need a financial support. So we have to simplify our regulation here, easy licensing, and then providing several incentives such as tax allowance and tax holiday. So we are welcoming foreign investor to come to our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go straight on to the Deputy Minister of Energy from Azerbaijan, Dr. Sultanov. Please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chairperson, the distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. The new debate in Azerbaijan is the newly signed decree by the President of Azerbaijan, His Excellency, Mr. Ilham Aliyev, which sets national priorities for the country, and one of those national priorities is to turn Azerbaijan into a clean environment and a green growth economy. And we are very excited about that. Another set goal by the President of Azerbaijan is to have to achieve 30% in the installed capacity in the power production in the country by renewable energy. And we are working very hard in that direction as well. And Azerbaijan is also on its way to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 35% by 2030, and we are pretty sure that we are going to achieve that goal too. In December 2020, the agreements on wind power plant project with a capacity of 240 megawatt have been signed between the government of Azerbaijan and ACWA Power of Saudi Arabia. In the meantime, the implementation agreement has been signed with Masdar to develop and finance 230 megawatt solar photovoltaic project, and we are looking forward to sign investment agreements in coming months. Thus, around $500 million worth of FDI will be channeled to the renewable energy sector in Azerbaijan through these projects in the coming years. There is also ongoing cooperation with BP, the largest investor in Azerbaijan's oil and gas sector, in the integrated and decarbonized energy and mobility systems. A pilot project to install floating solar panels is also being implemented with the support of the Asian Development Bank. In general, the country's renewable energy potential is high, and currently holding auctions to attract investors to renewable energy projects is another area of focus. At the same time, a legislative and regulatory framework is being established to develop the renewable energy sector and increase energy efficiency in the country. All these steps are aiming to establish transparent and predictable market rules for investors, domestic and foreign alike, in order to attract more private financing to the sector. Recent liberation of long-time occupied territories of Azerbaijan opened new opportunities for sustainable peace and development in the region. Transformation of the liberated territories into a green energy zone has been identified as one of the main goals by President Ilham Aliyev. The participation of foreign investors in the development of Karabakh's green and smart cities and villages with cutting-edge technologies promises beneficial prospects for everyone. In short, we understand that due to COVID challenge, we are going through tough economic times, which does not help with the plans regarding green growth. But as the example of Azerbaijan shows, hard work, close, intensive, transparent, and endless dialogue and cooperation with domestic stakeholders and potential investors, foreign and domestic alike, seem to produce desirable outcomes. And this is really what we see as the main factor, the main approach for the challenges that we are facing, and the outcomes we are acquiring are quite commendable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And before I go to Poland's Undersecretary of State, just a really quick word to you, dear ladies and gentlemen in the audience. If you're a registered user, please do send us your questions. I'm eager to try to get them into the panel as well, so you can use the chat function to do that. And now it's my pleasure to go to Adam Griborje-Chetvertinsky, hope I more or less pronounced that correctly, sir, for a very quick response, if you would, on what Poland is doing, both to leverage financing for the green energy transition and also on what instruments you view as most crucial and effective to that purpose.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. And I'm very sorry for Mr. Kotyka, who could not be with us today because of being requested by the Prime Minister on another meeting. But I'm happy to present you a few perspectives from our side. And I must say that the transformation of the Polish energy system will be even more challenging than pronouncing my name. You can, but we are sure that with the energy policy that we have adopted earlier this year in the government, that sets a clear path towards reduction of emission intensity in the energy sector in particular, and the transformation of our energy mix, that we have, as I said, a clear path towards achieving our goals as Poland, as the EU, and as the international community, also under the Paris Agreement. And if we want to deliver on the Green Deal in the EU, to achieve at the EU level climate neutrality, we really need to have very concrete actions and investments identified. We cannot really talk about increasing our reduction targets without proposing an action plan for the implementation of that target and financial support that will allow each member states to transform. Because if we don't do so, the targets will only remain on paper. And what we want is to actually be able to achieve those targets. We see these reforms as well as an opportunity to create an impulse for the development of our economies, and we need to use it this way. But we also have to mitigate the risks associated with the transformation and the specific challenges that each country face. And in our case, but it's not challenges that are uncommon, and there are also existing in other countries. We see huge challenges with the risk of rising energy poverty, connected to increased energy costs with the transformation, and also job losses, in particular in the regions most relying today on fossil fuel extraction. And this is why these mechanisms that would be key in preventing less wealthy countries from incurring disproportionate costs related to climate transformation are key. If we want to be successful in achieving our increased ambitions and target, we also must gain social acceptance for our decisions and avoid any possible negative impacts of the policies we are implementing. Especially in these times of crisis, we should make sure that the policies we implement will not create an additional burden, in particular on the poorest of our citizens, but instead will offer new opportunities for growth and employment for the benefit of all of our citizens. If we want to achieve the goals of the Green Deal, we must first ensure that the production of cheap and clean energy, we must ensure that we can reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and develop further renewable energy. We want businesses and homes to switch away from fossil fuel-based energy sources, and people to make different choices about what they buy and how they live. Increasing outlays for the green economy and costly investments can also only be carried out in a stable regulatory environment, and therefore we develop strategies and set clear timelines for the transformation of the energy system, taking into account the specificities of our country. And we have developed at national level a wide array of programs such as My Electricity, My Water, on the green public transport, clean air, which provide financial and technical support for individuals, local governments, and companies in the implementation of the transformation goals. And we've seen, for instance, with this program I mentioned, My Electricity, with a budget of about 250 million euros that has been supporting the installation of the micro installations of photovoltaic panels in households. A gigantic success of the program with today approximately 400,000 prosumers, about 4 gigawatt of installed capacity. And we expect that by 2030, thanks to the support scheme and falling costs, there will be even 1 million prosumers. And we are working as well on appropriate transformation plans for the regions most affected by the transformation, today relying on fossil fuel extraction for a big part of their economy, to develop in those regions new sectors, new activities connected with the transformation. And soon we will be ready. We are currently in the phase of public consultations with public hearings planned later this month on the National Recovery Plan to use the resources mobilized at EU level in the frame of the Next Generation EU program, of which 37% will be used for climate-related expenditures. And we want to allocate these resources to further support innovation, green energy, and measures to protect the climate and clean air. And these measures will largely support, therefore, investments in energy efficiency, in renewable energy sources, and in zero-emission public transportation. So this is, in a nutshell, the main direction of our plans, but happy to take part in a discussion and answer a few questions.
Thank you very much for that, Under Secretary of State. And let us now move to a private sector voice, to the CEO of Solar Power Europe. And if you like, perhaps a double question. Let's start with what your organization is doing to leverage finance funding for the green energy transition. And then after that, I have a question or two about market pricing of green and sustainable instruments. But let's start with Solar Power Europe and what you're doing.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the introduction, and thanks for inviting me. Maybe I should start first with telling you who Solar Power Europe is. So we're the European Association representing the whole value chain of solar PV in Europe and beyond. We have more than 230 members. Let me start by saying, and that's a very positive message I can bring, is that solar has shown a great resilience during that crisis. Solar market has not only grown a little bit, but it has grown with double digits by 11%, and we added 18% of 18 gigawatt of solar in Europe. And the global picture looks very similar. At the same time, without the crisis, it could have been more and it should have been more. And we now have the opportunity really to turn this crisis into sustainable growth. And I couldn't agree more with you, Under Secretary of State Czetwerczynski, that creating jobs and providing for social acceptance is really very important. Governments can do a lot when it comes to the recovery. Recovery plans are important. In Europe, we are happy that the Recovery and Resilience Facility will disperse 672 billion in grants and loans that should go into green investments. And there's a big opportunity here to invest in the lowest cost energy source, which is solar, boost utility scale solar, roll out solar rooftop storage programs, and in general, promote electrification. But I acknowledge, and now I'm coming to your question, that governments are also strained what they can do. So what governments can do in any way and how they can help private investments in private investments to go green is first of all to provide a stable regulatory framework which is decreasing the costs of finance, and also accelerate permitting procedures for renewable projects. And as Solar Power Europe, we're very much working on helping to provide the right framework conditions so that it is possible to have these projects developed and provide for financing. In this respect, we are also engaging very much in the discussion about the definition of sustainable finance. I do think this is a very important point. So we want to make sure that we will have a meaningful label in Europe which is guiding investors to finance real green investments. But we also help to identify financial mechanisms which can help to boost green finance. So policymakers will not be able to do it alone when it comes to the framework. And there's a joint role of markets and policymakers, as your poll also has shown in the very beginning. So there are in particular three opportunities I would like to highlight here when it comes to finance. Sustainable and green bonds, they have been mentioned by some of my predecessors as speakers. They can effectively scale up sustainable infrastructure. Commercial financial institutions are increasingly making commitments towards the sustainability goals. A second opportunity is guarantee mechanisms. Projects must be bankable. Guarantees are very helpful to attract appropriate funding. For example, what we see in Europe is that the Spanish government has recently announced financial support schemes for corporates seeking power purchase agreements that will include credit risk guarantees to help drive these investments. Similar in Norway, where there's also for energy intensive companies and the buyer consortiums, public guarantee scheme, which are supported by the Norwegian Export Credit Guarantee Agency. And last but not least, in emerging markets, what we see is really helpful is blended finance, a key enabler of accelerating capital flows towards renewable energy.
Thank you very much. Then just one quick follow-up question from me, and it does go to the point that you spoke to briefly, essentially regarding green and sustainable instruments and their reliability. How can we overcome what appear to be pricing inaccuracies or distortions on the capital markets? One of the leading members of the board of the European Central Bank spoke to this last year, saying that they see real market failure in terms of pricing some of these instruments. What needs to happen to change that?
So I do think that financial markets are key to accelerate the energy transition towards a low-carbon economy. So after the pandemic, we have seen increase in bond issuance, but we do think that this steady increase in recent years is still very little when it comes to the great universe of green bonds which are out there. So they're vanishing small still. So in spite of the exponential surge in investor demand for green assets over the past years, so we do think that there's an unparalleled opportunity to boost the green financial markets and help reduce the costs of transitioning towards a low carbon economy. Having said that, we do think that ESG investing strategy can offer higher returns as well. And it is really a misconception we see out there that you have to be willing to give up returns in order to invest responsibly.
Thank you very much. So let me now go back to our political leaders on the panel. We've just heard Madam Hemmetsberger talking about the importance of cooperation between the public and private sector, and clearly our audience poll, I think the Undersecretary of State from Poland may have missed it, but we did an audience poll asking who essentially needs to be the main driver on financing the green energy transition, and it came out 55% public sector, 45% private sector. So a clear perception also amongst those following us in the audience that this has to be a joint endeavor. Therefore, I'd like to ask all of the policy leaders to say a little bit about how you are cooperating with the private sector, what you're doing to leverage private investment, and where you face challenges. And I'll go down the panel in the exact same order, so starting with the Minister from Jordan.
With regards to the cooperation between public and private sector, and I believe without that cooperation, we wouldn't have reached where we reached today. Just as a figure, so we're saying 20% of our electricity today is coming from renewables, and that is around 2,063 megawatts today of installed capacity. And this is huge for Jordan, for Jordan's electric system. This wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the cooperation between public and private sector. And mainly, there were so many PPAs signed with the private sector. Up to today, we have around 31 power purchase agreements that were signed. And if it wasn't for the international financing institutions behind these private companies and the financing they've got, we wouldn't be where we are today. And that was actually private-public cooperation, because the public is from the government side, but there was also the private companies who were working on renewable energy, and the international financing institutions. In addition, I would add that we had a great role at the beginning, because today it's like our 6th year after we started incorporating renewable energy in our system. It started in 2014, and look at the jump from 2014 nearly 1% of renewable energy used to feed our system, and today it's 20%. So it's a huge jump. So what we did, the Central Bank of Jordan helped private sector and consumers through the local banks to get some loans that were easy, 10 years tenor, 1% interest rate to the banks, and so on. This all also helped in the penetration of renewable energy in Jordan. And by the way, the business climate in Jordan for renewable energy investments is considered to be the best in the MENA region. We ranked among the top 3 on Bloomberg's climate scope, and this is really important for us. And if we consider that financing is one key pillar for the advancement of renewable energy, then we must have been doing something right in that regard.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I do, in fact, have an audience question essentially underlining the same question. The question is this: how would you stimulate private citizens' investments to stimulate the transition without putting a burden on public budgets? Let me go now to Minister Tasrif. And dear speakers, let me just say we have very little time left on the clock, so short answers are welcome.
Thank you. Indonesia, we've been used our source of clean energy such as geothermal. But geothermal, as you maybe know, that the cost to produce electricity from geothermal is quite costly due to the risk of the fail of the exploration and the infrastructures, something like that. So what we do right now, we're preparing such kind of tariff for each kind of renewable that we can generate in our country. So recently, our energy mix of renewable is about 10% from our 62 gigawatt capacity of power plant, and we intend to increase in 2025. To be 23% of energy mix. So, in order to support that, we also provide not such kind of instruments, such as like Sustainable Development Goal of Indonesia 1, which combines public and private funds through blended finance schemes to channel into infrastructure projects related to achievement of the SDGs. SDG Indonesia 1 includes 4 types of pillars that are tailored to appetite of donors and investors, namely development facilities, de-risking facilities, financing facilities, and equity fund. The platform aims to raise funding from investors, donors, and philanthropists. The other one is green fiscal stimulus to bridge the national economic recovery towards economic transformation through green economy. Recently, for the transition, our government program is to convert our diesel fuel power generation, which is installed in the outer and remote island. Maybe you already know that we have 16,000 islands along the countries, where 6,000 of it is the inhabitants. There are 5,200 diesel power generation spread it in the 2,300 locations all over the remote areas. So what we do now, we are identifying what kind of renewable resource which is available over there that we can utilize in the future, and then let the people running that and the government guarantee the purchase of the electricity. Mm-hmm. So in this case, we are expecting the growth of those areas due to the electricity, due to the availability of electricity, then the activity of the economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll move on now to Deputy Minister Sultanov from Azerbaijan. Key ways that you're cooperating with the private sector and what you see as the most important opportunities there.
Thank you, Dr. Crane, for the great question. I think, as I was trying to set my speech around, we are again looking forward to bringing about $500 million USD in coming 4 to 5 years to Azerbaijan to renewable energy sector, to one wind power, more than 200 megawatts, and one solar power station. And I think the most important thing there was, as you implied, states are really good at things that states are good at, and the firms and private sector is really good at the things that they are good at. So states govern well, and the private sector knows market very well. They know how to invest. They know the value of their dollars. They know how to maximize their returns. And states are really should be dealing with regulatory framework, and the private investors should be left with things that are related to the market. I think this is what happened in Azerbaijan. I believe that we were very clear about, and I think it's also important, perhaps a third element also related to the state's role, that there should be a clear vision and strategic goal, which was set by the president of the country in our case. And then it was very clear what our the Minister of Energy's mandate was. And with that mandate, we tried to create the most transparent environment and an environment for endless dialogue. And that kind of gave and created an environment for trust, for bonding, for transparency, where everybody was involved. And it's not just about investors from the country or abroad. It's also about domestic stakeholders, which is a great deal of factor when you have to settle all the differences and come to a conclusion. So I think, and again, we are looking forward. The final investment decision haven't been made yet, but we are looking forward to that. We are almost sure that it will be a success story very soon. And again, it was about states setting strategic goal and creating an environment, regulatory environment, and also guarantees. Like in terms of investment, it's the private sector that brings in the FDI, but the government, of course, guarantees the purchase and guarantees any fluctuations in terms of the national currency and all the issues. Regulation guarantees strategic vision by the state, and calculation, bankability issues vis-a-vis private sector, I think, is set to produce great outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do have another audience question that's come in, so I'm going to ask both Undersecretary of State Grzegorz Chetvertinsky and also CEO of Solar Power Europe, Madam Hemmetsberger, to comment briefly on this, if you would. The question is this, or first a comment, then a question. Blended finance tools are important to steer private capital into high-risk markets, but they're not a catch-all solution, says our questioner. And then the question, especially SMEs, don't they need guidance to access new tools? So perhaps first of all to you, Undersecretary of State, what are you doing to help small and medium-sized enterprises also in succeeding in the energy transition? Because of course, so much of what we're talking about does rest on their shoulders. The energy transition is often all about decentralized, smaller private sector actors. So what can you do to support them?
Well, first of all, I must say I quite agree with the comment in general that the instruments that we have to use as states to help the economy to develop the technologies, the solutions we need to reach our climate targets are very different depending on the size of the investments, depending on the problems we are facing, and different types of instruments may be used. Regarding the support to SMEs, one of the things that we have started doing in Poland is in particular supporting innovation in SMEs to help all these companies, for instance, connected with the traditional industrial activities, traditional fossil fuel extraction, transform their activities, develop new products that would be answering to the needs of other sectors Very often, these companies have a very strong technical competences, very strong industrial asset base, and need help to develop new products, new solutions that are useful on the path to climate neutrality, and that will respond to growing investment needs that we will face as a society. And this is one, for instance, one of the ways that we can support these investments. But another significant instrument that we use also to maximize the effect of the public resources engaged in this effort is de-risking. It was already mentioned before, and it can be done in a number of ways. But for instance, this is what we did with our recent law on offshore wind investments, offering a contract for difference for investors to reduce significantly the risk and make it easier for them to finance the investments on the regular banking market, and to find and to mobilize, therefore, private resources to face the investment cost by just offering this additional, say, safety net from the side of the state to minimize the risks incurred by the investors.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary of State. And Walburga Hemmetsberger, we're just about out of time, but if you could speak to the point about SMEs, the question that was posed there by a member of the audience, I'd be very grateful to you. But briefly, if you would, thank you.
Thank you very much. I couldn't agree more that de-risking is one of the key elements we would have to look at. As I already said in my introductory remarks, credit risk guarantees help to drive investments, because what we see today is that big corporates are investing in renewables, on-site renewables, in PPAs, but we're working today more on SMEs in order to also get them on board, and credit risk guarantees play a major role, but it's also about really making it easier for not just SMEs, but for citizens in general to invest. And that relates very much also to permits granting. That is a topic where governments would have to speed up permitting in order to help citizens and SMEs to invest in renewable projects. Try to be very short.
Thank you very much for doing so. That brings us in just about on time. Dear speakers, many, many thanks to you for this very interesting, thought-provoking discussion on how we leverage those billions in public and private investment that will be needed if we want to succeed with the green energy transition and decarbonize our economies by 2050. So many thanks to all of you. We go back now to the hub, ladies and gentlemen, to find out what's going on over there. And after that, dear ladies and gentlemen, you have a crucial choice to make, because we will in fact have parallel sessions. So Jennifer is going to tell us a little bit more, both about what's happening right now in the hub and how you get to the Europasaal if you choose to attend that parallel session. Over to you, Jennifer.
Hi, Melinda, thank you so much. Welcome back to the Hub, ladies and gentlemen. We just heard that panel on financing the green recovery, and it only makes sense now that we talk to some individuals from the green banking sector. I think up first, I'd like to start with Bianca de Bruijn van der Graag. Hello and welcome. Ms. de Bruijn is head of the real estate financing for ENG DIBA. Thank you so much for joining us.
For having me.
Well, the BETD is, of course, all about the energy transition. As a bank representative, how do you understand the role of banks and banking within the larger context of the energy transition?
Well, if I look at my own company, ING, we are a global bank. We are active in over 40 countries, and we have billions flowing through our books. And that means that we have a huge opportunity, but also a huge responsibility to try to make an impact for the better. And for us, that's more than just mitigating harm. We try to bring aspects of fighting climate change into our dialogue with clients and also in the financing decisions. And we try to play a role when it comes to financing the change, sharing knowledge, really seeking this active dialogue with the clients, and also using our innovation skills. And for us, being sustainable needs to be part of all the choices that we make as a lender, as a partner, and also through all the services that we offer to our customers.
Thank you very much. I just learned about your Terra approach, and what that does is it tries to steer your loan books in the direction of the 2015 Paris Agreement. Can you explain a little bit about the bank's main goals and its current main sustainability approaches?
Yes, sure. And actually the idea is to try to go well below the Paris Agreement. And what we've done since we started doing this is we started measuring and really steering our loan book. And we financed quite some billions in energy projects, and that goes to wind farms, to solar energy, geothermal power, energy efficiencies in buildings or production lines, electric vehicles, bio-based plastics, or waste or water treatment. And the interesting thing there is that we really search for an active dialogue and really try to work with our clients, and also say our clients that if their sustainability rate improves, the interest on their loan goes down. So that's, I think, a good way to tackle this. And we've also been really clear on what we don't finance. We say no to certain companies or also to certain sectors. Example here is our aim to reduce the exposure to coal power generation. We want to be close to zero in 2025. And we were the first bank to commit to this. And then there is a category that I always call the yes, but category. We screen every transaction and we try to respond to these financing requests with yes, but. And then we talk about the sustainability improvements that the client must make first. And our approach is always to have a dialogue and trying to support clients in improving their environmental and social impact, of course, where possible. And we really believe that this is more effective than excluding clients altogether.
Thank you very much. I've got one more question for you. As buildings and infrastructures are on the side of energy consumers, I'm a little bit curious. Does your bank also invest in green energy generation projects on an international level?
Yes, we do. I don't think we should talk here about examples, but especially if you look at, and then examples, I meant client names, of course, but especially if you look at new energy technologies, we have started a Center of Excellence that looks into three main topics. That is battery storage, carbon capture, utilization and storage, and also hydrogen. And what we want to do there is really to be a knowledge center on these emerging technologies, to look at advisory and also build more client awareness of the possibilities that are there. And that actually is the same that we do in sustainable housing. If it comes to private individuals that own and live a house, I think there is still a long way to go, because many people don't realize what the impact is of living in their house, and also not what they can do to improve it. And there are a lot of things that we can do as a bank, but we can't do it alone. So I think there also the cooperations between banks, also the cooperations with governments is something that is going to help us in the next steps.
Ms. De Bruijn, thank you so very much for joining me today. You've given us a lot to think about in terms of green banking and sustainability. Now I would like to go to a video statement from Maria Netto from the Inter-American Development Bank.
The Latin America and the Caribbean region was hit by COVID crisis with a 7.4% contraction in 2020. To support the region, the Inter-American Development Bank approved a record $21.6 billion in new financing. These measures have not only increased the resiliency and adaptive capacity to the crisis, but also laid the groundwork for a sustainable and climate-smart recovery. At IDB, we are working with the financial markets to help shifting the trillions of private investments to low carbon and climate resilient pathways as part of COVID-19 recovery. In close collaboration with the donor community, including the German government, our green finance strategy has an integral approach. We have been working with over 40 national development financial institutions to develop innovative financial solutions to scale up private investments. We have supported over 30% of the development of the local green and sustainable bond market in the region. We also have been promoting harmonization and the standardization of green financial markets through our Green Bond Transparency platform. Further, we have been developing public-private innovation laboratories to support climate-smart investments and to assist governments to mainstream climatic risks, ESG best practices, and green finance in the local financial systems. Latin America and the Caribbean is poised to lead by example on the climate-smart recovery. IDB has created the networks to bring the major players and demonstrative projects to the table, but we need your support to broaden the coalition of partners to scale up the sustainable recovery in the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria Netto. And now I would like to check in with Rebecca in Studio 2 here in the Hub to see what's happening online. Rebecca?
Yes, let me give you a short overview over a topic that was discussed quite intensely. It was the global carbon emissions. Fatih Birol, the director of the International Energy Agency, was talking about that. Because of the pandemic, we had a short decrease on carbon emissions, and now we face the risk of the rebound effect. That means that in 2021, it can become another historic peak in global emissions. And so there was also a tweet saying, the world might miss a historic opportunity to make 2019 the emissions peak. And also, again, another tweet commented on this saying, governments must not be resting on Corona's one-off effect. Or, for example, we are back on track to climate change, so sad. And then this morning we heard also a lot about contributions of different countries. This is just one example of a tweet pointing out the contribution of India. India to launch a green hydrogen mission soon to further accelerate the energy transition. But there were also some other countries such as Jordan or Indonesia displaying their contribution. So far, thank you so much for your contribution also on social media. I just want to encourage you really to use our official hashtag BTD21, because if you do so, you will not only appear maybe here in the studio, because I read out your tweet, but also because you will appear at the Twitter wall. The Twitter wall is a tool that will be displayed in the conference tool for the registered users. So far, this is it from my side, and I'll hand back to you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Rebecca, and thank you to everyone for your tweets, for your using the hashtags. We are really interested in keeping this a dialogue, and we really want to know what you think. That's everything from us right now in the Hub. I'll see some of you in the Europasaal for a panel on greening the industry shortly, but for right now, I think I'll pass back to Melinda in the Weltsaal. Melinda?
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And indeed, ladies and gentlemen, you now have a tough choice to make because, in fact, we do have two parallel streams. Here in the Weltsaal, we're going to be looking at smart market designs for the energy transition. And over there in the Europasaal, you can find out more about greening industry. Now, if you do want to go to that Europasaal dialogue, you have to leave this plenary stream, as it were, and go to our second stream. You should see the two streaming windows at the top of your screens, stream 1 and stream 2. So please switch to that alternative stream if you want to go back to the Europasaal and follow that discussion on greening industry. And otherwise, we move on here to a different topic.
Electricity networks worldwide see dramatic increases in power demand. Solar and wind power capacities are being added in large quantities globally every day. At the same time, digitization deeply impacts the energy sector, connecting everybody to everything, with many new market opportunities. Smart market designs help to seize these opportunities. FI with prosumer models, But there are also risks, such as new monopolies. How can these new paradigms be combined to accelerate the energy transition?
And that indeed is our topic. And I think I hardly need to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that intermittent, distributed, renewable energy sources do pose a challenge to electricity markets that were created decades ago for a world powered by fossil fuels. So how does this industry move from predictable generation models to a far more variable grid that's responsive to supply and demand and the environment? Digital technologies, as we were just reminded by the film, are a very key part of that solution, and actors across the value chain are moving to adopt them. To facilitate and scale up their efforts, coherent policy signals will be absolutely critical. So in this panel, we want to look at the state of the market and assess both benefits and risks. How can smart market design maximize opportunities for green business models? And what risks and challenges are involved also in the digitalization of energy systems. And we've got an outstanding panel. I'm going to introduce them in just a moment, but I do want to take a look at how you're responding to the first of our audience polls. We asked you which objects and words come to your mind when thinking of smart energy market designs, and you're already avidly answering that question. I'm going to give you a little bit more time to do so while I introduce our panelists, and then we're going to come back and look at what the main words and terms are that you consider important. So I will now keep our introductions really short to maximize our time for discussion, and it's a great pleasure to welcome the Vice Minister in Vietnam's Ministry of Industry and Trade. He's Dang Hoang An, and he was formerly President and CEO of Vietnam's National Load Dispatch Center for Electricity. It's also great to have with us Antonella Battaglini. She is CEO of the Renewables Grid Initiative, which is a collaboration of NGOs and TSOs from across Europe promoting sustainable grid development. Great to have you with us. Also very pleased to welcome Stefan Kapferer. He is CEO of 50 Hertz Transmission Grid, GmbH, which is a TSO with one of the highest renewable energy shares in the world. And finally, very pleased that Jojo Hubbard can join us. She is co-founder and CEO of Electron, a startup offering a digital platform connecting energy users across multiple markets and networks. So let's just quickly go back to that word cloud and take a look at what our audience thinks are the most important words and terms that occur to them. Decentralization, optimized grids, prosumer, microgrids, demand flexibility, smart grid. And the smaller print has everything from smart metering to sector coupling, real-time pricing, flexibility, obviously absolutely crucial here, sufficiency, and more. So bearing all that in mind, dear panel, let me now ask all of you what challenges you see as posed by the current market model, and where you see the advantages of a market design that in fact facilitates application of digital technologies. And I'll start with the Vietnamese Vice Minister. Please, sir, go ahead. And by the way, dear panel, as always, we are super short on time. Our overall window for this panel is 30 minutes, so I'm going to be asking you to keep your remarks truly brief, 2 to 3 minutes maximum, if you would. Thank you so much. Please, go ahead, Mr. Hoang An.
Good afternoon, Madam Crane and ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to attend this panel today about the smart market design for the global energy transition. In Vietnam, we see the introduction of the power market and energy market. It's one of the major tools to facilitate the involvement of the independent power producer and also the end user consumer of electricity to power system. So the government of Vietnam will have approved a roadmap for establishing the power market in Vietnam since the year 2014, and basically we should introduce the power market in Vietnam in 3 stages, like in other countries. Firstly, it can be the generation competitive power market, and then now we have the wholesale power market, and the next period, next stage should be the retail power market. By introducing the power market, we enable the independent power producer to deeper penetrate into the power system. And also we provide step by step the choice for the customer, where the eligible customer, they might select their supplier, and then at the end of the journey, the wholesale, the retail customer, like a household, like an end user, they might select their supplier as well. So this roadmap is very important and it is going on in line with the power sector restructuring process, which has been 7 years ago. So in line with that, so we also have a roadmap for the energy market, and we are aiming at the target to have also the competitive market for the primary fuel for the national economy and also the power sector. So I think with this smart market design, so it's very important tools to facilitate the penetration of and to draw the investment from the private sector into power sector and also energy sector. So like in other countries, normally we have in the past the national utility, such as a vertical integrated utility, and now we are processing with the unbundling process, where the generation, the transmission, and distribution can be unbundled, and we introducing the bidding process for generation. So I think together with that, we need a digital system, such as and sophisticated IT system, like for the dispatching, for the market clearing, and also for billing. So I think the smart grid roadmap also have been approved by the government of Vietnam, and now we are also moving to the micro grid and also the demand side management process. And
thank you.
When today, with the deeper penetration of the renewable energy into the power system in Vietnam, and we see that without the sophisticated hardware and software means, we could not implement the power market, and as well, and also together with that, we need the really sophisticated and modern system for the dispatcher, for the system market operator, and the management to manage the power grid. And one of the successes of Vietnam when we introduced the power market is that we have reduced the portion produced by national utility from 100% in the past to the 46% now. So I think in the future, so the portion of the private sector power producers can be increased also, and I think that's very consistent policy for Vietnam government. And
thank you very much.
I think that we are going to lie with other countries in this field.
Thank you very much. Let me go now to Antonella Battaglini, because as I mentioned, you work across Europe. So I'd like to hear about what challenges you're seeing when you look at different countries and power markets. To what extent are energy grids and markets able to absorb growing quantities of renewable power, and what needs to happen?
Thank you very much for having me here and for your question. So, of course, there are huge differences from one region to another, and I only refer to Europe, although there are similarities also with other developed markets. What is important to stress is that markets and energy infrastructure need to be developed hand in hand. The increasing shares of variable renewable energy sources in the system indeed poses some challenges, but also offers plenty of opportunities. What I would like to stress is that today there is a clear need to expand and reinforce the electricity grids at all voltage levels, because many of the variable renewables are also connected at the low voltage level, but these quantities of renewable energy sources have to be transported from one area to another area, generally from where they are generated to where they are consumed. At the same time, a system which is increasingly based on renewables, of course, requires different mechanisms, including market mechanisms. These have to be, the markets have to be updated and also redesigned to actually leverage and enable flexibility, all type of flexibility will be needed. Already a lot of flexibility is needed today, and by adding more and more renewables, flexibility is going to be probably the most valuable resource that we have, and this should be reflected in the markets. Additionally, I would like to mention the fact that today neither grid infrastructure nor market designs are fully representing and fully representing and considering all the potential options that can be leveraged by distributed resources. We still have some difficulties in modeling distributed resources, and this is something that has to change very quickly. Distributed resources, so not only distributed generation, but also distributed flexibility, are important elements, not only for keeping the system stable, to decarbonize quickly, but also to increase public acceptance, where there is a very clear demand, especially in Europe, but not only, for participation of communities and citizens into this energy transition. So the key challenges that I see is really linked to timing. We need to speed up the build-up of energy infrastructure. We need to plan it in a collaborative way, and we need to improve the markets to reward new products, including flexibility products.
Thank you very much. And let me take those remarks and go straight over to Stefan Kapferer. From your perspective, as one of the TSOs with the largest share of renewable green power, what do you see as the challenges and the solutions to acquire the kind of flexibility that Antonella Battaglini was just talking about? She said, we're not making the most of the opportunities that are there. How can digitalization change that?
Yeah, I think there are three topics, Melinda. And the first one is to use the existing grid infrastructure as efficient as possible. And we all know that there are some periods over the year, over the daily use of the grid infrastructure, where it is not really efficiently used. And there, digitization can help us. Dynamic line rating, where we have a lot of data about the temperature, and the temperature is, of course, a limiting factor for the use of the grid infrastructure, is a relevant aspect. A second topic is sector coupling. And I was a little bit surprised, Melinda, that this word was so small written in the word cloud, because obviously sector coupling is an extremely relevant aspect in the future. Power to heat technologies, power to gas technologies to produce green hydrogen for energy intensive industry will play a key role in a situation where the gap between production of renewable energy and at the same time demand is lower will be needed. And the last aspect, and it was mentioned of course by Antonella, is the managing of the flexibility. And their situation is changing now very fast, because in a few years we will have in our control area in the eastern part of Germany millions of electric vehicles. We will see millions of heat pumps. Storage capacities at home are becoming cheaper and cheaper. So what is needed now for managing these kind of flexibility in the future is to find the right balance between real-time price signals, which give an incentive to people to use these cheap electricity if it is in the market, and to reduce consumption if electricity is more expensive. And on the other hand of this balance, we need a situation that we still can guarantee the stability of the system. Our balancing obligation, which will be, of course, also needed in a decentralized or more decentralized and extremely complex system in the future.
Thank you very much, Stefan Kapferer. And as a big fan of sector coupling, let me just say perhaps it got bigger as we went away from the word cloud, because in fact, a lot of the audience still was voting. So we'll take another look at that perhaps later on. But let me go now to Jojo Hubbard. And for you as a pioneering startup in this sector, which market rules and structures do you think are most in need of change, and what are the most promising solutions for getting that change?
Melinda, hi. Thanks very much, everyone, for having me. So I think it goes directly to what Stefan was just saying about moving to more real-time price signals, to more granular price signals, but also crucially to more local price signals. So one of the big winners on that word cloud was decentralization, with an S and a Z. So I think it might have been even bigger if we'd all agreed on spelling. Put quite simply, today's power markets and price signals are too national and imprecise to incentivize the optimization of renewable generation and network capacity at a local level. So we've got trillions of euros being spent on upgrading and extending local networks for all of these new assets connecting to enable all those new kind of sector coupling type business models. And you know, every heat pump, battery, electric vehicle charging station going in is going in essentially API native. It's able to respond to quite granular price signals. It's able to respond to these kind of near real-time type markets. So that type of flexibility just needs to see those pricing signals. And I think we're seeing some of this being introduced. We're seeing Article 32 in the European Energy Directive requiring local optimization markets as of this year. We're seeing a lot in the UK, in Australia, and now North America as well. North America about resilience. But we are absolutely going to have to seed these local markets and coordinate them with national markets in order to optimize probably about 30% of the generation and probably the majority of utilization that's going to be happening at a local level.
Thank you very much for that. I'd like to do a second really short round of questions that allows us to take a bit of a deeper dive and get even more concrete. But I've also got my eye on the clock. We have about 10 minutes left. So I'm going to ask everybody to be super brief, if you would, with your answers to these questions. But let me start again with the Vice Minister, Mr. Huang An, and ask you to talk very concretely about what you are doing in Vietnam to get that kind of flexibility that everybody in the panel has emphasized is so important, especially bringing in smaller, decentralized producers into the grid. So please go ahead and sir, if you would, under 2 minutes in length. Thank you.
I have to admit that we are facing a lot of challenges with the deeper penetration of renewable energy. And we are still designing the measure how we can adapt the bigger volume of the renewable energy to the power system. And one of the challenges is to ensure the safe operation of the power system. In case of Vietnam, we have almost standalone power system, and we don't have the system-wide integration with the neighboring countries, and the neighboring country power system they could not support to Vietnam. That's really different compared with the European system. So that's the first one, and the second one is in terms of the market rule is how to adopt the market role with the priority of the renewable energy power producer is one of another challenge for Vietnam. So that's really a lot of things we need to do.
Thank you very much. And I will now ask the others to also share concrete cases and examples, if you would, about adapting for a smart market design. And perhaps, first of all, to Stefan Kapferer on what you are doing at 50 Hertz to really accommodate the green power surge and the rise of digitalization. I think you're on mute, Stefan. Stefan?
Sorry for that, Melinda. Thanks. Three very clear answers to this question. And behind me, you can see our target, 100% covering of electricity demand in our control area in 2032. This will only work with more flexibility in the system. First project, together with local utilities in the north of Germany, we organize power to heat for district heating in some local communities in this area. Second aspect, decarbonizing the energy-intensive industry. Two very concrete projects with steel industry in Hamburg, with chemical industry in the middle of Germany. Both industries are interested in green hydrogen because they are hard to abate by direct electrification. So we cooperate to organize and to establish electrolyzers in these areas. And the third aspect, two very concrete pilot projects with one manufacturer of heat pumps in Germany and one car manufacturer with electric vehicles to look at these millions of decentralized capacity of storing electricity in the future. That's something with a mid and long-term perspective, but this will be extremely relevant from my perspective as well.
Thank you very much. And to Antonella Battaglini, do you have a case study or two that you could share with us where you have seen a very effective use of new technologies to get at some of the challenges that we're talking about? I'm also bearing in mind asking you for these case studies that BETD, among other things, is all about best practices. So if you have a couple of best practices that you could cite, that would be very helpful, I think.
I would like to mention the work that we have started to do with large consumers. We recently engaged with Google in particular because of their 24/7 visions, which is, in my point of view, a revolutionary approach. Google has moved from their commitment to be fully renewable into being 24/7 fully decarbonized. This means that there is a physical component attached to that. And what we are working on is trying to cluster large consumers which share similar objectives and to figure out what exactly is needed from the grid to help achieve these objectives, but also what these large consumers can offer to the grid in terms of stability and security. We are at the very beginning of this process, and there is more work to do than what we have done in the past. But generally, I think this is very much needed.
Thank you very much. And I'll go now to Jojo Hubbard again with the request, if you have one, for a case study that showcases some of the advantages of startup digital technologies in addressing the need for flexibility, decentralization, and so on. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So I just want to give one example of Marketplace Electron is supporting in the Orkney Islands. This is a marketplace for curtailment. So wind farms that are being constrained off the grid because there's not enough network capacity are able to pay local flexibility to either use more power or produce less in that period, and essentially create space on the networks for those wind farms to be taken off curtailment. So what does that mean? It means everyone wins. It means consumers is paid to use power. It means more renewables are being brought onto the grid. It's happening in real time, and it's a physical market, so it's actually affecting how power flows. It's one of the very, very few examples of that globally, if not one of the only, where that's happening. And I think some of the challenges around that are that it has to be super granular, it has to be real time, it has to be quite differentiated kind of region to region. And then you have to start thinking about national, local market coordination.
Thank you very much. Very interesting indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, our speakers have all been so disciplined that we actually have time for one more audience question to you. So let me go to our second audience question for this panel, and it's this. Can you imagine producing power on your own roof and selling the excess power with online tools? And let me ask the audience to vote now, and maybe we're going to have time to get a really quick response from our speakers. So can we get the question up on screen, dear technicians? Second audience question, there we go. Okay, we are, of course, at a renewables conference, but let's give a few more people time to vote. Maybe there will still be other votes coming in that don't have such a resounding positive. Yeah, okay, we have 3% now saying no, but I'm going to give us about 20 seconds more, and then I'm just going to ask our speakers for their take on this. So a few more no votes as the numbers mount, but the overwhelming majority of people answering that poll, and I realize that we are definitely seeing a result of the pool of those who are voting and the fact that many people attending this conference are very, very interested in the green energy transition and renewables. But maybe I can just ask all of you, are you seeing a change in public sentiment surrounding prosumerism? Are you seeing more and more willingness among citizens to become decentralized producers? Straight down the list of speakers, starting with the Vietnamese Vice Minister Hoang Anh. Are you seeing a change in Vietnam, sir?
Yes, I think the shifting to the prosumer, and that's one of the tendency in Vietnam also. And now we are promoting the rooftop power producer. So that's one of the type of the prosumer. And I think that with the decentralized system is one of the, I think the future is the future. But we have to manage that process so that we can ensure the safety operation of the whole system grid.
Thank you. Antonella Battaglini, are you seeing a sea change in public attitudes?
The appetite is very, very big all across Europe, but the barriers continue to be quite high, and so penetration is still limited. We need to find solutions quickly to enable this possibility for all consumers. Although we should always keep in mind that we need to optimize the entire system, so that will need some limitations.
Thank you very much. And Stefan Kapferer, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, obviously, Melinda, the trend is very clear, but I think at the moment, self-consumption is becoming more relevant. And the reason for that is that taxes, fees, and levies are not very attractive to sell these renewable energies to other peers. So this is something we have to work on.
Thank you. And Jojo Hubbard, over there and in the various markets that you are working in, are you seeing a major change in attitudes?
Yes, absolutely. And it's no surprise that since people can generate their own power, that they can see a world in which they're allowed to sell it. The fact is, I also think we're a little way off that right now. I think there are 3 stages of this transition. First stage, we've done, get more renewables in the ground. Second stage, digitalization for optimization and ensure safety of the system. We're doing that now. We've got to do that first before the kind of phase 3 where this really kicks in, which is these differentiated, digital consumer service models.
Thank you so much. Antonella Battadini, I'd like very much to ask you to quickly wrap things up for us, if you would. Can you share what you see as the guiding principles for smart power market design, and perhaps also sum up the concrete advantages of digitalization for both small and large power producers and users?
So let me maybe summarize with 3 points, and I'll start with the market ones. We need real-time pricing signals. These have to be as granular as possible, because only by implementing these price signals with a high level of granularity, we can develop local solutions, which will be an optimized way of dealing with the growth of renewables. Digitalization can definitely help, not only to optimize and leverage our resources, but also optimize the use of the assets that we have already in place. And finally, sector coupling is an important element and will highly contribute to the decarbonization process. So with this, I think it's a short summary of the conversation. Thank you.
Indeed it is, but a very fitting one. So many thanks to you, Antonella Battadini. Many thanks to you, Stefan Kapferer from 50 Hertz. Many thanks to the Vice Minister from Vietnam, Mr. Hoang Anh, and also to Jojo Hubbard, representing the startup perspective on smart market design. I think you've all made it very clear that, that our word cloud was pretty accurate in highlighting some of the challenges, but also undoubtedly some of the opportunities here in this space. So let's go back and look at that one word cloud one more time, if we can. Can we get that back on screen one more time to just take a very quick look? Not that one. Can we get the other one that we started out with, dear technicians? I'm sorry, I'm surprising them with this request, but we wanted to see, among other things, whether sector coupling got any bigger. I'm not seeing the slide yet, so maybe we're going to have difficulties getting that. Then hopefully we will be able, all of us, to see it online when our conference has concluded. So many thanks to our speakers for this very, very thought-provoking and interesting interaction. I hear we are going to see our word cloud one more time in just a moment. Don't want to eat into Jennifer's time over there in the hub, but technicians tell me it is coming soon, they say. Okay, I tell you what, yeah, okay. Not seeing that, there we go, okay. Sector coupling. Stefan Kapferer, I know he'll be glad to see that it just got a lot bigger right there at the very center. And shifting once again, some people still seem to be voting, but thank you so much also to our audience for taking part in our polls, giving us your feedback on what you think is important in smart market design going forward. So dear ladies and gentlemen, we will, in about a quarter of an hour from now, be breaking for lunch. But first, we're going back to the hub, and Jennifer, who has a few more thoughts for us before we do go to that lunch break. And without further ado, I will hand back to her and wish everybody a good break after that. And we meet back here, ladies and gentlemen, at 3 p.m. Central European Time for our next sessions, looking at transatlantic cooperation in the energy transition. So don't want to miss those. Enjoy the break. But first, here's Jennifer.
Hi, Melinda. Thank you so much. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We've almost made it through the first half of our day. And what a first half of the first day of the BETD 2021 it has been. We're going to recess for lunch in just a little while, but I want to recap a little bit what happened for those of you who weren't in the other panel, what happened in Greening the Industry and what happened in Smart Market Designs. In Smart Market Designs, our main words from the audience were smart markets, digitalization, decentralization, and flexibility. And in Greening the Industry, we talked a lot about questions of demand, as well as finance is key, and perhaps most importantly, climate change doesn't stop at borders. If you're curious about what happened in that other session, you're welcome to check out the BETD's YouTube channel. All of our plenary sessions will be uploaded there later this week. We have a few minutes to go before our break, and I know that Rebecca is standing by in Studio 2. Rebecca, what's been going on in the last 45 minutes on social media?
Yeah, well, I would actually like to use this time to give you a short wrap-up of this morning. We had a lot of tweets in general, about carbon emissions, about targets, about carbon neutrality, and I've prepared like a best of tweets from this morning. I start with a tweet from Heiko Maas. This comes from a German TV channel, talking about climate neutrality. If we want to achieve climate neutrality, we are doomed to succeed. The path to climate neutrality will not be linear. It will require, among other things, a shift in the global power relations. And then there followed some discussions on that certain global power relations, actually. And then we heard some good news from the economic minister Altmaier. He announced that Germany has reached this target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2022 compared to 1990, as we will hear later today. And then we heard some really brave and strong words from young climate activists, giving us a good picture about how they already feel the impact of climate change in their respective countries. And they received also a lot of applause, support, likes in the social media world. And then we had the EU perspective coming from EU Commissioner President herself, Ms. von der Leyen. She stressed the energy importance, the energy transition, the importance of the energy transition within the EU Green Deal, and also talking about hydrogen, and also carbon must have its price because nature cannot pay the price anymore. Yes, talking about carbon emissions, we also had a voice coming from Fatih Birol. He is the director of the International Energy Agency. He talked about the rebound effect, so saying that, well, of course there was a short decrease in emissions because of the pandemic, but now we can even see a rebound, meaning seeing more global emissions, and maybe even having another peak in 2021. So I would say that's a short wrap-up, and what we also could see on Twitter is the announcement that there is a women's launch coming up during the break, so also a call to register for that. And after the break, we would really love to hear more from you, more comments, more thoughts on the very interesting topics that we are discussing here. So please engage and use our hashtag BTD21. So that's it from my side. I hand over to you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Thank you to all of our panelists who were with us this morning, to all of my guests here in our studio sessions, and of course, thank you so much to you, ladies and gentlemen, who are joining us from truly across the globe. We're going to head into our break now, but we'll see you here at 3 p.m. Central European Time. Enjoy the women's lunch, enjoy a bit of fresh air, and we'll see you shortly. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to this afternoon of day one of the 2021 Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. My name is Jennifer Porto, and I'm coming to you live from the Hub here in Berlin. It's such a pleasure to have you back after the break, whether you were at the women's lunch or you just took the hour and a half that we had to get a little bit of fresh air. We're happy that you're joining us back live in Berlin. And what a morning we have had so far. We've had such an engaging program that I'd like to recap a little bit what happened for those who are maybe joining us from the other side of the planet. The 2021 BETD was opened by our two hosts, Heiko Maas, Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs, and Peter Altmaier, the Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Energy here in Germany. And they were followed by two very inspirational young activists, Brianna Fruin and Vanessa Nakate, who gave keynote speeches with impassioned messages. They were followed by Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, who spoke about a variety of exciting initiatives. And then Irina and IEA met for a virtual green sofa chat. And throughout the morning, we've had a number of very exciting plenary sessions with a host of esteemed ministers and high-level guests. If you've missed out on anything or you want to see something again, you can check out the BETD's YouTube channel. Everything will be there this week, and you can catch up with everything that's happened there. And that all took us up to lunch, to the break, and now we're back. And now I would like to go first to a video by Barbara Pompili, who's the Minister of the Ecological Transition in France, who will join us with a video statement on France's commitment to accelerating the energy transition.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I truly wanted to share with you some thoughts about the period we live in, because the pandemic has not made climate change fade away. On the very contrary, I feel that everyone has become more conscious of potential consequences of what was unthinkable before. And we, as political leaders, are all aware of the few years left to change everything, to achieve a massive transformation of our societies, of every part of them. And to do so, we need decisive and resolute action. Since last December, we have a new European target, a stronger one. Europe is the first continent that commits to achieve carbon neutrality. Now, we must convert this ambition into a robust and efficient legislative framework. We need to make it a reality in every European country, implementing concrete action on every level. Because we must go beyond nice words and political statements. We have a duty to deliver. And to reach these goals, France goes further and faster. We will be closing our last coal power stations in 2022. We are cutting public subsidies to carbon-based energies. We are strongly committed to accelerate the development of renewable. We aim at 33% of renewable energy in our consumption by the end of this decade. We have put in place a massive ecological recovery plan. 30 billion euros are on the table to accelerate the transition, to improve our buildings' performance through global renovations, to develop a greener, cleaner mobility, to decarbonize our industry quicker and boost innovation. But the transition that we need, facing the challenges of our time, is not only a question of shifting away from coal or gas. It's not only a matter of energy production and consumption. It's also a question of bringing back common sense in our day-to-day life, in the way we all live, study, travel, consume goods and use space. This is my goal with an ambitious climate law nourished by the hard work of 150 French citizens and their proposals. It will give our country a new dynamic, as well as tools and regulations to make the ecological transition a reality, to walk the last mile to a greener and fairer society. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can trust France's commitment to act with determination and ambition, to accelerate a real ecological transition in all fields of our life, from energy to mobility, from consumption to education. A transition that will protect the climate, create jobs and economic opportunities for all. With that in mind, I wish you all a very fruitful dialogue.
Decisive and resolute action and more in all fields of our lives. Those words from Minister Pompili of France. Thank you so very much for your words today, Minister Pompili. I would like to turn now a little bit to your words, ladies and gentlemen, and check in with Rebecca, who joins us from Studio 2 here in the Hub. Hi, Rebecca. How are things going on in the Twitter sphere?
Hello. Yes, we are back from a short break, and I also hope that you get some fresh air and energy that will help us bringing the Energiewende dialogue into the social media world. You have done great contributions so far. Thank you for this. Keep it up. Now the second half will start, and yeah, we still need your opinions, your comments, your views, your perspectives on the topics that we are going to discuss today. So please open your social media channels and use our official hashtag BTD21, tag us at greensofa_BTD, and then we can get engaged. Also, don't forget that you can also use channels such as Instagram or LinkedIn, of course. So what has been done during the break? Well, yes, if you were a female expert in the energy transition, maybe you have been at the women's lunch. They were dealing with questions such as how to succeed in the energy sector as a female founder, or how to strengthen the impact in energy transition. So what happened is that female entrepreneurs and energy transition experts shared their experiences with other women, talked about gender gap, for example, exchanged, networked, inspired, and yeah, let's see what will come out of there. What else happened? Well, the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development introduced its study, Energy Transition Africa. This study says that until 2050, Africa could become the first green continent. So far, half of the African population has no access to electricity. The potential of renewable energies on the continent is even more than 1,000 times higher than the projected electricity demand. So therefore, investments of up to $60 billion is needed, and joint political efforts by Africa and Europe is needed as well. But you can all read that out in that study, which is actually tweeted by this ministry. Yeah, and what's about our conference being online? There were also some comments on that. Some say, well, it's a great platform for governments, businesses, environmental activists, and civil society to come together for greener and decarbonized environment. And this at the same time as we are online. But there were also some people remembering last year's. Someone said, remember multiple conferences in Berlin with food for thoughts and meeting great people. Hope in 2022 everything gets back to normal and we see each other. Yes, we definitely hope so as well. We still think that you get a lot of good food for thought this year as well. And yes, just use this potential of social media to get involved, to get active, to again also meet great people online. And don't forget the hashtag BTD21. So I hope to hear from you soon, and we're gonna see, we see each other back in a bit. And now I hand over to Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Rebecca, and thank you to all of our guests who are busy on social media. We really are interested in hearing from you. This is absolutely a dialogue, and your participation is completely necessary. BETD21 right there. You can hashtag us. Be sure you're following greensofa_BETD on Instagram and Twitter, as well as the BETD on LinkedIn. And of course, our YouTube channel is available for you. later this week, so you can catch up on all the videos that we have. I wanted to talk about something that Rebecca just mentioned, the absence of all of us being together in the Weltsaal or in the foreign ministry in Germany is, of course, it's something that we all miss. And I know that I, for one, am happy that we have the opportunity to have this virtual platform where we can meet, where people from all over the world can come together, where we can have young activists with us, and it's great that you're all joining with us. With that in mind, I'd like to join my colleague Melinda Crane in the Weltsaal so we can get ready for our program. Actually, I'm hearing we'll stay here for just a little bit longer, which is good because I am so excited to be a part of this hub platform that we have here today. We have so much coming up this afternoon. We have a number of double sessions in the Weltsaal and moderated by me in the Europasaal. For those registered users, it should be relatively easy to find in our virtual platform. You can participate in polls, you can answer our Slido and Mentimeter questions, and you can, of course, chat with one another. And that's really what we would like you to do. We want you, the attendees of the 7th Annual Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, to communicate with one another. We see ourselves as the hub where you can come and share your voice, and it is great that you're there with us. I want to be sure to mention that we have another full day tomorrow as well. I'll be joining you from the Weltsaal in the morning, but until then, we have a great program lined up this afternoon. We have a very exciting keynote that will be coming up. We also have a fantastic plenary session with a number of high-level guests that we're very much looking forward to presenting to you. We have some good studio sessions lined up with me here in the hub this afternoon as well. And perhaps most exciting of all, we have programming that will last through the evening, and I think maybe even overnight, with lots of great DJs and exciting news coming to us from around the world. For those of you who are just joining us, we are starting in the afternoon of day 1 of the BETD 21. We would love to have your ideas and thoughts. Go ahead and send it to BETD21 under that hashtag, and your information will get right to us. If you're on Twitter, you can be featured on our Twitter wall, and we have lots of great tweets so far, but we want to hear more from you. A special shout out to all of our young viewers who are joining us. We are especially excited to have your voices with us this year at the BETD. There are a few more features that I would like to talk about when it comes to unfortunately, I don't have time to talk about those now, but we'll be able to do that soon. For now, I would like to pass things to Melinda Crane, my esteemed colleague in the Weltsaal. Melinda, welcome back from the break. I hope that you've had a good chance to get a bit of fresh air and are ready for the afternoon of programming. Melinda?
And welcome back, everybody, and thank you so much, Jennifer, for those kind words. No fresh air, but definitely a good break. Hopefully you too as well. And ladies and gentlemen, if you had a break, I hope that you got a chance perhaps to look at some of the fantastic tweets that have been going out from this Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. We are now moving into the afternoon of day 1 of this dialogue in a new hybrid format, but hopefully, as you can see, as lively and interactive and comprehensive as ever. And certainly our afternoon sessions, as Jennifer was just saying, offer an awful lot to look forward to. We are going to hear shortly from a German leader who's a vocal advocate of the Sustainable Development Goals. We'll then move on to keynotes from one of the world's most experienced climate diplomats and from 2 young activists deeply committed to climate justice. So there is a lot to look forward to. Let's get started. And ladies and gentlemen, it goes without saying that development cooperation is going to be an absolutely critical part of ensuring that the global energy transition is successful. And our next session is dedicated to that topic, to a high-level trialogue on the role of international cooperation in achieving the Sustainable Development Goal of affordable and clean energy. That's SDG 7. And clearly, this is a goal that crystallizes all that we're talking about here at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, a goal that would utterly transform the lives of the 700 million people in the world who still have no access to power. Astonishingly, that does add up to 1 in 10 people worldwide, and more than half of them are in sub-Saharan Africa, which is why for the next half an hour, we want to focus on the chances and the challenges associated with the green energy transition in Africa. And joining us online for this dialogue is a renowned special representative of the UN Secretary General for Sustainable Energy for All. She's also co-chair of UN Energy and serves as a commissioner for the Global Commission to End Energy Poverty and the co-chair of the COP26 Energy Transition Council. It is a great honor to welcome Damilola Ogunbiyi. Wonderful that you can join us for this discussion. And we're very pleased to have with us as well the Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency, Francesco La Camera. We did hear from him a bit earlier this morning and have an opportunity now to drill a little bit deeper. And finally, we're very pleased to welcome Dr. Jürgen Sattler. He is Director General for International Development Policy for the 2030 Agenda, Climate, and he works with the German Economic Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, the BMZ. So in recent years, in fact, the German Federal Ministry has seen a doubling of the development cooperation budget and also a reshaping of its program to fully align the goals and the work of the ministry with the 2030 agenda. I'd like to start out by asking all three of you to talk a little bit about the chances and the challenges for the green energy transition in Africa, particularly in light of the pandemic and its effects on green development. Does it cast doubt on progress toward achieving SDG 7 in Africa? And I'll begin, please, with Madame Ogunbiyi.
First, I'd like to say thank you very much for having me today, and thank you for putting a lot of things in context. It's really important to understand there are about 789 million people that have no access to clean cooking. But more stunningly, there's 2.8 billion people that have no access to clean cooking, of which 900 million reside in Africa and 535 million reside in Africa that have no access to electrification. It's important to put it in this context because it means that these are the people you can't just stay at home during a COVID pandemic. This also affects women more than it affects men, and it affects children a lot more as well. But what we are trying to make sure in terms of Sustainable Development Goal 7, access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy, is that if we make sure that that is achieved by 2030, it also helps all the other Sustainable Development Goals like energy, healthcare, and all the other things we're trying to do. It's also critical for recovering better, right? We are at a certain point where everyone's talking about green recovery, but investment in sustainable energy is one of the quickest ways to get there. As my colleague Francesca would say, for every 3.5, you get 3.5 jobs in the renewable sector compared to the fossil equivalent. But when we're talking about the just transition in Africa, it's important to note that that is unique to what will happen in Africa and what will happen in developing countries. And we all have a responsibility to develop what will be the transitional plans for Africa, which might differ from the global north. But what is particular is that we know that investment in clean energy will increase GDP, increase jobs, and that's the narrative we must take in terms of making sure that Africa develops green. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Director General La Camera, let me come to you with the same question. Whether you are concerned that the pandemic and its effects could slow down progress toward SDG 7 in Africa, where fulfillment of that goal is so very much needed.
Thank you. And happy to be with you again, Melinda, and my colleague Damilola and my colleague from the German Ministry. Happy to be with you. So naturally the challenge is there that I think the pandemic has affected the developed country, but is affecting and more dangerously the developing country, and this means Africa. At the same time, it gives an opportunity for making the change happen more rapidly, where this cooperation in fighting the pandemic can be also a way where the country from developed and developing country may join hands and trying to work together. So there is naturally a danger coming from the pandemic, but at the same time, there is an opportunity. We think that first of all, we have to consider that we are not dealing only with one Africa, because Africa is many Africa altogether. So the receipt that we put in place has to take into account of the diversity in the continent. One of the aspects is the challenges that we have not to work, in my point of view, on incremental steps, but we have to try to work and be ambitious also when we look at Africa and make the changing happening, and having already in mind what is the energy system of the future where all we have to go. So we need to be strategic and ambitious, and this is a message for the African governments. You know, last year, 70%, more than 70% of our capacity installed was renewable. But in Africa, only 2 gigawatts. So a very small quantity. So, and this is a challenge because the number has been just said by Damilola. The numbers are very high. There are too many people that don't have the basic, enjoy the basic energy services and cooking and other. So it's imperative that we today support Africa to develop also its internal capacity. This is another challenge. Human, institutional, financial, to be able to meet their growing needs. The critical aspect is the creation of enabling framework and the risking to attract private investment. Concluding, we must act fact that energy is the single most important enabler of this agenda. This means not only greater financial flow to sustainable energy solutions, but also capacity, building efforts to empower the continent with the knowledge, skill and capabilities to create and maintain energy systems that fit for the 21st century.
Thank you very much, Director General. And I'll go right over to Dr. Zattler. And as I mentioned, the BMZ, your ministry has endeavored to put the Sustainable Development Agenda at the very heart of its efforts. We're hearing from many experts that the pandemic could, in fact, see many, many people in Africa fall into poverty, that of course, the effects of the pandemic are being felt hardest by many of those who are most vulnerable. So are you seeing that in the BMZ's work in Africa? And what impact do you think that can have on the green energy transition? What does it mean also for your ministry and its work?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Melinda Green. Yes, I mean, we are very concerned. That's obvious. But first, I would like to reiterate what others have said, the big opportunities for Africa. So Africa is the continent with the highest potential for renewable energy. And it has the unique opportunity to leapfrog from this carbon energy system to which is not really there yet, to a new modern renewable energy system. And they don't have to deal with locking in problems like we can see in Europe, for example, in the US and also in Asia. So it's an opportunity. It's a huge opportunity. But of course, COVID doesn't make it easier. And you have heard the numbers that some 150 people are falling back into absolute poverty due to the pandemic. But also with a view on the energy sector, there are challenges. For example, huge revenue shortfalls by the energy utilities. People can just not pay their energy bills any longer. If you lose your job, it's difficult to pay those bills, and this has an impact on the utilities. So there is increased fiscal stress in the countries with the governments and with other entities. There are huge debts, and this really makes it very difficult. Therefore, one conclusion is to focus on those areas which are taking into consideration this fiscal problem. And one road to go could be first to improve the regulatory frameworks and the policy frameworks. If you have fossil fuel subsidies, if you have environmentally and socially harmful subsidies, then get rid of it. Take the opportunity now. If you get rid of those distortions, the private sector would come along more forcefully, because renewables is already the least cost energy source in almost all the countries. So that's one thing you could do. The other thing is to focus on really the key constraints, which is not so much building up, solar plants. It's more to link them to the energy systems. It's the storage problem, for example. And as I said, the regulatory frameworks. I think that's the lesson we draw from this situation, which is really getting more difficult. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to take a deeper dive on the question of international cooperation and how it can try to facilitate the green energy transition in Africa under these circumstances. So let me come back to Director General La Camara, first of all, and ask you to talk a little bit about how you believe that international partners can best support the energy transition on the African continent. And do share with us, if you can, please, concrete cases and examples.
Sure. So first of all, we have to say that also the African country has to help themselves. And Jorgen, I'm saying very clear that it's very important that the legal environment is ready to attract foreign investment, because we all know that the public budget is shrinking. So it's very important that we bring the money that may come from private companies. And Africa has also all the possibility. We have just to remember that among the top 10 fastest growing economy in the world, in 2020, 5 are for Africa. And this will mean that the Africa energy demand will be also growing. But, and these are just facts. But and the continent, in the same time, has 1,000 larger potential of this projected demand concerning renewables. So the potential is all there. So we have to be able to find a way to make this happening. I would like to show what Arena is doing in this respect, so to give you a concrete example. Two ways. One is that we are supporting many African countries in presenting their NDCs to the COP26. This means not only raising ambition or other, but working with the African countries in make their own energy planning, in working on their MRV, so controlling also the result of the implementation of the plan. So this is a very important action that we are taking, also assessing regularly the potential of renewable in this country. And this report that we have been signing together with the German government give many ideas on how this is possible. Another concrete example is the climate investment platform, where we at Damilola, we are together. The climate investment platform has been created in the occasion of the climate summit organized in 2019 in New York. And this initiative of ARENA, together with the NGP, C for All, and with the collaboration of the Climate Fund. What we are trying to do is build a pipeline of bankable projects, and we have already 200 bankable projects that are ready to look for financial contribution. From the other side, we have grouped 300 partners, including the main multilateral financial institution, private companies, developing agency, development bank. So we will organize, starting from the next year, 14 investment forums in all our region, and 5 of these sub-regions are in Africa. We are also, as ARENA, ready to open a new facility together with the Abu Dhabi Development Funds, and there are more than one institution, banks, and development funds that will be part of this initiative. This will mean that probably we'll be ready to spend 1 billion investment per year, at least from our side, in the developed country, naturally including Africa. I hope that this could be a concrete initiative that show a way how we can make possible funding, making the matching between the needs and the resources needed. Back to you, Melinda.
Thank you very much. And let me perhaps go to Madame Ogunbiyi to get your take on those initiatives, and then also a perspective from you on both sides of the partnership. So what are African countries looking for from international partners, and what should international partners, including the UN, be expecting from African countries in trying to bring the green energy transition forward under the current circumstances?
Okay, thank you for the question. Again, I think it's really important to know, though, as you tell African countries to raise ambitions, there also needs to be something on the table. We're not talking about a few billion, we're talking about to get to a point of universal access, you need about 30 billion every single year till 2030. That currently is not on the table in terms of financing, and it has to be. We have to make this a global effort. We have to take on universal access like we've taken on the COVID vaccine, and it's not there yet. I mean, it's really important to note that Africa as a continent is responsible for less than 2% of global emissions, but it is getting the effect of climate change a lot more disproportionately with the rest of the world. So as we tell African governments to have policies and regulations which are very key, something else has to be on the table. The private sector that are going to come in place have to be in place. And that's why I'm really looking forward to this year being the year of energy. We have a high-level dialogue on energy, which is the first time in 40 years in the UN, where we're going to talk about concrete steps to really drive innovation and make sure universal access is a clean energy transition story. The other issue, obviously, as people like talking, and they talk about the transition and access as two different things, but in African countries, it's the same thing. So as a country tells you how they're going to do their transition, they have to tell you how they're going to power people as well. And that's what we're really recommending. We also have the COP this year focused on an energy transition campaign, which infuses energy access. But the truth of the matter is none of these things cannot be done without finance and investment quickly from the global audience in any forms, either risk guarantees, local financing, results-based financing. There's so many different instruments that can come in. And as Francesco said, we are working on the climate investment platform as well together. But I feel that globally we're a bit fragmented on our approach with Africa. We need to come together and as a global audience think big and not thinking kind of small portions of technical assistance, but big global responses. My previous role, I was in country in Nigerian government, which is responsible for about 85 million people not having access. So I know what challenges government have to go through, even after they put policies in place, even after they've signed up regulation, getting the investments possible. So I feel like this is the year that we have to rethink, really come together, knowing that the 2030 is our target. And if we cannot achieve universal access by 2030, we will not achieve net zero by 2050. So it is particularly important that we think of people and planet.
Thank you very much. A very important equation there. If we can't achieve universal access by 2030, we don't get to our decarbonization goal. I'd like to come back to you in a moment to talk a little bit about EU-African cooperation, but let me first go to Jürgen Zattler and ask about what Germany is doing to support partner countries in this green transition. What are some of the concrete cases that you can perhaps tell us about?
Yes, thank you. First, African governments have to make up their mind. Do they want to go the old fossil fuel energy provision way, or do they want to go the modern and the renewable way? I think it's their decision. And I can tell you that, as you know, Europe took a decision. We decided with the Green Deal to go the second way. And it's not easy, huh? And it has to be managed, but we are convinced that in the midterm, it will be the better choice. And therefore, in our development cooperation, we cannot recommend African countries to go the other way. And we are reluctant to put our money in investments where we think it's stranded assets. And also, when you look at the private sector, what is the private sector doing? The private sector is going out of carbon-intensive investments. That's what you can see at the moment. BlackRock, for example, not really a green champion in the past. They withdrew to some extent from carbon-intensive investments because there's a high risk of stranded assets. Transition and physical risks. I don't want to go in depth with that problem, which is really immense. And what do? We act on two levels. The first one is the multilateral level, and the second one is the bilateral one. The multilateral first. We will have the spring meetings in only 4 weeks' time. We'll talk about an early replenishment of the poor country window of the World Bank. We will put, at an earlier stage, lots of money into that window. It has to be negotiated what role the energy sector will play. And we will talk about, in the IMF, about special drawing rights. There will be debt settlement programs. All this is linked with climate and energy. So that's one level. The other one is bilateral cooperation. There we have a cooperation with 32 African countries in the energy sector. We also have a number of initiatives. I don't want to take your time outlining all of them. For example, we have a model village in Senegal, which runs 100% by renewables. We have a green citizen energy program for African communities with some 500,000 people connected. We invest in hydrogen in Africa, for example, in Morocco. But perhaps most importantly, we want to focus more on partnerships because, I'm convinced there must be a political will on both sides. It's not just that we buy, we don't want to buy, these kind of reforms. There must be a conviction of both sides. And we want to work in particular with governments who want to go that way. And we already have partnerships with middle-income countries. We could imagine to extend them to African countries and then really to join forces and to bring together our expertise, our money in a bilateral way and in a multilateral way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with just a few minutes left on the clock, let me go back to Damilola Ungunbiyi, and ask you to say just a little bit about two different SDGs and how they interact in the EU-African cooperation. And I'm talking about not only SDG 7, clean energy, but also the SDG that is dedicated to partnership. We're hearing the EU talk a lot more now about partnership with Africa. It is one of the focuses of the current EU Commission. What about the EU? What steps would you want to see it take if it is serious about partnership with Africa and SDG 7?
I mean, just like I've been saying, the bold partnership comes with financing. I mean, I'm really glad that the colleague, the DG from Germany, made it very clear that they want to be partners with African countries that want to come forward. And that is great. And there are quite a few African countries now that have taken the steps to either remove fuel subsidies, or you've seen in a lot of post-COVID plans insisting on solar connections. But again, that comes with financing. And I think that's what EU can bring: capacity building, financing, and also helping the countries determine what their transitions are, just like Germany determined what its transition is, and knows that by doing that, they also use a number of transitionary fuels to get there. I think what is happening is not that countries don't want to go renewables. They want to know how they transform their power systems to be able to take renewables. And that's one of the key things we should help them with, just like Francesco was saying. So for me, the EU-AU partnership is absolutely critical in terms of enforcing that, the only way and the best way to go for your economy, not just climate, is to recover green. But these are the key steps on how to do it, and stop looking at Africa as a country, but it's a continent with some very, very unique things. And what happens in Senegal might not work in Kenya, which might not work in Rwanda, right? So you have to take each country at the same time. But what I can assure you, and what's going up well with the EU-AU, is that people are listening to each other and coming up with solutions that actually suit Africa. And that is very encouraging, because I haven't seen a lot of that going on, with other types of discussions. And that's why even at the UN, the high-level dialogue, having African countries in the conversations, because what you typically have, unfortunately, is people determining things without going on ground and understanding the peculiar ways. I don't think Africa is the continent that's going to leapfrog, because I don't think you can leapfrog if you don't have enough money. But I think if the global audience come together and say, these are the instruments to make Africa leapfrog, it will actually happen with having Africans firmly into the discussion.
Thank you so much, Madam Ogunbiyi. Thank you very much to Francesco La Camera, and also many thanks to Jürgen Sattler for this very thought-provoking and insightful discussion about energy partnership with Africa and how that can help us move forward on SDG 7, so important for a continent in which many, many millions have no access whatsoever to power. I'm grateful to all of you for taking part in this session. And ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we were just discussing Agenda 2030, and it was, in fact, just one of two landmark agreements that were signed in 2015. The other, of course, was the Paris Climate Agreement. We are deeply excited to be joined here today by the American leader who helped bring the Paris Climate Treaty to fruition. Secretary of State at that time, he previously served in the US Senate, chairing its Foreign Relations Committee, and now he's back on the global climate stage as the United States' first presidential envoy for climate, and the first ever principal to sit on the National Security Council with a mandate entirely dedicated to fighting the climate crisis. It is a great honor to introduce and hand over to our keynote speaker, John Kerry.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Dr. Crane. Thanks for a very kind introduction and for your role here. I'm very delighted. I'm really delighted to be with all of you today. I want to begin by thanking my friends, Ministers Heiko Maas and Peter Altmaier. Less than 2 months in, I'm very confident that all together, with the help of good friends like them and many others around Europe, we're going to be able to make a world of difference for our countries and really for the whole world. And our shared work on climate is absolutely critical, needless to say. I want to congratulate you for hosting the 7th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, Germany's Energiewende. It's an inspiration, an important moment to exchange ideas, and it reflects a long period, really decades of determination to transition away from fossil fuels and pioneer a new path for our countries to follow. I also want to acknowledge the role that Germany has played, leading efforts to form a consensus among EU members on a more ambitious 2030 climate target and simultaneously a COVID relief package that promises a green recovery. It's fair to say that you've always been a stalwart ally in the climate fight, but in recent years, I personally have been particularly grateful for Germany's leadership, not only within the EU, but also through multilateral fora, the G7, the G20, the UN Security Council, where we worked very closely together on the Iran nuclear agreement, as well as Paris and other things. And obviously, as we gear up for COP26 in Glasgow at the end of the year. I guess it's really cliche, and we keep having to reach for the language that adequately conveys the measure of this threat. But it is true that the stakes have literally never been higher than they are now. We're in what I think is the decisive decade for climate action. Why? Because even if we did everything we've laid out in the Paris Agreement, we're still seeing a warming of the Earth's temperature to about 3.7 degrees, and we're not doing everything. And because clearly to hold the Earth's temperature to 1.5 degrees, as well as to get to net zero by 2050, you don't start in 2030 or 2040. You got to start now, much more effectively than we have been. So we are in the decade of decision. And the decisions we make right now leading up to Glasgow and then following up through Glasgow are going to truly write the future. President Biden understands this, as well as obviously many of your leaders and you. And that is why he ran on the single most ambitious, comprehensive climate platform of any presidential candidate in U.S. history. It's also why, just hours after being sworn in as president, he rejoined the Paris Agreement. And a few days later, he also signed executive orders placing climate squarely at the center of every single decision that we are going to be making in the U.S. government. It is a government-wide initiative, and climate must be front and center in every decision that is made. And the reason for that is pretty simple. I guess you all understand it better than I do, probably, but I'm going to repeat to some degree anyway the obvious, because the obvious is what is going to try to drive us to actually solve this. And the obvious is that no one country can solve this problem. China is 30% of emissions. We're 15% of emissions. The EU is somewhere around 9% of emissions. India following, Russia. The major emitters, 20 countries, equal about 81% of all the emissions on the planet. And that tells you a story not only about the challenge, but about the responsibility. So we need absolutely, without any question at all, to forge an international strategy that galvanizes the world, that drives greater ambition from every single country, even the less developed country. that could make a choice not to build a coal-fired power plant and to do what's necessary to leapfrog, hopefully with the help of the technologically more advanced and financially more advanced countries. So next month, President Biden is hosting a leaders summit on climate, April 22nd, Earth Day, to ensure that we continue to hit the ground running. And the summit is an opportunity for the United States and others to ensure that we are re-engaging on the global climate. From our point of view, that we really feel a responsibility to be doing that thoughtfully, strategically, at the highest levels of government. And as part of the summit, President Biden is going to reconvene the Major Economies Forum, those 20 countries I'm referring to, those countries responsible for most of the emissions. And we're going to do this with a view to trying to make sure we are all pulling hard in the same direction, because that decade, the decade of 2020s, has got to be the decade of ambition and the decade of decision and the decade of action. So it's a sprint, and it is a sprint towards substantial emission reductions by 2030. Why? Because I'll tell you, if you get to 2030, ask any of your scientists, any of your technical people, the curve that you then, the steepness of the curve that you then have to get on to meet 2050 net zero is pretty impossible to achieve, barring a genius / miraculous breakthrough on storage or fission or fusion or direct capture or battery storage. I mean, a number of things that obviously we're pursuing assiduously. I have said many times that the United States comes to this rejoining, this new effort, with genuine humility as well as ambition. And the humility comes from our knowing that because of our country, 4 years of leadership was lost, 4 years of effort by our nation in a unified way because of the preceding president pulling out of that agreement. Humility also because we know that no one country is going to make all the difference. No continent alone can get this done. Ambition is also what brings us to the table. Ambition, knowing that at the COP in November, we either all raise our sights at COP26 in Glasgow, or, believe me, we all fail. And I think every one of you would agree that failure is not an option. We hear constant talk about how the climate crisis is existential. And yet, I ask you to ask yourself whether you believe we are actually responding as if it was, in fact, existential. So failure is not an option, and ambition is the only really critical thing that we have to all focus on simultaneously and come not only to the meeting in Washington in April, but to the March 31st meeting, which Europe and China and others will hold, to subsequent to the G7, to the UN, to the G20, and ultimately to the COP, where we have an opportunity to codify all of these good intentions. We know that success means tapping into the very best of global ingenuity, best of creativity, of diplomacy, from brain power to alternative energy power, using every single tool we have to get where we need to go and to accelerate the pace. We know that a zero emissions future offers huge opportunity for business, unbelievable opportunity. We're actually looking at the largest market human beings have ever known. We're looking at the greatest growth potential we've ever known. We're currently 4.5 to 5 billion users in this market. Potential we've ever known. We're currently 4.5 to 5 billion users in this market. It's now already a multi-trillion-dollar market. But because of what we're all going to need to do, it's going to become an even bigger market, bigger financially and bigger in terms of the returns on investment, and bigger certainly in the challenge. But the truth is that we're going to add up to 9, I mean, so we're going to go up to 9 billion people from the current users. And we have 1 billion people without any electricity. And it's going to be in the double digits of trillions of dollars on an annual basis. So a zero emissions future offers enormous job creation. I'll just share with you that the Bureau of Labor Statistics in the United States recently put out that there are only 3 jobs in America that are going to have more than 50% growth. The highest is at 62%, and that's wind turbine technician. The second is practicing nurses, registered nurses. And we all know why that's growing. And then the third is solar panel installer. And that's at 51%, the top at 62%. So enormous growth potential is staring us in the face. We also know that for all of you tuning in today, I know there's a great deal of commitment. Everybody's among the committed. But the fact is that we have to acknowledge the degree to which we have our work cut out for us, and we have to get beyond some of the happy talk about NDCs when people are putting out a national defined contribution that clearly is not going to get the job done. According to most recent statistics, emissions globally rose over the years since Paris. And while 2020 saw a temporary drop in global emissions due to COVID, they're again on the rise. And many analysts are predicting a very quick rebound unless much more stringent incentives or policies are put in place. The science community has given us a very clear picture of the chaos that awaits us if we don't limit warming to 1.5 degrees. Paris says well below 2 degrees, well below 2 degrees, or 1.5 degrees if we can achieve it. But the latest IPCC reports tell us there's no longer a great variant available to us. We need to try to achieve the 1.5. And to be on track to get 1.5 and even have a 66% probability of keeping global temperatures from rising more than that 1.5, we need to cut global emissions in half by 2030. So I wasn't kidding when I said that this is a decisive decade. Now, to get where we need to be, we have to phase out coal 5 times faster than we've been doing it, based on a comparison with the trend from 2013 to 2018. We have to increase tree cover about 5 times faster. We have to ramp up renewable energy about 6 times faster. And we have to transition to electric vehicles at a rate about 22 times faster. Can you do it? Can we do it? Yes, we can do it. Not a question of feasibility. It's a question of political will. It's a question of whether or not many corporations that some of whom have been in denial for these past years in our country, are going to turn around and see this economic opportunity staring them in the face. So I believe we can do it. It's not easy, but the United States and Germany, particularly, by virtue of the course we are already pursuing, I think ought to give people some confidence. Our 2 countries are pretty well aligned in our fundamental goals of leading the world to develop innovative, clean technologies, transforming energy systems across the board, achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions across global economies by 2030 or before that. And together, we have a long history of leadership on the energy transition. Both of our countries are working hard right now to bring about a sustainable energy transition by investing in a clean economy and in the industries of the future to drive economic growth, create good jobs on both sides of the Atlantic. And we're seeing a lot of examples of this partnership. Specifically, Ford announced in February 2021 a $1 billion investment and an ambitious timeline to transform its Cologne factory into an electric vehicle production facility. Ford's first European-built all-electric passenger vehicle will be available by 2023. Tesla is set up to open up its Gigafactory, Berlin-Brandenburg, by the end of the year. And we all ought to note that Tesla, a one brand car, i.e. electric, it's all they make, is the highest valued automobile company in the world. That's a sign. The Berlin Brandenburg factory aims to become the most advanced high-volume electric vehicle production plant in the world. And Amazon, which has invested heavily in mobility initiatives in Germany, has deployed part of its new fleet of environmentally friendly vehicles at its newest German hub in Leipzig. So this is just honestly the beginning of what is possible. The truth is the global energy transition is gaining momentum every single day, and thanks in no small measure, to Germany's sustained, decades-long effort to pioneer the use of clean technologies. Germany's landmark EEG law at the turn of the 21st century set off a boom in solar and wind power for the next 2 decades. And by guaranteeing a premium price for renewable energy, Germany created an early market for emerging technologies that has gone on to flourish all around the world. In fact, we worked hand in hand to create that early solar market. And after Germany's EEG law created that rapidly growing solar market, the Obama-Biden administration harnessed the 2009 Recovery Act in the United States to support the first 5 utility-scale solar projects in the world greater than 100 megawatts, launching a utility-scale solar revolution. That is something we should apply as a lesson to what we need to do now. Today, solar is the cheapest and fastest growing power source around the world, and those of you involved in it know that there is new technology changing some of the ingredients of the solar panel that will make a solar panel perhaps as much as 40% more efficient, which will be even a further revolution in the possibilities for countries that need to avoid coal and leapfrog to the future. So today, countries in every corner of the world watch Germany bring down the cost of renewable energy and solve the technical challenges of integrating intermittent wind and solar onto the grid. And that example has now emboldened countries such as India to even more decisively invest in clean energy transition. And I think that's a critical lesson. Germany is also setting examples of how to manage not just the deployment of new technologies, but the transition to those new technologies. I think Germany produces 45% of its electricity now from renewables, more than the proportion from fossil fuels. And it has developed tools from virtual power plants to long-distance transmission to maintain power reliability even at the highest penetrations of renewable energy. It's also, I think, showing the world a new way to transition from coal power. A tough decision, a big decision. And we all know how brutally, politically complicated some of these decisions can be. But it concluded the first round of auctions to retire coal. And that's a creative mechanism that pays plant owners to shut down, and it elicits the lowest market price to do so. And the government has developed a €4 billion plus compensation package, really critical. A compensation package to help affected companies and workers as the industry transitions by 2038, consistent with its law. So, my friends, it's critical that we decarbonize power. President Biden has now committed. He committed actually during the campaign, but he's now codifying this in the executive orders and in all of the planning that he's doing to make sure that we in the United States are carbon-free, completely carbon-free, in our U.S. power sector by 2035. More broadly, the administration plans to decarbonize all sectors of the economy, not just power, by putting the United States on a net zero emissions path by no later, and that by achieving net zero no later than 2050 and sooner, if at all possible. Now, let me share one last thought or a couple thoughts with all of you. Some politicians demagogues usually want to try to scare people and say, oh, this transition is going to mean you're going to have to give up your lifestyle, or, you know, you won't be able to turn on the TV or whatever. The scare tactics are quite extraordinary, but quite the opposite. What I've just described is the greatest revolution we've seen, as I said, since the Industrial Revolution. And President Biden's Build Back Better agenda aligns job creation with the task of slashing emissions with clean energy. For example, we're going to ramp up public procurement of zero-emission vehicles as we clean up the transportation sector, which is the largest source of U.S. emissions. We are going to accelerate clean energy development. We're going to level a currently tilted playing field. Astonishingly, even in 21, still it has been tilted more towards fossil fuel than towards the renewables. The president has instructed all our federal agencies to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies, to pause new oil and gas leases on federal lands and waters, and to speed up clean energy investment. And around the world, we're going to promote fuel-based energy while simultaneously advancing the alternative renewables. So, my friends, we have a lot to achieve together. Germany has unveiled a very impressive €9 billion national hydrogen strategy. I think there are many other things we can do, and there's certainly a lot of things that we can work on together. And we have a chance to transform the way people live for the better. Better health, less disease, much greater job growth, better economy in the long run, more stable, and finally, greater security for all of our nations. I think this is a transition worth being excited about, and I'm delighted to join you today to talk about that.
Thank you so much, John Kerry, for your sobering message about the urgency of the task before us, but also for your motivational and energizing words to all of us. I think many of the viewers worldwide will be very gratified to hear a leading American voice once again saying, yes, we can. You have very kindly agreed to stay with us for our transatlantic panel, so do just bear with us for a few minutes because we want to get some additional input now for that discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to now bring in two young, powerful voices, both voices here, ladies and gentlemen, under 20 years of age. Two young activists speaking up for climate justice. And I'm going to introduce both of them right now, and then TED Talk style, each will have 4 minutes to deliver her message. I'll begin with Jamie Margolin. She is co-founder of the international movement 0 Hour that has led official youth climate marches in Washington, D.C. and more than 25 other cities, and also has chapters across the globe. She has testified before the U.S. Congress alongside Greta Thunberg, and she's currently suing the U.S. state of Washington for denying her generation the constitutional right to a livable environment. And it's a pleasure to welcome Gilla Bastida. She is a Mexican-Chilean climate activist, one of the major organizers of Fridays for Future New York City, as well as a leading voice for indigenous and immigrant visibility in climate activism. She's a co-founder of the Re-Earth Initiative and also serves on the administrative committee of the People's Climate Movement and as a member of Extinction Rebellion. So, Jamie, I'll ask you to get us started, and then Gilla will go right after that.
Well, thank you so much for having us here. We're so happy to be speaking to you all today. So thank you for the introduction. My name is Jamie Margolin, and I'm a 19-year-old climate justice organizer. I started in the climate movement because there's never been a singular moment in my life where the climate crisis wasn't looming over my life, wasn't dictating every way that I plan for my future. And so in the summer of 2017, I co-founded an international climate justice organization called 0 Hour in order to try to make leaders pay attention and organize and actually take action for our futures. And while I think a lot has changed in terms of the overall culture of people now caring more about the climate crisis, in terms of actually getting to where we need to go, in terms of actually having a just transition and making the solutions that we need, that change still needs to happen. My family, while I was born in the United States, my family on my mom's side is from Colombia. And I think it's also important in our conversation about climate justice that we don't leave Latin America behind and the movements that are taking place there. Colombia is the deadliest place in the world to be an environmental organizer. So it has the highest rates of environmental murders. And that is something that I think a lot of people also need to understand, how people are literally risking their lives in order to stand up for our earth, for our planet. A lot of the fights in Colombia and in Latin America are to protect the Amazon rainforest. And a lot of people overlook the Amazon rainforest, the fight to protect the green spaces and the wild spaces of our world. But we need to understand, without the Amazon rainforest, without the green spaces and the wildlife that is currently being destroyed and deforested as we speak, we're not going to survive this climate crisis. The Amazon rainforest serves as a carbon sink that sucks out carbon from the air and helps us in our fight against against climate change. So world leaders need to step up in terms of supporting the indigenous people on the ground who are fighting to protect the Amazon rainforest, as well as the organizers all over the world who are fighting to protect the last wild spaces of our planet before it's too late. It's important also, especially, in the United States, I think a lot of people are under the misconception that because we now have a new administration, that automatically means that suddenly everything is okay and the climate crisis is solved because we have a non-climate denying administration. But people also need to understand that it goes far beyond simply acknowledging that the climate crisis is real. We need to take steps further to really take radical climate action for my generation before it's too late. This means banning fracking. This means a Green New Deal. This means shutting down the Dakota Access Pipeline, stopping Line 3, and stopping the construction of all new fossil fuel infrastructure. The lawsuit that I'm a part of, the Youth versus Government lawsuit in Washington State, I'm a plaintiff along with 12 other plaintiffs. So there's 13 of us total, youth in the state of Washington. And we're suing because in the American founding documents, it says that we have the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But how can you have life, liberty, and happiness without clean air, clean water, and a livable future? It's not that governments are not taking action on climate change. It's that they're actively worsening it, actively continuing to approve new drilling permits, continuing to allow new fossil fuel infrastructure to be built when our planet cannot afford any new fossil fuel infrastructure. And so we're suing for a climate recovery plan. And it's time that world leaders everywhere understand that the first step to stop this climate crisis is to stop digging, stop with the new fossil fuel infrastructure. No, natural gas is not a transition fuel. There's no such thing. We need to go immediately to renewable energy, 100%. There can be no more fracking. There can be no more pipelines. The pipelines that exist now, like the Dakota Access Pipeline, have to be dismantled. We have to completely transition away from fossil fuel infrastructure and make sure that we support those on the ground who are fighting to protect the green spaces of our world. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Jamie Margolin, and we'll go straight on now to Gia Bastida, please.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Jamie, for that very eloquent picture of where we are right now. And I'll introduce myself. My name is Gia Bastida, and I'm an 18-year-old climate justice activist from Mexico and Chile. And I am the co-founder of Re-Earth Initiative and an organizer with Fridays for Future. I'll also share some of my story. And That is that I was born in San Pedro Tultepec, which is a small Mexican town, as part of the Otomi Toltec indigenous community. So I grew up with this indigenous philosophy and value of reciprocity, meaning that we take care of Mother Earth because Mother Earth takes care of us. As I grew older, I realized that there was a disconnect between the world that I thought we lived in, which is one of unity and working together, to one where people were profiting off of destruction, extraction, and generating pollution. So for me, that was when my bubble burst as I started to realize that we were in this path of self-destruction. And in 2015, my hometown actually suffered from flooding, which made me realize not only that the climate crisis is already happening, not in 50 years, not in 100 years, and that is also affecting marginalized communities most, communities that have the least resources to deal with the impacts of the climate crisis. And that is why our climate solutions have to be holistic and intersectional, because it's not only about the parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere, but it's about how do we intentionally, holistically draw down that carbon, stop emitting carbon into the atmosphere while taking communities into consideration and communities' health into consideration. And, I'll also talk a little bit about Latin America because I think it's so important that we highlight the Global South as a whole. And I'll talk about two things really briefly, which are ecotourism and water privatization. So ecotourism is seen as the eco-friendly alternative to regular tourism, but we must not lose sight of the fact that it is actually just displacing communities and creating a weird type of a market that is, basically greenwashing what we should actually be doing, which is taking care and protecting our sacred sites. And the second thing is water privatization. There in Chile, which is where I'm from, we have this huge problem of water privatization. And the thing with it is that, consumers end up paying 59% more for water service that is private rather than one that is public. And a survey actually by Food and Water Watch found that 10% of privatization contracts 10 privatization contracts found that after taking over a system, water companies reduced the workforce by 34%. So it's actually damaging for communities to privatize water, and it's something that should be a human right after all. And I think that Jamie went over some of our demands, no more fracking, no more fossil fuel infrastructure. And some of the things that I want to highlight is the importance of decarbonizing power, which is something that John Kerry already talked about. And it's important to remember that the United States has the largest per capita energy consumption of power. So that basically means that even though we are not producing the most carbon, we are still the individuals who produce the most carbon when we get our power. So it is very important solutions that directly tackle the way in which we're actually living our lives to one that is more targeted towards unity and collaboration rather than competition. And we do know that the reason why it's being so hard to transition to renewable energy is because it's so cheap that it's not profitable for firms to transition. So we have to make sure that that is a point that is, that environmental damages are considered as part of the cost of keeping, of being dependent on carbon. And that's why it's so important to transition, because the cost is greater than what we're getting, than the profits that we're getting. So I'll leave it at that. And I just want to thank you all so much for having both Jamie and I speak to you today.
Xia Bastida, Jamie Margolin, we're very grateful to you for sharing your perspectives and reminding us what is at stake here. Thank you. We wish you utmost success in your endeavors.
Renewable energy and climate ambitions can be boosted by a strong cooperation between Canada, the EU, and the US. How can new opportunities for clean and resilient investment on both sides of the Atlantic be realised? This session discusses how to up the ante on energy and climate partnership dynamics.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Kerry recently said that, I quote, "The climate crisis puts young people today at the losing end of perhaps the greatest abdication of generational responsibility in history." And certainly that is the perspective that we just heard from those two young climate activists. So let us return now to the topic of what we can do at diplomatic, multilateral level to change that, and in particular through renewed transatlantic cooperation. Our next panel discussion is entitled Game On for Transatlantic Renewable Aspirations. And that title, ladies and gentlemen, clearly references the fact that, as Joe Biden has put it often, America is back when it comes to climate policy. As we've been reminded several times over the course of the day, one of President Biden's first actions was to rejoin the Paris Agreement. And in fact, new momentum is also being driven by energy partnerships like the one launched right here at BETD between the German government and Canada. So can we rebuild and widen the transatlantic climate bridge that was established back in 2008 and make it truly durable and effective in what has become a race against time? We want to talk about the opportunities, but also the challenges and the priorities for how we move forward. And we have a great panel to address all of those subjects. I am going to ask our audience to very quickly go onto Slido and answer our first Mentimeter question, our first audience poll for us. You'll see that if you are a registered user, you will see it on your screens under the Slido window. And if you'll just go on there and answer that question, then we'll come back to it shortly after we've introduced all of our speakers. And now it's my pleasure to tell you about our speakers, and I'm going to keep our intros very, very brief in order to maximize our time for discussion because we do have a very compact window here. I begin with the European Union Commissioner for Energy, Kadri Simson. Great to have you with us. Welcome. Also rejoining us again is the U.S. Presidential Envoy for Climate, former U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry. Great that you could stay on for the panel. Canada's Minister of Natural Resources is with us, Seamus O'Regan. Also with us, the Foreign Minister of Italy, Luigi Di Maio, and Germany's Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Energy, Peter Altmaier, who spoke with us earlier today, is with us once again, now back in his office, joining us virtually. And let me ask our technicians whether we can now, in fact, get that audience poll up on the screen so all of our speakers also get a quick chance to look at it. So we had asked, given the transatlantic renewable aspirations, which sector would you personally invest money in? And wow, far and away, the biggest share, they are saying green hydrogen. We also see offshore wind there, battery storage. In fact, John Kerry mentioned the battery plant being built right now here outside of Berlin as a transatlantic endeavor, that being, of course, Tesla that is doing that investment. Electric mobility also here, solar, wave energy, storage. So just a few terms there from our audience. Thank you very much for that. Now, I would like to begin our interactive discussion, dear speakers, and as I said, we're on a terribly tight schedule, so I'm going to request that you really try to give us statements that are 3 minutes or under, and I'll begin with an opening impulse from our host, Peter Altmaier, please.
Yes, hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I'm really delighted to welcome such a distinguished panel today, and I was delighted and inspired by John Kerry's speech just a couple of minutes ago. It was a clear sign of commitment and leadership, and we need and we deserve that leadership because we are all now in a situation where depression has been replaced by hope, where the doubt has been replaced by the willingness for action, but the window of opportunity is very small. When we had to cancel the Berlin Energy Transit Day and a physical presence half a year ago as a consequence of COVID-19. We all were saddened and somehow depressed. Now, I must say, I'm very happy and relieved that so many thousand people around the globe can follow our discussions, young people, people from all generations, people in developing countries, emerging countries, and industrialized countries. And we have to prove our ability, our willingness to deliver. John Kerry has made it clear in his keynote. We have a little bit more than half a year to accomplish all the necessary decision-making in order to guarantee a successful COP meeting in Glasgow. And this is important. We have the Americans back. We have lots of industrialized countries that have signed commitments to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 at the latest. We have the Green Deal of the European Union. When it was decided, Europe seemed to be a very strange animal. It seemed to be a very isolated approach. Now it is followed by so many others. And this gives us an opportunity to make this energy transition, this climate protection, cheaper as it otherwise would be, to make it faster as it otherwise would be. And it means we have to enhance cooperation. All the keywords that have been mentioned by Melinda are so enormously important. Energy transition is a systemic challenge, and we have to develop the renewable energies. We have to phase out of coal and fossil fuels as soon as possible. We have to make sure that sector coupling is achieved between the different sectors where energy consumption takes place. In Germany, indeed, we have played a role in inspiring the use of renewable energies by providing high feed-in tariffs. That was extremely expensive. But today, renewable energies have become competitive in many countries and in many areas. When I was appointed Secretary of the Environment in Germany 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago, solar energy was above 10 euro cent per kilowatt hour, and today it is below 4. And we see solar parks now being realized in tariffs at all. That is what we have achieved. We have to share our experience. We have to benefit from cooperation. And I see with enormous hope all the new initiatives to promote hydrogen solutions. Hydrogen is a kind of missing link. It's a missing link because when you want to stay competitive, when you want to transform your industries, when you want to produce green steel, green chemistry, green metals, and other products, then you need hydrogen. Green hydrogen produced from renewable energies to make that happen. We know that we can, perhaps by 2035, produce green steel. We know that we can produce green products in many areas. And we have seen now the momentum gaining place. Momentum that is inspiring companies, private businesses, to undergo their own transformation. We have to make sure that renewable energy remains available at affordable prices. We have to make sure, and we have to prove, as industrialized countries, that we can demonstrate that prosperity, competitiveness, and climate action are compatible, so that other countries, also developing countries and the poorest countries, will follow our example and benefit from that. That is a challenge. John Kerry has underlined and stressed how important it is to act quickly. And indeed, after 30 years of enormous efforts, we have realized we have harvested the low-hanging fruits, many of them, but we still are much too slow and much too late if we want to achieve our ambitious targets. And therefore, we cannot further delay. We have to use the next decade to achieve important progress and to tell the investors this is not a hype. This is something that is becoming the basic policy in all our countries. Therefore, I'm so delighted to see this transatlantic panel. If we can provide leadership together, if we can join forces, if we can convince countries like Japan, South Korea, China, and many, many others to follow, then we will make a difference. Thank you so much for participating.
Thank you very much, Minister Altmaier. In just a moment, we want to drill a little bit deeper on how we triangulate prosperity, climate action, and competitiveness. But first of all, I would like to get a second input for our discussion. As this year's G20 president, Italy has a crucial role in coordinating climate action in the run-up to the COP26. So let me go now to the Italian minister, Mr. Di Maio. Please, a brief input, if you would.
Thank you, Dr. Crane, and I thank also the organizer of the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue 2021 for the invitation. I'm very glad to attend such a prestigious forum and share with you some insights from Italy on the topics of this panel. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that I will not be able to stay for the Q&A as I have to leave soon after my opening remarks because of unexpected parliamentary business, but I'm very sorry for that. My dear colleagues and dear youth representatives, dear John Kerry, today we have been discussing the prospects of transatlantic renewable aspiration in the fight against climate change. We should rather call it climate twisting, because it has to be clear-cut how heavy and damaging climate changes have been for the last century and a half. Earth's climate has changed many times throughout history as a consequence of natural processes. However, we cannot accept that human civilization at current stage of advanced technology and development is mainly responsible for ravaging it. Therefore, I would like to start by focusing on the value of transatlantic cooperation in this fight. The first factor is the transatlantic carbon footprint. According to the International Energy Agency in 2019, before the COVID-19 shock, world CO2 emissions amounted to 33 gigatons. Altogether, Europe, the United States, Canada, and their main partners, such as Japan, Republic of Korea, and Australia, are home to almost 1/7 of the world population. However, their emissions still accounted for more than 1/3 of the total. The good news is that in the past 2 years, these countries had a decline in CO2 emissions from the power sector. This is due mainly to the increasing role of renewable sources and fuel switching from coal to natural gas. Second, in the transatlantic community, we have the best technology to achieve environmental sustainability and carbon neutrality. What we need now is to push for more green financing and administrative simplification to incentivize and spread its application. On green financing, the EU has been the world frontrunner as the largest issuer of green bonds worldwide. At the last World Economic Forum, it has been said that moving toward an environmental sustainable economy by 2050 would represent a 40 trillion euro investment opportunity. It's important to mobilize the private sector, banks, and other financial institutions. And I'm confident that they will be part of this global effort, not only because fighting against the climate twisting is the right thing to do, but also because it is profitable. On administrative simplification, it is time to cut the red tape of excessive bureaucracy hindering too many good projects, including our renewables. Energy efficiency will not be possible without administrative efficiency. That is the kind of reform the new Italian government has been working hard on. Third, the most relevant of our resources is awareness of the importance of our common values. In the last few months, the EU member states agreed to devote more than 1/3 of their recovery plan after COVID-19 to the European Green Deal. The US rejoined the Paris Agreement. Canada passed its Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act. The UK introduced a 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution. It seems we have again a clear convergence trend, and I do believe that this is a good news for all. Fourth, as the most influential community of powers, the transatlantic community has to exercise its multilateral leadership in setting the global agenda against the climate change. This challenge calls on the engagement of all countries. We do have to engage them, but I think our community still has the best solutions and the strongest political will to be the standard maker in the green transition era. The energy transition is our test bed. We have to work on the essential drivers to step up renewables. Cooperation in sci-tech research, industrial alliances, good energy governance, common standards and profitability. I'm convinced that there is no better coalition than the transatlantic community in order to leverage all these drivers in the most effective way. Italy is ready to give its contribution. We have leading global companies in the energy sector, an extensive research network and good relations with many partners in the MENA region, in the Western Balkans, in Africa and other areas as well. This year, Italy will hold the G20 presidency and we will host the Youth for Climate event and the pre-COP26. Furthermore, in the same spirit, the new Italian government has created a new Ministry for Environmental Transition. As such, we feel a special responsibility in keeping the momentum high on the global coordination efforts towards a zero-carbon economy and an effective green transition. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your invitation.
Thank you very much, Foreign Minister Di Maio, and we're sorry that you won't be able to stay for the rest of the panel, but of course we do understand and we wish you a great deal of success as G20 President. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me now move on to get our panelists' take, and as I said, this session is entitled Game On, but in fact we've heard speaker after speaker today that say that we must up our game, so I'd like to talk about that now, and I'd like to ask very specifically for the three panelists who haven't spoken yet to tell us what you see as the most important steps that the transatlantic partners can take to really up our game, to accelerate climate action now in the run-up to the COP and of course thereafter as well. So I'll start with the EU Energy Commissioner, Kadri Simpson, please. And if you would, I know it's hard, but 2 minutes if you can, because we still want to get in another round of questions after this. Thank you.
Good afternoon from Brussels, and I do my best, but this is a mission impossible. I wanted to start by stating that I am a true believer in transatlantic relations. As partners, we need three things to accelerate the green transition: direction, momentum, and a vehicle. The direction will be brought about by leadership on both sides of the Atlantic, and I'm very happy to see that the United States is back and Canada has been our continued ally. So last week, we welcomed John Kerry to the college. And John, when I was listening to you, I was struck by how your goals echoed our own. So it's clear that on both sides of the Atlantic, we are eager to bring that leadership to the table. And in Europe, we plan to reach climate neutrality by 2050. Building on this direction, we need momentum. And in 2020, we hit the ground running. So we launched the strategies on hydrogen, offshore renewable energy, methane emissions, and for kicking off a renovation wave for buildings. And right now we are working on concrete legislative proposals for reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030, with a focus on energy efficiency and renewables, including hydrogen. So international cooperation will be important for renewable hydrogen. Our best chance of scaling this innovative fuel is to jointly propose a global rules-based market for hydrogen with harmonized safety and environmental standards, accelerating the momentum also in methane reductions. A large part of leaks can be reduced at net zero cost. And in the EU, we are putting in place better monitoring and reporting, leak detection and repair, but we are also promoting global cooperation. So we support the renewed oil and gas methane partnership and the establishment of an international methane emissions observatory in cooperation with the United Nations Environment Programme and the International Energy Agency. And finally, after the direction, the momentum is in place, we need a vehicle, a funding vehicle, and the increased ambition requires significant increases in investment. So we estimate that we need to increase investment by around 350 billion euros per year compared to the past decade. These are huge numbers, but I'm confident we will get there because also our leaders have agreed on the largest budget in history. This is 1.8 trillion euros, and at least 30% of this will be dedicated to climate mainstreaming. So this is our occasion to build back better after the devastating effects of the pandemic. And at the same time, public funding can only be part of the solution. We are finalizing our rules to guide private capital towards sustainable investments. And overall, as partners, we need to lead with purpose, giving the momentum and the financial firepower to back up our ambitions. And I'm very confident from what I have seen of our transatlantic partners that we will achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And in fact, you achieved that Mission Impossible pretty impressively. Let me go on now to Canadian Minister O'Regan. Same question, main drivers to really accelerate our climate action transatlantically.
Dr. Shin, Dr. Crane, first of all, let me just take a moment to thank Secretary in the United States for not only re-engaging on climate action, but being bold and unapologetic about it. I recently attended, as did he just 2 weeks ago, a joint meeting of our cabinets with our Prime Minister and President Biden. I can tell you, as somebody who was a board member of the World Wildlife Fund of Canada, I've traveled to Antarctica to see the effects of climate change on our polar regions. We know here in Canada, the Inuit tell us how dramatically their lands are changing in our north. To be in that meeting was a day I did not think would come soon. To have the United States not only back talking about climate change, no longer omitting the words climate change from our joint communiques, but insisting they be in there. And the sense of urgency that this president and Secretary Kerry and their cabinet feel is inspiring. And I think it's very important that sentiment, that it's understood how important that is. We really do have a chance of upping our game now. We have a chance of doing this. We have a chance of meeting our Paris targets. I'm broadcasting to you from Newfoundland, which is the furthest east part of Canada, halfway between Europe, actually, and Toronto and Ottawa and Montreal, the centers of our country. We're out in the middle of the North Atlantic. We have seen one environmental crisis here only 30 years ago that saw our northern cod species gone after one generation of industrial fishery. The biggest single source of protein in the world. It's oil now that we depend on. And of course, as any oil-producing jurisdiction in the country knows, it has been one heck of a year. The transition that is happening, the movement towards lower emissions in the marketplace is happening. It is happening and it is real. And it is jurisdictions like mine that without proper guidance and without the proper investments in our workers in jurisdictions like mine, like Alberta, like Saskatchewan in my country, then without inclusion If you ask me to make a single point here, Dr. Crane, without inclusion, this momentum will not be maintained. People need and want to be included. Our energy workers here in this country, out in Alberta and Saskatchewan, in 2 generations figured out how to get oil out of sand and make us the 4th biggest producers of oil and gas in the world. And what I say to them is that we need that same ingenuity and determination and work ethic now to lower emissions. And that is not easy, and it will not happen on its own. The marketplace is driving investment, no question, but it is up to governments like ours and leadership like I see before me to make sure that that happens. Only this morning at the International Energy Agency, we had our first meeting of a global commission of a people-centered recovery. It's all about inclusion. Christina Figueres was there, of course, and we really feel as governments that we need to ensure that no one is left out of this moment, to ensure we maintain this momentum, and to ensure that the people that we need in order to make this transition, because it's a lot of complex engineering and a lot of hard work, that we don't lose them. I would say that that is one of the biggest imperatives of our government. And I can tell you, having spoken to those on this panel, and it was abundantly clear from Secretary Kerry and from President Biden, they get it. They know. They are working with the unions and with the energy jurisdictions in their own country to make sure that we got everybody on board.
Thank you so much. And in fact, we're going to drill a little bit deeper on that in just a moment. But let me first also give John Kerry an opportunity to respond in terms of what you see. You told us, of course, some of this in your keynote, but maybe you want to reinforce the message by just telling us 1 or 2 drivers that you would say are the absolute most crucial prerequisites to truly accelerating our climate action transatlantically.
Thank you so much, Melinda. I appreciate it. And thank you, Seamus, for your great comments, and most importantly, for Canada's terrific partnership. It's terrific to be back at the table with you and to be cooperating together. The key things that we need to do. Number one, we have to get certainly the 20 largest emitting countries, but hopefully all nations that come to Glasgow will raise ambition and particularly set an NDC, national defined contribution by them in the reduction of emissions at a level that will allow us to keep the 1.5 degrees centigrade Celsius alive. That's critical. We must have the statement of ambition, the agreement that we're going to move there. We need the transparency and accountability that will then follow that in order to guarantee that people are really following through and it's not a greenwashing or a phony statement and a walk away. This is for real. And the nations have to step up as if it is. The second thing, it would help a great deal if we had, there's not consensus on this yet, a carbon market. Global carbon market would be the best thing. But in the absence of that, we need to create a sufficient market so the price of carbon comes up by the marketplace reacting to it. And indeed, you'll see choices starting to be made that will be common sense, and business will make a huge difference. I believe the private sector is absolutely key to our ability to meet this goal. No government is going to have enough money, and no government by itself can make it happen fast enough. The private sector will drive much of what happens in terms of innovation and research. And we need to harness that energy. There's no shame in that. We need to do that in the best ways that we can allocate capital, harness the power of that capital. And so finance, I've created within our team in Washington, a finance team, and bringing expert capacity to the table so we could help work with the international financial institutions, the World Bank, the IMF, the development banks around the world, come together, create new financial instruments, conceivably, that are leveraging investment in revenue-producing endeavors. For instance, transportation, revenue-producing, energy production, power production, revenue-producing. Where it is revenue-producing, it can be financeable within the marketplace, and that can bring trillions of dollars to the table. Third thing we need is a massive global cooperative effort to break the barrier of discovery, of innovation, of new technologies. We will need, even if we got to net 50, even if we got to 2050 with net zero, we're still going to need to suck carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. And we need the technologies moving, direct air capture, carbon storage. I mean, different things. It's not per se the fossil fuel. It's the product, the byproduct of the fossil fuel. And if that byproduct obviously was completely contained, then you have what's called, abated versus unabated emissions. To do that may accelerate our capacity to be able to get done what we need to do in this next 10 years. Ultimately, we got to move to the new energy, to hydrogen. I was delighted to see hydrogen in that big, bold letters there, because I think hydrogen is perhaps one of our greatest opportunities, as obviously that's a shared point of view. Whole economies can be built on it. And by the way, some of the infrastructure that already exists in fossil fuel industry can also be used to deal with some of that aspect. So I think those are the most critical things. Countries must make this decade, 2020 to 2030, it's imperative that we do what's necessary to get on the right curve. Those are the most critical things in my mind.
Thank you so much for that. So I'd like to do one more round of quick questions and answers and dig deeper on the point that was made by Seamus O'Regan in terms of inclusion. We had another word cloud earlier today where climate justice was the biggest writing in the very center of the diagram. So let me ask all of you about how we triangulate climate action with justice and inclusion. And I'll start with Peter Altmaier and ask you to talk a little bit. You mentioned it yourself. How do we stay competitive, get active on climate, and take people along? And John Kerry, in his keynote, commended Germany's tough decisions on coal, and yet many climate activists would say they're still too slow. So how do you see the triangulation of these goals?
First of all, it is important to taking decisions. And when we have taken the decision of phasing out of fossil coal and electricity, we were blamed for being too late. But now we are seeing it's going much faster. And the second point is the triangulation you mentioned. That means we as industrialized countries, we have to provide the business models that can help developing countries, poorer countries, to benefit from energy transition and climate protection. I have two examples for that. The first example is offshore wind energy. We have developed offshore wind energy in countries like Germany that it can, on a medium-term perspective, produce at zero additional cost enormous amounts of electricity, of renewable electricity. When you look at the coastal waters around the world, there is an enormous potential for the installation of new offshore wind capacities. And that would benefit the developing countries enormously, because they have a lack of electrification and electricity. They rely on fossil electricity much more than other countries, and therefore this is example number one. Second example is the matter of hydrogen. It was mentioned by everybody. Green hydrogen can help us in many respects. But the industrialized countries, the densely populated areas, quite often have not the space enough to produce green hydrogen for the domestic purposes. Germany is still importing about 70% of its primary energy demand, and we are ready to import. That means that oil and gas producing countries can substitute their fossil production progressively by the production of green hydrogen. And developing countries can have a business model by producing green hydrogen. And this is something that is possible. And the last point is when we are talking about electromobility, where Tesla, John Kerry has mentioned that, thank you for that, is an American company, now the biggest in terms of value in the world, world, but it's becoming an American-German company as well. They are investing in a battery factory. They are investing in a gigafactory for e-cars. My idea is that on a medium-term perspective, e-cars are becoming even cheaper than combusting cars, and batteries are becoming much cheaper than they are today. And this will help also the developing and the poorer countries to benefit from transport and individual e-mobility. These are three examples, I think, that we should deepen in the next years.
Thank you very much. And let me go now to Minister O'Regan and ask you to talk a bit about jobs. Canada, of course, is following a two-track approach on energy. You do still invest significantly in the fossil fuels sector, and you talked about Canada's innovation in that area. What do you reply to critics who say that slows down the energy transition?
Not at all. In fact, Minister Altmaier and I had a very frank conversation about being very practical people. This is happening. I think the transition, the energy transition that we speak of and lowering emissions is happening, which means it is not always a neat and tidy business. It is a false choice to say that we have to choose between the perfect and the good, or the perfect gets in the way of the good. We need the perfect and the good. We need everything in our quest to lower emissions. We are not going to get oil-free overnight by any stretch of the imagination. So in the meantime, we have to do the hard work of lowering the emissions involved with the extraction and use of oil. And that comes back to people. This is not, again, it's not a false choice to say that, you know, when you're looking after people in these energy sectors, that you're in any way slowing down or subsidizing the present. Not at all. This is not an act of charity. These are the people that we need to do the hard work. You know, when I spoke to the head of the crane operators union in Alberta when I first got this job, he said to me, you know, we don't care whether our cranes are lifting a wind turbine or a pipeline. Good work is good work. When I speak to unions, they say, look, we are used to retooling in this industry. We just need to know what we are retooling to. So when we had the pandemic hit and the demand destruction hit our country and the oil go into negative value per barrel, what did we do very quickly? We invested $1.7 billion in looking after orphan and inactive wells. It's a highly technical thing where you're taking orphaned and abandoned oil wells and you're capping them, you're repurposing them, you are cutting back on methane emissions. This was something that we knew we could do very quickly. Because we need to get to where is next. You know, we've been using some we've been using sports metaphors on Game On, and I would add one in our ice hockey mad country from the father of one of our greatest players, Wayne Gretzky, Walter Gretzky, who just passed away recently. And he said, you don't skate to where the puck is. You skate to where the puck is going. Mm-hmm. That is something that we had not seen markets move on. They are moving on that now. It has been a sea change over the course of this pandemic, an accelerant on trends that we knew existed. The market is moving very quickly, but it is incumbent upon governments to make sure that people are not left behind, not only because that's the right and proper thing to do and what governments should be doing, but again, because this is not an act of charity. These are the experienced, intelligent, educated men and women who've shown a lot of ingenuity in traditional areas of energy, and we need to reposition them now to lowering emissions wherever and whenever we can. Back to the point of your audience and the word cloud. In fact, your audience got them all right. All of those are very good suggestions. Green hydrogen is definitely something that we see from our country. It's part of our hydrogen plan, both green and blue. And we are going to look at both because both are available to us and both can allow us to lower emissions now. This is urgent. There is no question. That is why Canada, if you look at the list of things that's happening in that word cloud, we're doing just about everything. And incumbent upon that, I should add, in terms of the marketplace, and Secretary Kerry is absolutely right about them being involved, we have a national price on pollution, a price on carbon. Politically, I can tell you that is not easy, but we did it because that is a very, very essential instrument in harnessing the marketplace and making sure that it makes the right decisions.
Thank you very much. Let me go now to Commissioner Simpson and ask you, clearly it's not only North America that faces challenges around the public acceptance of the energy transition, but also Europe as well. How do we ensure that decarbonization does not further disadvantage the most vulnerable and therefore lead some member countries to essentially drag their feet?
Well, first of all, we want to send the signal that green means growth. Green projects create more jobs, bring in more money and save more than non-green projects. So the clean energy sector is expected to be among the most active employers in the coming years. Every billion euro of investment that we will attract in renewable hydrogen will create 10,000 jobs along the supply chain, according to our estimates. And similarly, with solar power, we are aiming to generate 400,000 new direct and indirect jobs along the entire industrial value chain. And at the same time, in several parts of Europe, solar power or onshore wind have become the cheapest form of electricity generation. In addition, energy efficiency and renewables help reduce the EU's dependency on fossil fuel imports. And thus, our import bill, while creating domestic jobs, will change. And this is a clear win-win for the economy. But that said, some loss of jobs will be inevitable. And that's the way it has been with every industrial revolution in history. But the difference this time is that we will be ready for it. And this is a transition of our own making. And because we are ready for it, we are committing to a just transition where no one is left behind, no worker, no region, and we will support the most vulnerable. We have developed valuable expertise with our coal regions in transition initiative. Based on this experience, we have just launched a new initiative with several industrial partners. And also we are promoting this just transition program in our neighboring countries, in their coal regions, in Western Balkans and Ukraine, so that the transition towards a carbon neutral economy will take place there too. And the initiative will provide financial support for transition activities to our neighbors too. And furthermore, we are ready to engage through the International Energy Agency to develop solutions for the regions worldwide that are most affected. And I firmly believe that phasing out coal and transitioning to a green energy system will be much easier if we share our experiences and also lessons learned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And last word back to John Kerry. And you did, of course, in your keynote, talk about green jobs and the enormous potential there. So let me ask you a slightly different question about the domestic situation in the US. It does, of course, remain a deeply polarized country. You've got a very, very narrow majority in Congress. So talk to us a little bit about the degree to which the US can be a reliable transatlantic partner going forward. There is, of course, quite a bit of concern in Europe that the pendulum could swing again in the other direction. So perhaps you could speak to that before we close this very, very thought-provoking panel.
Well, even with Donald Trump there, and he made the decision to get out of the Paris Agreement, even as he did that, 37 governors and the District of Columbia, so 38 entities, said, no, we're staying in. Those 38 entities, states, Republican and Democrat, represent 80% of the population of America. And 1,000+ mayors in the United States all said, we're staying in. The day after Donald Trump pulled out, lying to the American people about why he was pulling out and what the rationale was for it, i.e. too much of a burden. It wasn't a burden on anybody. because we all wrote our own plans in Paris. Everybody wrote their own plan. That's not, we had ExxonMobil and major corporations in Paris helping to write that. So the fact is that the vast majority of America's economy, the vast majority of our political entities all stayed in Paris. Donald Trump may have gotten out, but we stayed in. So this is an exaggerated notion. Did it hurt? Yeah, it hurt. Even though we were, kept fighting and going along. I remember the day after Trump pulled out, Governor Cuomo, Governor Inslee of Washington, Governor Brown of California, and I stood up in New York and we said, we're going to fight to stay in. We have a "we're still in" movement in the United States. So people shouldn't sit around worrying about what happens for the second reason. And the second reason is this: the kind of investment that's going to take place in the trillions of dollars, the new opportunities that we've just been describing, new technologies, new jobs, we have 3.6 million people today working in advanced energy technology in the United States. That's more people than are working in retail. It's twice as many people as are working in hotels, and it's 3 times as many people who are working in oil and coal. This is the future. And no politician is going to come along in a year, 2 years, 3 years, and possibly be able to turn around what major corporate enterprises across the world and governments are going to commit to. Now, that comes to the first part of the question the others were addressing, which is how do you make it fair? Well, we've built, tragically, and we in America are suffering. This is where our anger comes from. This is why you see our country polarized. You have different views about what to do about it, but everybody's angry because they know the system has been unfair. They know that globalization made this vast wealth for a lot of people, but workers are working harder than ever to make ends meet, harder to pay the bills, send your kid to school, do all those kinds of things, which are fundamental to everybody's good feelings or bad feelings about government anywhere in the world. And the fact is that in too many places, there wasn't, and particularly in our country, Europe does better on this scale than we've done, though up until President Biden passed his COVID relief. $1.9 trillion is going to lift children out of poverty. I think it's something like 25, 30%, maybe higher, of kids automatically lifted out of poverty from that legislation. People are going to get $1,400 in their pockets to pay off some bills and buy the groceries and survive COVID more effectively. That is what changes attitudes, and that is what effectively builds the fabric of societies in our countries. And the truth is that people haven't paid enough attention to that in the last years. That's why you have this national populism growing in Europe and other places in the world. But if governments are paying attention, and that's why people are fighting for justice in this environmental transformation, that you got to make sure that you're doing this in a way that's fair. But if you can earn a fair wage and you're doing better, there are going to be massive job opportunities here, folks. In America, we don't even have a national grid. In the age of artificial intelligence and quantum computing, we can't send electrons from one part of the country to another in order to be efficient in our distribution of energy. This is what's going to come with this transformation. And there are all kinds of jobs: steel workers, iron workers, pipe fitters, electricians, construction of all kinds. Massive amount of work is going to be done as we rebuild our societies and retool to this challenge. That's why I said, and I believe deeply, this is the greatest economic transformation moment that we have seen, bigger than the 1990s when we had computers and telephone, portable phones and so forth. This is bigger. This is about moving billions of people. It's about how you heat billions of people. This is and power our homes and our, what kind of engines will fly our aircrafts? What kind of fuel will they use? Every sector of every economy in the world is going to be positively impacted, providing their leadership gets them into, as we've been saying, the game. And I think that's part of what Glasgow is about, getting a unified planet, 196 plus countries signing on to this future. It's exciting, I think.
Thank you very, very much, Sean Carey, for those inspiring final words to this panel. Game's on. Thank you very much, Minister O'Regan, Commissioner Simpson, for being with us. Unfortunately, Peter Altmaier had to leave us for an important meeting, but we're very grateful to all of you for this truly energizing discussion that we have had. And ladies and gentlemen, we go straight over now to Jennifer Porto in the hub. Sorry that we cut into your time window there, Jennifer, just the quickest of messages, I think. But thank you so much for waiting.
No, absolutely. It was our pleasure, Melinda. That was quite an exciting panel on game-changing. It's really exciting to see that we have so many engaged ministers at such a high level who have joined us today. I'm really looking forward in just a moment or so to get into the Europazaal again to do a panel on carbon-neutral buildings, waking the sleeping giant. Melinda, I know you have your own session going on in the Weltsaal, so I'll pass right back to you for some more information about that.
What are the lessons from CO2 pricing mechanisms in the world? Can we raise the price of carbon and avoid carbon leakage? What is the right price for CO2?
The title of our session is
This session looks at how to achieve carbon neutrality within the next few decades.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after that very, very short break to a session that has become something of a perennial topic here at the BETD, carbon pricing. And as we heard just now in our Game On panel, John Kerry talked about it as one of the most crucial drivers of the green energy transition. Carbon pricing is often seen as the lever of choice when it comes to steering investment toward renewables and away from fossil fuels. So why is it that carbon pricing remains, in the words of Financial Times columnist Martin Wolf, a good idea whose time has not yet come? Our title here is Don't Think Twice, Set a Carbon Price. And in fact, more than 40 countries in the world have done that to date in introducing either a carbon tax or an emissions trading scheme. And yet, the great majority of these set an emission price that is simply too low to propel us to carbon neutrality in the near future. So the fact is, policymakers face a dilemma. Effectively raising the price of carbon higher could spark carbon leakage, a relocation of emitting activities, meaning also jobs, to other regions with more lenient legislation. What do we do about that? What are the lessons learned from CO2 pricing mechanisms across the world? Which measures can actually serve to achieve carbon neutrality within the next decades? Those are the issues we want to explore in this panel. We've got a great selection of speakers. We also are very eager to hear from you, ladies and gentlemen, both via our chat mechanism. If you're a registered user, please send us your questions. And also, we've got some live polling that we want to do in this session. And perhaps you're already voting on our first audience question. It is this: in your opinion, what is the right price of carbon per ton? And we have, at the moment, votes coming in showing a clear majority at the moment. Well, actually not a clear majority. The largest share says above 100 euros per ton. Next largest share sees it at 50 to 100 euros a ton. Slightly lower share, about a quarter of you are saying above 200 euros a ton. And then we have a very, very small share saying somewhere between 10 euros and 50 euros. So we'll give that some more time to play out while I now introduce our panelists. And again, I'm going to keep the intros brief in the interest of maximizing time for discussion. It's a pleasure to welcome Simonetta Sommaruga. She is member of Switzerland's Federal Council and head of the Swiss Federal Department of Environment, Transport, Energy, and Communications. Also very glad to have with us Pekka Haavisto. He is Finland's Minister for Foreign Affairs. Great to see you, sir. Sabine Frank is with us. She is Executive Director of Carbon Market Watch. Thank you so much for being with us today. And Wendy Hughes is Manager of Carbon Markets and Innovation Practice at the World Bank, leading teams working on carbon markets and also overseeing the Carbon Pricing Leadership Coalition. So if we can, dear technicians, I'd like to go back to that word cloud one more time. To our audience poll to see where we came out. Okay, very interesting. So we've got equal shares. 31% of our voters said 50 to 100 euros. Another 31% said above 100 euros. Just 20% want to see us go really ambitious, above 200 euros. And then we've got about 18% seeing the right carbon price as somewhere below 50 euros. So now let us hear from the panel. And I'd like to start out by asking each of the policymakers to talk about your own country's approach. And I'm just going to remind you, because as always, we're very tight on time. I'd be very grateful if you can keep this initial statement to 3 minutes or less. So I'll start with Federal Councillor Sommaruga. What are the main features of the current carbon tax in Switzerland? And in particular, tell us the secret to your success in instituting a CO2 tax that is in fact among the highest in the world and does include a tax on airline tickets and an increase in the price of fuel. What can other countries learn from you?
Thank you so much for this question, dear ministers, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I can tell you that Switzerland introduced a CO2 tax on heating fuels, so not on transport fuels, already in 2008. This CO2 tax has 3 main features. The first is the tax rate is automatically adjusted if emissions reductions are not on track. Because we missed some intermediate targets, the rate increased from about 11 euro per ton at the beginning to 87 euro now. Second feature, 2/3 of the revenue from the tax is refunded to the population on a per capita basis and to the enterprises. 1/3 of the revenues, this is maximum 400 million euro per year, is used for a program to renovate buildings, because buildings have a large emissions reduction potential. To make people accept the tax, it was important that the revenue would not go to the general state budget. So with the refunding per capita, this solution is also socially acceptable. And the third feature is that large industries are in the Swiss emissions trading system, which is linked to the EU ETS, and they are exempted from the tax. For smaller enterprises, we have a carrot and stick approach. The carrot is that they are exempted from the tax if they reduce their emissions substantially and in a way that can be verified. The stick is that they pay a fine if they don't reduce their emissions. Well, last year our parliament revised the CO2 law. There will be a referendum next June. That means that people, our population, will have the last word on this legislation, and we will have to convince our population about this revised CO2 law. So this revised CO2 law foresees that first the CO2 tax on heating fuels may be increased to 190 euro per ton if emissions are not reduced enough. So we are now close to the 200 euro per ton. Then a larger share of transport emissions will need to be compensated. The revised law allows for that share to increase from 12% at present to up to 90%. To finance compensation projects, up to Swiss cent liter of gasoline will be up to 12 Swiss cent liter of gasoline. That means 10 euro cent will be charged compared to 1.5 cent at the moment. This will be equivalent to some 50 euro per ton of CO2. Then, second point, we will introduce an aviation tax of 25 to 110 euro per flight ticket. We will also tax private aviation. Like for the CO2 tax, at least half of the aviation tax revenue will be refunded to the population. CO2 and aviation tax revenues, which are not refunded, will go to a new climate fund with up to €1 billion each year. This fund can be seen as our green recovery package. So my message to close to countries which consider introducing a CO2 price, first point, do it progressively to allow for people and the economy to adapt. Second point, be transparent about the use of revenues, refund part of revenues if necessary with a social component, allocate part of revenues to sustainability projects. Third point, give enterprises a chance to be exempted if they reduce emissions sufficiently. And fourth point, we have to admit it, the transport sector and car drivers are a very strong lobby. Charge them a CO2 price, which is politically feasible, but make them understand that long term they will have to pay a price which fully internalizes costs. So please help us to win our referendum in June. We will do everything to have our population convinced, and thank you for your attention.
Your messages are so clear. It seems like you have pretty good chances of winning that referendum yourself. Let me go on now to Minister Haavisto and ask you to talk a little bit about what your country's doing, because in fact in 1990 Finland became one of the very first countries to price CO2 emissions through a carbon tax. So maybe you can tell us where your price level is now in terms of that audience poll that we posed a little bit earlier, and also tell us a little bit about the impact that the tax has had over this pretty long period of time, 30 years. What lessons would you want to convey to other countries thinking about doing this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, thanking, of course, the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue for organizing this very important debate, because through dialogue and international cooperation, we can maybe have an equal high green tax level globally and first in Europe. And of course, we are following very closely the Energiewende and its 10th anniversary year in Germany. In many ways, of course, German debate has shown the model to others. Currently, I just want to advertise a little bit that we have also established together with Chile a network of coalition of finance ministers for climate action. Actually, we have now 52 finance ministers in this network, because we think that the fiscal and economic policymakers should also be interested on green taxes and carbon taxes and discuss these issues, not only leave it to the ministers of environment, these topics. And as you mentioned, Finland was the first country in the world to pass a carbon tax, and we started taxing fossil fuel for environmental purposes in 1990. We have a long experience of carbon pricing, especially in transport and energy sectors, and in both sectors, carbon pricing in the form of taxes and emission trading have effectively led to emissions reductions in Finland. Cars in Finland have been taxed on the basis of the CO2 emissions since 2008. Carbon pricing, we think, has proved to be a cost-effective measure to reduce emissions, and it provides flexibility for those targeted by the pricing mechanism. 2015, we had a new Finnish law on climate change, which is actually requires cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 80%. And when this government was formed 2019, we decided that Finland will be the first carbon neutral country by 2035. And of course, we are quite close, so we really have to run for that target. How emissions have been cut in Finland? Actually, we have cut almost 30% from our 1990 level. This has not had negative effects on the development of the Finnish economy, which was the main argument sometimes when people argued against this kind of taxation. And of course, we have our northern location, we have our long distances in the country, and all these issues. This country is an energy-intensive country. For that purpose, I think our goal is what we have achieved is quite good. And maybe a couple of remarks. We have more and more municipalities that have their own carbon programs now for the carbon neutrality, which is important. The youth is mobilizing itself on these issues. And what is the best? Actually, our businesses and our industries have formed a climate leadership coalition, and they are lobbying also globally in their counterparts the climate issue. And I think this role of the industry and private sector is very, very important in Finland. And change, of course, has to be just, and costs have to be distributed evenly, and carbon pricing is one of the mechanisms for distributing cost in a fair way in our regard. And finally, I would like to mention the European Union's green recovery package. We just discussed that yesterday, today in the Finnish Parliament, and we are actually steering more than or 50% of those recovery package funds to climate issues. We are counting that we can reduce 6% further our climate impact with this recovery package. So this can also be used for climate purposes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pekka Haavisto. And let me go now to Sabine Frank. Your work focuses, among other topics, on the analysis of developments in international carbon markets. So it would be helpful if you could maybe tell us some of your key findings on carbon pricing, and then I also have an audience question that I'd like to bring in after that initial take from you.
Yes, thank you. Here we're jumping quite a bit away from national carbon pricing. International carbon markets follow a very different price logic. The logic here is to obtain the cheapest abatement options. So it's the pursuit of cheap carbon prices. It's a very different logic to those of carbon taxes or of cap and trade systems, where the idea is to get to prices which hurt emitters and therefore provide incentives to them to reduce their emissions. Consider that in the international carbon market, for example, where companies voluntarily buy carbon credits, the price of one carbon ton is still below $8, so a far cry from some of the wishes for carbon prices that we saw earlier in the poll. And neither are international carbon markets actually about reducing emissions as such. Rather they serve polluting countries and companies to offset some of their emissions by buying credits for emissions which are avoided, reduced, or removed elsewhere. And the challenge for those markets and for the UN climate conference in November is to finally agree on the rules for them and to avoid all the loopholes that might arise, such as the carryover of excessively old credits or the danger of double counting of emission reductions. And a challenge for the voluntary carbon market, which is growing because more and more companies adopt net zero goals and look to buy offsets. The challenge there is to ensure that these carbon credits, the offsets, are only used on the back of serious efforts to reduce own emissions, and also that carbon credits truly represent emission reductions or removals, and that other desirable benefits are created, such as climate finance for developing countries.
Thank you very much. And just a quick follow-up question. Can carbon pricing instruments work without offsetting mechanisms? And if so, or what alternatives do you see to offsetting mechanisms?
Yeah, carbon pricing mechanisms should in fact work without offsets, because offsets always serve the purpose of taking away the burden on emitting entities. In an ETS, in an emissions trading system, all offsets are always also risky, because you exchange a real emission reductions for a credit which might or might not represent a real reduction. So you're just increasing the uncertainty. And under a carbon tax system, offsets effectively lower the incentive to decarbonize, because you can buy a cheap credit instead of paying the tax, and therefore they would also lower public revenues. Now, as to the alternatives, it always has to be emphasized that the first and foremost commandment is to reduce emissions. And then only once currently unabatable emissions are honestly established, can carbon credits be purchased to make amends. But from our point of view, it's important that this is not done on a strict ton-for-ton compensation logic, which leads to a net zero claim, because this is most often prone to inaccuracies in the quantifications and therefore can be deceptive. What we see as an alternative is that companies in particular just make climate contribution claims when they buy carbon credits. And such practices should always be underpinned by absolute emission reduction aims with credible implementation strategies.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much to Sabine Frank. And let me go now to Wendy Hughes at the World Bank to talk a bit about your own findings and about the work of the Carbon Pricing Leadership Commission. So first of all, what aspects or what mechanisms of carbon pricing do you see as most effective and most feasible?
Hi, nice to have this opportunity. So just first of all, to thank the organizers for including the World Bank. I'm sure most people are aware, but our clients and our counterparts are developing countries around the world, including the least developing countries right through to middle income countries. So the perspective coming from the World Bank is in that context. We have, at the World Bank, we work on the carbon pricing agenda in a range of different ways. We have been supporting countries on carbon tax, emissions trading systems and crediting, shadow pricing, fossil fuel subsidy reform. And in terms of what is most effective, it really depends on the context. I think that's maybe the main takeaway that I would like to put forward. In many of the countries where we work, it is very, very critical to look at the distributional effects of carbon pricing to make sure that the poorest segments of society are not negatively affected. It's also very important to understand the broader development benefits that a carbon price can bring, including freeing up resources that may be used for inefficient subsidies that could then be redirected to health or education. It can also contribute to incentives to lower air pollution. So there's a range of other development benefits which are very critical and can be moved forward by putting in place carbon pricing mechanisms. And finally, I think another very important aspect to consider is that carbon pricing never happens in a vacuum. It is always in the context of other policies and in particular other sector policies. And so understanding what the policy and regulatory framework is when you're introducing a carbon price of some sort is very critical to make sure that the pricing mechanism has the impact that policymakers are anticipating. Just to mention, you mentioned the World Bank support for the Carbon Pricing Leadership Coalition. We see that as a very important avenue for sharing experience and raising the profile and the voices and advocacy from leadership on carbon pricing. The World Bank plays the role of a secretariat. It's a voluntary group which comprises senior members from governments around the world, chief executive office and other senior members from industry, as well as civil society representation. We also, from the World Bank side, have a number of other very, I think, impactful programs. We are just wrapping up a program that lasted for 10 years called the Program for Market Readiness, which supported at least 20 countries in exploring and preparing to implement carbon pricing, ranging from emissions trading systems, crediting, and also carbon taxes. And we've just recently launched the program for market implementation, which also will support an additional set of countries to move forward to implementing carbon pricing. I think let me stop there. That perhaps covers it.
Thank you. Thank you very much to you. Perhaps just one audience question to you, Wendy Hughes, if you would, because you do have, I think, a fairly broad picture of developments. And the audience member asks this: if every country picks and chooses what activities are taxed or have a carbon price and which ones are exempt, how can the world achieve its goals? So in some ways, this is a question about the need for uniform approaches. What would you say to that?
I would say it is just unavoidable that different countries will be able to implement and use effectively different mechanisms. The level of income is different. The resources, the structure of the economies are so different that it is just absolutely impossible to say that there's one way to tackle this problem from a carbon pricing point of view. I think that's true of almost anything in the development space. Solutions that are not customized to the context in which they are supposed to be implemented often face a lot of challenges. So the trick is to really learn from what is working in other parts of the world, and then take the time and work with stakeholders to really understand how those kind of lessons can be used to build something that will work in the particular context. It doesn't mean that the end goal can't be achieved, but the approach of trying to implement the same set of policies or regulations, regardless of the situation, I think is just unlikely to succeed. So taking the time to work through what is going to be effective in a particular country, including given the existing policies, is really necessary and I think can be effective.
Thank you very much. And let me go back now to our two national policymakers on the panel, both of them, of course, from affluent countries, it must be said. When you talk about carbon pricing, would you say that there are ways to make this, I guess really it's coming back to the question of graduated approaches and benchmarking that Councillor Sommaruga talked about, but how do you try to bring people along on this journey? So back to you, Councillor, perhaps for a word or two, and also looking ahead to that referendum, what are you going to be telling people?
Well, first, I think we have to have the sensitivity and the consciousness that this climate change and this climate crisis is something which is, we have to do it together. I listened before to John Kerry, and I think when we listen to him and what he wants to do together with all the other countries, then this gives also a lot of energy to go on. Second point, I think in our country, what was very important is that, as I mentioned, we had this carbon tax only on the heating fuels, and we give 2/3 back to the population on a per capita. So that means that for families, for example, if they have a heating and there are 2 children or 3 children and the parents, so they get back quite a lot of money, and at the same time they are invited to, for example, change their heating system. And when they change their heating system to a fossil-free heating, and at the same time they get back something from the tax. So for them, it's really a good situation. I think we can show people that it's socially also effective, because people with low income, they get back money and they can change something. So it's on the one hand an invitation to change something, to go to a fossil-free energy, and on the other hand, you get back some money. And with the 1/3 from the revenues we keep, so we do not just take it as a revenue for the state budget, but we show that we have programs to have a changement in the buildings. And so we can really show with all the transparency what we are doing with that money we take from the carbon tax. I think that is something that in our country, until now it works, and we try to go on that further. But as I mentioned, we'll have a higher CO2 tax now in the next decade if we have not attained our goals. And so it's on the one hand, if we achieve our target, then it's fine. If we do not achieve, the tax will be higher than before.
Minister Haavisto, would you also say that that is the way to bring people along, concrete benchmarking to show them where the money's going, plus rebates and dividends, or do you try a different approach?
I think it's very important to say that while we are putting taxes on carbon and energy and so forth, we can actually have a less taxation on work and so forth, so that we are changing whole system of taxation. And I think it's very typical for the new environmental legislation and environmental taxes that there's first this kind of opposition who says that the economy is going to collapse and this is a disaster. I participated to the Kyoto climate conference as an environmental minister, and everybody said that Kyoto minus 8% is a disaster, economies will collapse. Of course, first of all, it wasn't enough for the environment, and secondly, economies can adapt themselves to these environmental realities. And I think this has to be the rule, of course. And actually, economies can also benefit of the new markets that are created by environmental friendly energy production and so forth. We have a boost on green energy and green investments at the moment, and I think this is the way to go forward, and this gives some hope also to people that we are changing our system, but this is creating new jobs, new possibilities for the economy and new growth.
Thank you very much. So we're just about out of time, but let me ask everybody as a final statement of sorts to complete this sentence. So the beginning of the sentence is, by 2030, carbon pricing will be ... And I'm going to go to Sabine Frank first of all to just complete that sentence. Just one phrase. By 2030, carbon pricing will be...
A much more popular policy across the world, but always in combination with other policy measures such as mandating emission limitations and phasing out fossil fuels.
Thank you. Wendy Hughes, how would you complete that sentence?
I would say by 2030 that carbon pricing will be playing a very significant role in most countries' transitions toward sustainability.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sommaruga, how would you complete the sentence?
Well, I would say that by 2030, carbon taxes will be a well-established, successful policy.
A lot of optimists on our panel. Minister Haavisto?
By 2030, carbon taxes will be a global rule.
Okay. Well, let's carry that banner forward. Thank you very much to all of you for your participation in this very thought-provoking, very interesting panel on carbon pricing, a policy whose time hopefully is now coming. And we will shortly be going over to the hub to find out what is happening over there. But for now, I will just say that, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end of this very, very intensive first day of the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. But there are still one or two panels ahead of us to look forward to, including one on a subject that we have talked about repeatedly over the course of this day, namely the promise of green hydrogen. And clearly this is generating a lot of buzz, and we've got a great panel here in the Weltsaal to talk about that in just a few minutes. And we will also then be going after that to a concluding interview with Germany's State Secretary to talk about how he sees the transition dialogue, the role that it is playing, and the messages that went out here from our first day. So let me go now to Jennifer Porto, who is in the hub, to tell us what's going on over there. Jennifer, please, the floor is yours.
Welcome back to the hub. We just had a very exciting discussion here on carbon neutral buildings, Waking the Sleeping Giant. And Melinda, I think you probably also led an exciting round on Don't Think Twice, Set a Carbon Price. I have a couple of highlights there from Melinda's session. From Minister Soma Ruga in Switzerland, we have lessons for successful carbon pricing. Do it progressively and be transparent about the use of revenues. Allow the population to get back money from the carbon tax to show them that this can be a socially effective measure. From Minister Haavisto in Finland, the role of the local level and private sector is very important for the acceptance of carbon pricing. Price also played an important part in our panel on carbon neutral buildings. Economies can adapt themselves to the ecological reality, says Minister Haavisto. Sabina Frank, carbon pricing mechanisms should be implemented without offsets. In fact, offsets lower the incentives to decarbonize. And Wendy Hughes, how to implement carbon pricing really depends on the context. It is critical to look at the distributional effects of carbon pricing to make sure, for example, the poor do not suffer from such measures. Another very important aspect is that carbon pricing should be considered in the context of already existing sector policies. In conclusion, there is not one single way to tackle the issue of carbon pricing. We should learn from one another and apply measures that are in accordance with the particular context of each country, income level, already existing policies. We actually had many of the same issues in our session on Waking the Sleeping Giant and carbon neutral buildings. One topic that came up was radical collaboration, which I thought was quite a lovely way to refer to what we're going to need to do in the years coming ahead. We also talked about, Martina Otto mentioned Build Back Better. We talked a lot about responsibility. We talked about energy performance of buildings and resilience. Perhaps most importantly, cost. If you missed either session and you're interested in catching up with it, you can, of course, check it out on YouTube later this week. And for now, I would like to go to a video statement provided by the Foreign Minister from Bangladesh, Mr. Abul Kalam Abdul Momen.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the German government for organizing this event, focusing on energy transition towards climate neutrality. Excellencies, Bangladesh is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world in terms of climate change. Despite being a non-emitter, the country is bearing the burden of global carbon emission. We are losing 1% of GDP every year due to climate change, and the future is also bleak. However, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, we have taken pragmatic adaptation and mitigation activities to enhance our climate resilience. We firmly believe in the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Bangladesh is the current chair of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, and we also established the South Asian Regional Office for Global Adaptation Center in Bangladesh last year to share homegrown successful climate adaptation solutions across nations. Distinguished participants, currently Bangladesh has 722.2 megawatt installed capacity for renewable energy. We are also completing a 2.4 gigabyte nuclear power plant. We have the largest network of solar panels. Over 5.5 million households use solar panels. The percentage of coal-powered energy is continuously declining in the total energy mix of Bangladesh. Bangladesh will introduce a green tax on fossil fuel, which will also provide revenue for supporting clean energy. Excellencies, we need to ensure that a balance. It is required. Renewable energy requires large capital outlays, infrastructure, advanced technology. The world has reportedly invested $3 trillion in renewables in the last 10 years. Unfortunately, we did not get much out of it. For that to happen, robust international cooperation is a must. When the member states of UN adopted the SDGs in 2015, there was high hope for our common future. Unfortunately, we see lack of commitment in terms of climate funding. Till today, promised $100 billion a year has not been materialized. To move globally from fossil fuel-based energy to renewable energy, the onus is on the developed countries, the owners of the relevant technology, to come forward and help the developing country with transfer technology. Without combined efforts, including tangible steps and support by the principal emitters of carbon dioxide, we can never expect to reach the climate neutrality through energy transition, the main theme of this event. I thank you all. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu.
Thank you very much, Minister Momen. We'll take a moment now to check in with Rebecca Freitag, who joins me to see what's been going on in the world of Twitter. Rebecca, welcome back. Let's get right to it. What can you tell us?
Hi, Jennifer. Yeah, probably for the last time today. Wow. What an intense day also on social media. Thank you so much at this point, dear social media community, for keeping up that spirit, for sharing and spreading the word. It's really great to see your voices, and I'm also it's a pleasure to connect your ideas with the live stream. So what have we seen today? I think it was also kind of a pleasure to see young activists worldwide getting a stage at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue for the first time. And I think our social media community liked it as well, because they shared their statements and their videos quite frequently. Twitter got flooded with videos from Vanessa Nakate's keynote and her view on climate politics that also caused quite a controversial debate online. But we also heard the other important voices of other activists conveying their fear and concerns of young people looking at climate policy. So we heard, for example, Jamie Margolin stressing the importance of the Amazon rainforest for the fight against the climate crisis. And according to Gia Bastida, fossil fuel production is way too cheap and we need to change that. So young climate activists called on world leaders, and what have they responded? What is their plan to reach climate neutrality through the energy transition? We heard them, the world leaders, and especially US Special Presidential Climate Envoy John Kerry received much attraction, actually. It felt like people were celebrating this positive news coming from the US. And I've picked out this post because I think it summarizes quite well his agenda. He says, in order to get where we need to be, coal needs to be phased out 5 times faster, renewable energy needs to be ramped up 6 times faster, and the rate of transition to electric vehicle needs to be about 22 times faster. We also heard plenty of other countries presenting us their plan in Indonesia, India. I just picked out a post about Jordan here as an example, because their business climate for renewable energy investments is considered the best in the MENA region. And this post says, Jordan has seen great investment in renewable energy in the past few years, thanks to strong public-private cooperation and commitment of banks. But we also had critical voices on the government claims and plans, such as this tweet, referring to a statement of the German economic minister. He says, when I hear Peter Altmaier highlighting renewable energy and climate action at BTD 21, I can't stop wondering how this fits with the actual policies such as end coal only by 2038. So we also had some prominent voices from the EU. It was the EU Commission's President von der Leyen herself, stressing the importance of the energy transition as being central for the EU Green Deal. In this post, she is also giving us the EU's plan to cut emissions. And also how they want to run up to the COP26. So, we saw a lot of engagement at this point. Again, really, this is a big thank you that goes out to you, dear social media community. Thank you for being so engaged. And at this point, I would also like to refer to the evening reception that also got some attention in the social media. Feel invited to stay online, but also keep up the energy to for tomorrow's day. We have a lot of important topics to discuss, and keep in mind the hashtag for tomorrow as well, which is hashtag BTD21. The handle is greensofa_BTD. The handle is greensofa_BTD. You can use, again, Twitter, LinkedIn, or Instagram. And looking forward for another exciting day tomorrow. So this was my last words for today. And now I hand over to you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. It has been really lovely to have you here with your finger on the pulse of the internet. Ladies and gentlemen, be sure you continue to let us know your thoughts. As Rebecca said, use that hashtag BETD21. We want to hear from you. For the rest of the day and also for tomorrow, if you are a registered user, you can chat with us directly in the virtual platform. Something else that I'd like to point out in that virtual platform is the section under networking, where you can use what we're calling the Wonder tool. You can network with other people in a virtual cafe, talk with high-level guests who are also hanging out in our virtual cafe, and take advantage of everything that the dialogue has to offer. We are just about ready for our last panel of the day. I have to say what a pleasure it has been to be here with you in the Hub and in the Europasaal. I look forward to seeing all of you here back again tomorrow. I'll be in the Weltsaal starting at 8:45 a.m. Central European time for day 2. But for right now, we're going to go back for the last time today to Melinda in the Weltsaal. Melinda?
Thank you so much to Jennifer. Thank you so much to Rebecca for all the great reporting and communication you're doing over there, and also clearly leading some very dynamic and exciting sessions. So many, many thanks to both of you. Have a great evening, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. It's hard to fathom, but in fact, we are now moving into the closing sessions of our official program here at BETD Day 1. As you know, there is still an evening reception to come, but fittingly, we end our official program of this very intensive day with a look to the future and to a source of green energy that is generating a lot of excitement.
One of today's most important challenges is the decarbonisation of the economy. This will require huge changes in little more than a single generation and will demand innovative solutions, technologies, and policies. Hydrogen will play a crucial role in making this fundamental change to our energy systems. A globalised hydrogen economy could play a major role in preventing the climate emergency from becoming a catastrophic reality for the next generations.
Hydrogen. It's light, it's energy dense, it's storable, and it produces no direct greenhouse gas emissions, which of course is why it is attracting enormous interest on the part of governments and business. Does the balance of opportunities and challenges justify all the high hopes? Our title is At the Dawn of the Hydrogen Economy, and we have brought together a fantastic international panel representing countries with big hydrogen ambitions. In just a moment, I will welcome our speakers, but I would like to get your take on our audience poll, which is, will hydrogen become the bulk energy carrier of the future? And the voting has begun, and as you can see at the moment, the yeses are definitely in the majority, but we want to keep those votes coming in for a while, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're a registered user, please go to the Slido window there on your screen on this stream and let us know what you think. Will hydrogen become the bulk energy carrier of the future? And now it is my pleasure to introduce our great international panel, and then we'll come back to that graphic that we have for you. And I'm just going to, as always, keep the introductions really brief to try to maximize our time for discussion. So we begin with Juan Carlos Llobet. He is Energy Minister for Chile, which has set itself the target of becoming one of the world's leading exporters of green hydrogen by 2030. Welcome to you, sir. Great to have you with us. Colombia is joining forces with Chile and ratcheting up its own hydrogen goals. We're very pleased to have with us Diego Mesa. He is Colombia's Minister of Mines and Energy. Great that you could also be with us on this panel. Then I'm also very pleased to welcome Dan Jørgensen. He is Minister for Climate, Energy and Utilities for Denmark. Europe's largest green hydrogen facility is planned for the Danish North Sea coast. Also, very, very great to be joined by João Galamba. He is Deputy Minister and Secretary of State for Energy from Portugal, which plans to start producing green hydrogen by the end of next year, with also the aim of becoming a major energy exporter. And finally, Kirsten Berge is with us. She is Director for Energy and Climate Change in the Scottish Government. Scotland is putting massive resources into a strategy that will see it generate 5 gigawatts of green hydrogen by 2030. And already hundreds of Scottish homes are going to be the first in the world to use entirely green hydrogen for heating and cooking. So as I said, all of our speakers with big ambitions in the new hydrogen economy. We'll hear more after we take another look at that audience poll that we had there. And the voting seems to have stopped. And in fact, a good 2/3 of those who answered said hydrogen will indeed become the bulk energy carrier of the future. And a little bit later on, we're going to do a second poll with our audience. But first of all, let me ask all of our panelists to get us started with your headlines only version of hydrogen's main advantages, but also the challenges. And I say headline only because, as always, in view of our very tight schedule, we are looking for about 2 minutes per speaker for this first round. So I will begin, if I may, with Juan Carlos Llobet.
Well, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm happy with the results of the poll. I tend to agree with the results. In Chile, we have an enormous renewable energy potential. So we're working aggressively to develop a strong green hydrogen industry. We're going to use our renewable energy potential to produce clean electricity with the sun, with the wind, to be a leading exporter of green hydrogen to the world, and also to achieve our own carbon neutrality goals. So the two main opportunities, I would say. First is to decarbonize sectors of the economy that are hard to electrify, right? We're going to use cleaner electricity in many areas, but there are some areas in which we need other solutions. And green hydrogen will play an essential role there. And that is, for example, steel, cement, and also heavyweight transportation, right? So that is, I think, the first opportunity. In our numbers, green hydrogen will contribute with approximately 25% of our CO2 reductions by 2050. And I think the second opportunity for us is to take advantage of our enormous renewable resources to export those resources to the world through green hydrogen and its derivatives to contribute to other countries' carbon neutrality goals, and also to develop infrastructure, create jobs, and have the recovery in areas of our country that have those natural resources, but don't have necessarily very strong economies today. I think the two main challenges, first one is to avoid partial solutions. We really need to make sure that the whole chain of production of green hydrogen, from the electricity generation to the end consumer, it's really green, right? We don't want people to talk about green hydrogen, but we need to be sure that it's green from the beginning to the end, so we make sure that it makes the contribution we expect it to make. And I think the second challenge is scale. We need to reduce the cost of producing and transporting green hydrogen. And to do that, we need to scale up production and accelerate the process of developing new technologies to storage green hydrogen and then to move it around. So I think those are the two main opportunities and the two main challenges.
Thank you very much. And we will certainly return to some of those points a little bit later on. Ladies and gentlemen, before I move to our next speaker, may I just remind you that we would be very eager to hear your questions to our panel. And all registered users can send us questions via the chat function on our live stream. So please do that. And I'll go now to Minister Mesa also for that headline version of the biggest opportunities, but also the biggest challenges.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be in this panel. So talking about opportunities, I think the greatest opportunities obviously are for climate change and to achieve that goal to get to net zero by 2050. From a country such as Colombia, that is a middle-income country, the biggest opportunities arise from our natural endowment in all the ingredients that are needed to produce green hydrogen. This is a country that is extremely rich in water resources. We're the fifth country with the largest renewable water resources in the world. We also have significant potential to produce energy from solar and wind, and we are developing these technologies very quickly. We're growing from less than 1% of our power matrix made up of solar and wind to more than 12% in just a 4-year period. And so I think there's a great opportunity for countries like Colombia to become exporters of clean energy.
Can hear me. I can't hear Melinda.
Thank you.
And I think for the challenges are mostly on capital investment, infrastructure, and logistics to be able to distribute this clean source of energy, which could be used also for many different applications, including storage, transportation, obviously in the industrial sector. So we need to make sure that we reconvert some of the infrastructure that already is in place in many countries to be able to have trade in hydrogen, in green hydrogen, that's able to reach especially most of the industrialized countries around the world.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I'll move along now to Minister Jørgensen from Denmark. Please, again, that headline version, challenges and opportunities. Perhaps you are on mute, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Let me start with the positive side, the opportunities. Basically, I think there are two of them. One is that we will now have a possibility to use renewables in part of our energy systems where it's not possible today. That's maritime transport, that's aviation, heavy road transport. I mean, it sounds almost like science fiction to most people, I think, but today actually it's basically just science. We can take the energy from the wind, harvest the energy from the wind, make it into hydrogen, add some carbon, and then fly a plane on the e-fuels made from that. That's extraordinary. Second big thing is that with wind, for instance, and also other types of renewables, we are dependent on the weather. So we need a way of storing the energy. And here, of course, hydrogen is exactly that possibility. Now, on the challenges, basically, it's already been said, we need more scale, so we need technology development. This will also bring down costs. Connected to this is also that the energy loss in the transformation to hydrogen and again from hydrogen to other fuels is still too big. So when we bring that down, the cost will also go down and the scale will also go up. So it's all interconnected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned those transport sectors. In fact, if I'm not incorrect, I believe that you are planning what will be the world's largest hydrogen-powered ferry. Is that correct? Yeah.
Well, yes, we have actually the big Danish maritime conglomerate, Maersk, is now a part of a collaboration that will help create new fuels based on PTX that can serve globally. But they are also working very closely together with the SAS, the Danish aviation company, and actually the largest project we have now on PTX will be making fertilizer for the agricultural sector, and they plan a project that will save the planet from 1.5 million tons of CO2 every year by making ammonia via PTX.
Thank you for that addition. Let me go now to Deputy Minister Galamba from Portugal for the same answer as to the challenges and opportunities. Deputy Minister, can you hear us? Oh, he's frozen. Okay, we will go to Scotland and we will come back to Portugal. So let me go then to Kersti Berger, again, with that same question, challenges, opportunities, how you see it.
Thank you very much, Melinda. Can I check that you can hear me all right?
Absolutely.
Great. So in terms of opportunities, it's clear that hydrogen plays a really important role in our energy transition to net zero, as a number of ministers have already said. And it's also an important component of our green recovery from the crisis that COVID has caused. Scotland's vision for hydrogen is unashamedly ambitious, and that ambition will need all of us here today to work together to realise it. We set out our hydrogen policy statement just before Christmas, and in that we were clear we wanted Scotland to become a hydrogen nation and a strong international partner in the production of sustainable hydrogen. So our aim is to generate 5 gigawatts capacity of generation of renewable and low carbon hydrogen by 2030, which is an ambitious target. Supported by a strong track record of world-leading hydrogen demonstration projects and maximising the opportunities presented by our extensive natural resources, our existing infrastructure in Scotland and our skilled workforce, our intention is for Scotland to become a producer of lowest cost hydrogen in Europe by 2045. While Scotland's no longer a member of the European Union, we are keen and ready to work with EU partners as well as others to overcome some of the challenges of safe, rapid and cost-effective deployment that a number of the ministers have already spoken about. Scotland has the potential to produce, firstly, large-scale blue hydrogen, but more importantly, internationally, significant quantities of green hydrogen for export from our offshore and onshore wind resource. In Scotland, we have an estimated 25% of all of Europe's offshore wind resource, and we've got the largest seascape for future development, so huge potential for green hydrogen today. And as we work together, one of the challenges for all of us will be to improve our understanding of the global nature and supply and demand for hydrogen. From this perspective, we're very well placed in terms of proximity and infrastructure connectivity to a number of other European nations that are unlikely to be able to produce sufficient hydrogen for their own decarbonisation. The last thing I wanted to say, and I have to say that because I'm sitting here in Glasgow, is that later this year, Glasgow will, of course, host COP26, the UN conference, which promises to be the most significant climate change summit since the Paris conference 5 years ago. And this is a huge opportunity for us to progress towards our net zero ambitions, but also, I think, to work very actively and collectively on the huge opportunity that hydrogen presents us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that, and exciting to be there in Glasgow in the run-up to COP26. So let me go now back to Deputy Minister Galamba. I hope that you can see and hear us.
Yes.
And we can see and hear you. Great. So again, this is still that first question, challenges and opportunities, the headline view, and then we're going to dig a bit deeper on some of the challenges.
Okay, well, the opportunities have already been mentioned. We believe that the huge momentum for renewables present us all with an opportunity to go deeper in terms of decarbonization, and green hydrogen for Portugal's strategy is a perfect complement to our main electrification strategy. We want to leverage our very competitive resources. Portugal is blessed with a huge solar resource and wind resource also. So the two combined give Portugal a significant edge in terms of its competitiveness in renewables in general and in hydrogen in particular. We've already changed the Portuguese legal and regulatory framework to allow renewable gases and hydrogen in particular to enter our energy system. We've already changed the law to allow the guarantees of origin, initially only for electricity, to broaden into renewable gases. And we are currently in Portugal preparing our first hydrogen auction to support end users. We will do an auction, a carbon CFD, that will basically pay the difference between existing carbon prices in international markets and that theoretical carbon price that will make hydrogen usage in whatever form commercially viable. So we are preparing it, and we want to launch our first hydrogen to provide support to decarbonize industry and transportation this year. So in Portugal, we believe that we have the right framework at the moment to kickstart all of this. So we have the legal and regulatory framework. We have the CapEx support investment, and we are currently developing the OpEx instrument to support end users that want to switch to hydrogen or hydrogen-related products. Challenges. The challenges I believe are one that was already mentioned. One of the challenges is scaling up. There are huge advantages in terms of costs, which are the main barrier to adoption of green hydrogen, are costs. So scaling up is crucial, but we believe that the main challenge is collaboration. We are here in a panel with Chile, Colombia, Denmark, Scotland, and Portugal. And the opportunity for hydrogen is so vast that we're actually not competing against each other. We must collaborate, because either we succeed collectively or we fail individually. This is a very complex market that has to be tackled simultaneously from the supply and demand side, and that can only be done nationally through strong collaboration, but mainly international through strong collaboration and partnerships between governments, international institutions, and cross-border partnerships around specific projects. We believe that this is the main challenge, to look at an area that has been competitive from the start and look at it more from the angle of collaboration. So this is, from our perspective, the main challenge, but we believe that we have the conditions to tackle it and to overcome it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in fact, when I was researching this panel, I did encounter a number of collaborations just amongst yourselves, Chile and Colombia, as I mentioned at the outset, but also Denmark. I believe that ferry I mentioned, you're collaborating with Norway, if I'm not mistaken. So clearly a lot going on in that space. I'd like to drill deeper on a few of the challenges that you have all mentioned, and also some of them being brought up by the audience in questions. So I'm just going to put a few things out there, and whoever wants to speak to it, just give me a hand signal if you would. That way we get to make this last panel a bit more interactive, even though we're virtual. So one of the things that is often said is that the development of infrastructure has to proceed much more quickly than it is doing right now. And I have an audience question that's come in that says, large-scale storage of green hydrogen must be addressed since production and usage timelines are not aligned. How would you solve this? Large-scale storage. Who would like to speak to that? Nobody? No takers? Okay, please. Deputy Minister Galamba, please take it away.
Yes, we are currently addressing that specific challenge in terms of grid injection, because the production the production rhythm and the injection rhythm cannot be the same. You have to have a permanent flow, so we were addressing that issue. The way that we are addressing is to try to socialize the investment costs necessary for storage. So joining several projects and ensuring that the storage investments are shared. Also, Portugal has salt caverns that are currently used to store natural gas, and we plan it in our law to evolve gradually. Of course, it will not be a sudden switch, but we've included those assets as part of our natural gas system that will gradually evolve to store green hydrogen. That's the approach that we're taking at the moment.
Thank you very much. Another question that comes up frequently is the question of standards, because of course green hydrogen is only as green as the power source that is used to make it. So one of you or a couple of you did mention the need for standards. I see Minister Jurgensen raising his hand. And I also see Minister Hobe. I'm sorry, I'm probably not saying your name correctly, but I'll let the two of you speak to that. Maybe Minister Jurgensen first, and then we'll go to Chile. I think you're on mute again, dear sir.
Yes, I do think that is a key question, and unfortunately, it's also something that the European Union will be dealing with in the near future. The European Commission, as you probably know, has stated that they will put forward a Fit for 55 package later this year. How do we achieve the 55% reduction in 2030 that we've decided? And a part of that is really how do we facilitate the transformation into a hydrogen economy? And part of that then is how do we define the different types, and which types are we then willing to subsidize, which should we maybe not subsidize so much? And I think that is a very necessary first step.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask you, you say within Europe, but do we actually need international standards on this to ensure some kind of a level playing field?
Well, in the perfect world, we would have international standards, but in the perfect world, we will also have a global carbon tax or other sort of pricing mechanism. Now, I'm a little bit hesitant to recommend going down that way, though, because I don't think it's feasible to achieve that within the next couple of years, which is when we need it. So maybe it's a good idea if we try and set standards in Europe, other countries can collaborate in their region to do the same, and then hopefully then later maybe we can see whether or not we can make that interact with each other.
Thank you very much. And we'll go now to Chile and then Colombia. And I see that Portugal would like to weigh in again as well. So first of all, to you, Minister Hobe, would you tell me one time how to say your name, please, so that I say it right?
It's French. It's Jobe.
Oh, okay. That makes it easy. That makes it easier. Thank you.
Yeah. You can swallow the T. So basically, I think international standards would be ideal to have, right? The more common standards we have, the faster we can develop this industry, and the faster we can allow technology that is developed in one location to be used in different locations. But as it was said, there's a trade-off there as well, right? Because it will take time to develop common standards all over the world. So there's kind of a trade-off there, but I think this is an area in which international collaboration can play a key role. We are a small country. What we did is we looked at what different countries or regions are working on. We analyzed what we thought was the best standard, and then we're trying to go after that. But I think collaboration here it's essential to accelerate the spread of technology and the adoption of these new fuel, let's say, in different countries quickly.
Thank you very much. And I'll move over to Minister Mesa from Colombia.
Thank you. No, I fully agree on the need to collaborate in order to have international standards that become the norm. And I think one of the first issues we need to tackle is the so-called guarantee of origin or certificate of origin for green hydrogen. Because as you said, the green hydrogen, the color of the hydrogen will depend on how green or how clean your power matrix is. And I think here we need to make sure that we can trade hydrogen that we could establish all the links in the chain to make sure that it's green. And we need also to track CO2 emissions from the production of hydrogen use. So this will help us internationally have an agreement. And I think that's why, countries like Colombia and like Chile, in which we're working towards a cleaner energy system, could take advantage. In Colombia, for example, we have more than 70% of our power matrix that is clean because we depend heavily on hydro generation. And now with the incorporation of variable renewable energy, we're getting closer to 80 or 90% of our matrix. So guarantee of origin, I think, is key, and we need to collaborate to have international standards along those lines.
Thank you very much. And let me go now to Portugal. And if you care to speak to it, I would be very interested to know who can drive this standard setting. How do we make that happen?
Willing nations that have an interest in developing this market. But I have to say that we have to work with what we have. And following the intervention by the Danish minister, what Portugal has done in its law regarding guarantees of origin, it's basically to use the certification that there is currently being developed by a joint venture between the industry and the European Commission, the fuel cell hydrogen joint undertaking. It was the standard that was available. It is a European standard still being developed, and that's what we used because that's what we had. But we are, of course, very committed to working with other countries to work towards international standards. But first, we started with what we have, which is the beginning of a certification in Europe. That's what we had, that's what we used, because we wanted to have something in a Portuguese law that we could start working with. But yes, we're fully committed to working with international organizations and committed countries to work together on this. But I agree with the Danish minister that it's difficult to establish international standards at such an early age. That's why we started with the certification that we had, which was a European one.
Thank you very much. And now over to Kersti Berger, who also wanted to speak to this point.
Thank you. So it's the obvious point, but standardization is hugely important because hydrogen, development of hydrogen depends on traded markets or international markets in a way in which, for example, wind hasn't. A lot of wind production was for domestic consumption. So standardization is absolutely critical to ensure a market for hydrogen developers. So with that in mind, Scotland's position is I think also, let's work with what we have, but there's no reason why, an EU approach to standardization can't progress in twin tracks with wider global negotiations. But there is a risk, that if you wait for too long for the perfect system, it's not going to arrive in time anywhere near of what we need for the net zero transition.
Can I just ask whether new technologies offer some promising solutions on the issue of guarantee of origin and tracing? Because, of course, we often hear that blockchain is ideally suited to such a challenge. Anybody have a view about new technologies' role in all of this? Okay, not offhand. That's fine, because I have another question that I'm happy to post.
We've included blockchain in energy communities, but not yet blockchain in terms of certification. But we've included peer-to-peer settlement mechanisms in our law regarding energy communities and self-consumption, but not yet in terms of certification of hydrogen.
Thank you. Then I would like to move on to another, perhaps it's not necessarily a challenge, but it's something that is often discussed within the hydrogen community as an essential step that needs to be taken, namely moving the use of hydrogen into sectors where it hasn't been employed heretofore. And a couple of you have mentioned that. So what would you say as crucial prerequisites for that to happen, whether we talk about transport, shipping, or heating, housing. I know, Kersti Berger, I mentioned that Scottish homes are going to be using this for heating and cooking. Maybe you want to say a word as well. I see Minister Jørgensen raising his hand, so I'll let you get us started, please, on that.
Was that me? Was it Kersti?
No, I'm going to ask Minister Jørgensen to start, and then I'll come over to you. Thanks.
I think different tools. One is there's no way around subsidies in the beginning of these processes. I think we need so much research and development, and we need it to be joint ventures between knowledge institutions, science community, and the private sector. Now, of course, we shouldn't make the same mistakes as was done decades ago in the fossil fuel sector, making it so dependent on subsidies that it was difficult to change and difficult to have cleaner energies compete with that. But that aside, we need to acknowledge that we need subsidies. Second thing I think is extremely important is regulation. Both we need to put away with the different challenges that are there now, the red tape that are there now, that basically has been necessary for a different type of economy that won't work for a hydrogen type economy. Just one example, for some of these e-fuels, you'll need to add carbon to the hydrogen. Good, well, in many places it's actually illegal to transport carbon across borders, so that needs to be changed. So there's so many things that you need to do. And the third point I would make is just we need to put a price on pollution. If we put a high price on carbon pollution, then of course the economy and the financing of Power-to-X technologies looks very much different.
Very much. Thank you. Kersti Berger, I'll come to you.
Thank you. I very much agree with Minister Jørgensen that we need, support and subsidies, regulation, and a price on carbon as well. It's very interesting to hear from Portugal that they're already putting in CFD mechanisms to support hydrogen. So we have been very successful in Scotland and in the deed of the UK of using CFD mechanisms for offshore wind for wind deployment. So mechanisms like that have a key role to play. I think we've also in some areas got work to do on demonstration and then quickly moving from demonstration to deployment. So you mentioned opportunities for hydrogen and heat. So in Scotland, about between 80 and 90% of our domestic housing is heated by gas. And we do see opportunities for hydrogen to be used in heat as well as industrial processes in Scotland. So we've currently got a project where we are trialling 100% hydrogen supply to about 300 households in Fife in Scotland. So I think demonstrating that to make sure that we technically understand what can be done and give people confidence what can actually be done is a really important component as well.
Thank you very much. And I believe that Minister Jobbé also wanted to add a word.
Yes, very briefly, it was mentioned already, but I think safety is very important. If we want to use hydrogen in new industries, I think we need to be sure that it's going to be safe. If we have a problem with safety, I think the impact that might have in the development of the industry can be huge. So I think safety is very important. For example, we, as Scotland is doing, we are trying to introduce increasingly green hydrogen into our gas grids. But we need to be technically, rigorous to make sure that the grids are ready and that people understand that this is safe. So safety, I think that is very important to introduce it into new sectors.
Thank you very much. And I believe Deputy Minister Galamba, you also wanted to add a point.
Yes, no, I'm answering directly to your question. How do we ensure that some sectors adopt hydrogen? That's the idea of our carbon CFD auctions. Basically, what we want to do is we will define a certain quantity of hydrogen consumption that we are willing to subsidize, and then the auction will allow those end users to choose those end users that require at each moment in time the smallest subsidy. Basically, that's what we're doing. So all end users can compete in the auction, and the auction will select those end users that require the smallest green premium in terms of adoption of green hydrogen. We believe that this is the way to attract those sectors, mainly heavy industry and heavy transportation, where hydrogen for us makes sense, but to do it competitively and at the lowest costs in terms of public resources. So that's the way that we're envisioning it, and we believe that this is the best way to ensure matching between production and consumption. So we will support producers in their capex investments, and then we will provide end users with the mechanism that will basically finance those years where the carbon price is not high enough to make hydrogen commercially viable. Of course, if carbon prices rise, then the subsidy will cease, because that's the advantage of a carbon CFD auction, is that it's not a feed-in. Basically, until carbon prices are high enough, there will be a payment. If carbon prices rise, the payment ceases. And we believe that this is the most efficient way to manage subsidies and to attract end users to this area.
Very interesting. Thank you very much for that. I believe that Minister Mesa also wanted to say a word.
Yes, thank you. Just to complement especially what Deputy Minister just said from Portugal. I think when we're talking about how to promote demand for hydrogen, we should also think about the policy mix, because we have a lot of incentives on the supply side, and a lot of them go through production of variable renewable energy. But when we think about the demand side, we're imposing taxes such as carbon tax. But I think it's important also to think about incentives for end users to make the switch and have an incentive to demand clean energy such as green hydrogen. So I think the policy mix has to be well balanced between subsidies or taxes, and a combination of both, and not only penalizing the consumption of certain fuels while incentivizing only the supply side.
Thank you very much. One last question, and it came in from the audience, and there's really nobody from this region to address it, but I'm going to give it to the two Latin American voices on the panel, because the question is this: what is your opinion on North America's opportunities to become a green hydrogen export champion? So Chile and Colombia, are you looking at significant competition from the north, would you say, Monsieur Joubert? Minister Joubert?
We have, I'm not an expert on the US green hydrogen market, but we have a company that is developing a project in Chile, in Patagonia, with wind that's very, very competitive. It's a joint venture between local companies and German companies. And they're also looking at the US market. They think that there are certain areas, for example, in this case, Texas, in which the combination of solar irradiance and wind will allow them to produce electricity probably at around $20 to $25 per megawatt hour, a levelized cost. And that is very competitive to produce and eventually export green hydrogen. I think the local demand is enormous as well. And I think in the US, the whole climate change is changing very quickly in the last couple of months. So I think it will be, as somebody said previously, I think we are competing against one another, but more honestly, I think we are cooperating. We need to make this happen together. Some people talk about co-opetition, which is this mixture of cooperation and competition. And I think if a player in a country like the US invests heavily in this industry, it will accelerate its development. So I think that would be good news.
Thank you. I believe Minister Mesa also wanted to speak to this point, and then over to Kersti Berger.
Sure. No, I agree with what Minister Joubert just said, and I think we could leverage some of the technological advancement that it's going to be possible with the new focus on climate change in the U.S. administration. But thinking about competition, I think we could also leverage our natural, competitive advantage in countries like Colombia. Even though, one of the main inputs for green hydrogen is variable renewable energy, because of our last seasons, even that variability can be more predictable in a country like ours. So obviously, I think that's one of the advantages that we have. There is a natural advantage, and we need to make sure that we use that in order to be more competitive in the production of green hydrogen.
Thank you very much. And let me go now to Kersti Berger. You also wanted to say something to this point, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I just want to emphasise that, you know, we've got huge ambitions for hydrogen in Scotland, but we don't see it as a competition. This is a market where we need critical mass. You know, you see what happens to the price of solar when a country like China does it. So we need the US to be engaged in this. We need countries across the globe. At this stage, it's not a competition, because only by critical mass will we move quickly enough to deal with the safety issues, the cost issues, and the wide-scale deployment issues. I can't speak for North America, but we've been speaking quite a bit to the energy commissioners in California, and they are looking really, really carefully at hydrogen. I'm not sure to what extent they're looking at export, but like us, they actually use quite a lot of gas for their heating. So they're looking at potential for hydrogen in that areas as well as others. So, you know, we very much welcome the US as well as other big global players on the hydrogen stage, because we just need them.
Thank you very much. We have one more audience poll question that we could do very quickly before we close this panel, and it has been a very interesting discussion indeed, dear lady and gentlemen. Let me just ask if our technicians can put up our word cloud question to the audience about which industrial sector. Not yet, I am told. We cannot do that yet, but perhaps we will be able to do it. Technicians, can we do it late in a moment or not at all? Okay, we're not going to do our last word cloud question. We're simply going to say thank you and goodbye to this excellent panel looking at the future hydrogen economy. Many, many thanks to all of you, and utmost success in your endeavors. And ladies and gentlemen, that does bring our final panel to an end, and we go straight away now into a wrap-up dialogue with a leading German policymaker who is helping shape this country's own hydrogen strategy, which was announced last June with great fanfare, and which is aiming to make Germany a world leader in hydrogen technology. So it's my pleasure to welcome the State Secretary in Germany's Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy, Andreas Feicht. Please, you have the stage.
Dear Melinda, thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the German government adopted the National Hydrogen Strategy 9 months ago. Since then, important measures have been implemented both nationally and internationally. Now we are looking forward to seeing investment projects as soon as possible. From the investor's point of view, these investment decisions require that the overall framework of funding, regulation and infrastructure planning is perfectly coordinated. This is something at the heart of our hydrogen strategy. We will most likely not see isolated projects, for example, investments in hydrogen production in the market ramp-up phase. This is why we need integrated projects in which production, usage and infrastructure are implemented together. For this to work, a close cooperation between all stakeholders is crucial. We are committed to do this not only nationally, but also bilaterally and multilaterally. Let me give you a short recap of the latest developments here in Germany. We have recently adopted the national implementation of the EU Renewable Energy Directive II in the transport sector. The regulation now lays down ambitious targets for the use of renewable energies in transport. We have geared the market incentives towards a speedy ramp-up of hydrogen economy, especially for the use of green hydrogen in refineries and fuel cell vehicles. In addition, incentives are in place for synthetic fuels and kerosene. The relevant regulatory framework also includes the burden of levies and on electricity, which affect the economics of electrolyzers. By introducing options to accept electrolyzers from the Renewable Energy Act's levy, The business case for hydrogen production has significantly improved. Germany is pushing for full exemption for green hydrogen. Green hydrogen being for us means conditions under which use of grid electricity can be considered 100% green. We have submitted draft legislation to Parliament to amend the Energy Industry Act, which will create a robust legal framework for rapid and legally secure development of the necessary hydrogen infrastructure for investment projects of the first few years. The amendments include, among other things, procedural rules for the conversion of existing natural gas pipelines, determination of network charges, third-party access, as well as basic principles of planning and licensing law. When it comes to grants to hydrogen projects, an integrated approach is important. Nothing is achieved if green hydrogen produced in large electrolyzers cannot be transported and purchased. Funding mechanism, therefore, must address production costs as well as costs on the demand side. We believe operating grants or similar measures are probably needed. Important project of common European interest, so-called IPCEIs, on hydrogen is another key instrument for promoting entire hydrogen value chain. It is a special funding framework to support European market ramp-up. Germany takes on a coordinating role in this issue. Our recently concluded expression of interest procedure met with very great interest. Over 200 project proposals achieved to us. I would like to take the opportunity to address the EU Commission. In the process of developing a new market, we have to face global competition. Therefore, a special mechanism, for example in state aid proceedings, are needed to go beyond the current status in terms of funding level and intensity. Our domestic capacity to produce green hydrogen in Germany is limited, of course. We are aiming at important large amounts of green hydrogen in the future. We are setting up partnerships with countries that have high potential to produce green hydrogen at very low cost. We plan to fund demonstration projects abroad that showcase that hydrogen technology made in Germany. We will soon publish funding tools for international projects. We have already provided funding to some very early projects in Chile and Saudi Arabia. Looking into the future, we are in the process of implementing the concept of so-called H2 Global that will support the international market ramp-up of green hydrogen. It is an auction-based mechanism with long-term hydrogen purchase agreements that enables the import of green hydrogen to Germany and incentivizes significant additional private investment. Our long-term goal is to ramp up global hydrogen supply in order to increase security of supply for Germany. In that case, I'm very happy to have you here and to discuss with you all these very important topics around hydrogen. Thank you very much for listening.
And thank you very much, State Secretary Feicht. And I'll just field a couple of questions to you, if I may. And first of all, and we were just talking about it in our last panel, how we accelerate progress on green hydrogen, because of course the IEA has said there are many sectors where there's a potential for use, but very, very little penetration so far. So what would you say to that? How do we really get momentum going?
Yes. Well, first of all, of course, everybody needs a comprehensive hydrogen strategy in all those countries, of course, because that brings trust and confidence to the industry, from the demand side, also for the supply side. This is the first place. So we did it in June last year, but also the European Union did it, and a lot of other countries worldwide also. Second, we need certainty for the industry, so a clear legal framework when it comes to a question like what is on the OPEC side. For example, in Germany, we've got high electricity prices, so bring down the levies on the electricity in order to produce green hydrogen in electrolyzers is one example. Also what I do, so bring hydrogen into refineries for synthetic fuels, for example. And bringing in a framework, also an enabling framework for infrastructure. So infrastructure is very crucial. People want to see that they can use hydrogen in a certain way, safety, but also security of supply. And third, we need a clear ramp up, a scale up, because the goal must be that that hydrogen will become a commodity, like it is in natural gas in these days. So scaling up by tailor-made funding systems, for example, is the third pillar, I would say.
Meaning subsidies. This was just also a point made by our panel that basically subsidies are crucial in the early phases. How do you design those? And would you look back to the introduction of solar as a model for that?
Yes. When you look 10 years ago, solar was very, very expensive, or 20 years ago, and now solar is too cheap to measure, some people say. So this is what we have to achieve also in the hydrogen sector. What are the challenges when to design those subsidies? The challenge is that on the hydrogen sector, it's a pull effect. So we need also to look at all the demand sectors. And it's a difference whether you look at the steel industry, for example, or the chemical industries, or mobility, or the heating sector. So all of these sectors needs tailor-made funding systems, sometimes on the regulatory side, sometimes on the funding side when it comes to CAPEX. But as it was mentioned in the panelists, from the panelists just before, also when it comes to CFDs on the OPEX side. So it's not one fits it all. It's not a silver bullet. We have to look at all those sectors and make it really tailor-made.
Talk to us a little bit about standards, because this is something that we discussed at length on the panel. And as we all know, green hydrogen is only green if it is made with certifiably green power. So who needs to drive standards forward, and how can we be assured that we have the right standards in place, both in terms of origin, but also safety, for example?
But this is, of course, this is a issue of policymakers. They have to define those standards, and it's easy when the windmill is just standing just beside the electrolyzers, and then it's easy. The case is when the electricity comes from the all-over grid. So what we are doing in Germany right now is to define those standards. We want to propose it by the midst of this year in summer, so that we can really define precisely what is green electricity is about, and that does it mean for the hydrogen production. But this is a classical, from my point of view, a classical challenge and also job for the European Commission, for the European Union. So in mature markets, it's important that people can rely on those standards. By the end of the day, we want that that hydrogen is a commodity and that everybody can buy it, and doesn't have to think about what is the hydrogen about, which are coming into his fabrication, for example. So those standards are really important.
And we had an audience question we didn't get to pose, so I'm going to pose it to you. In terms of what industrial sectors you see really driving this and having great potential for use of hydrogen, where do you think we're going to see it taken up most rapidly and most extensively? And are there any surprises there?
Don't know, but there are some surprises. What I learn now is that a lot of sectors want to enjoy hydrogen. So in the first place, in the first decade, as when hydrogen is still rare and quite expensive, we need to bring it to the hard-to-abate sectors. Also where the gap to the economics is not too high. That means that steel, for example, is very attractive, also chemical industries. But in the mobility sector, of course, long-haul vehicles, the heavy vehicles, also the airplanes or aircrafts are from my point of view, in the first place. In Germany, we've got a quite intensive debate on the question on the heating sector. So the heating sector, the gas sector, wants also to get this hydrogen blended in the grid, in the gas grids, and I'm open to that. It's quite reasonable. But we need to wait until this hydrogen is there in big amount and in lower cost.
And lastly, and this is something that you mentioned in your remarks at the outset, the IPCEIs, these important projects of common European interest. I had the privilege of participating in a very big conference on the battery IPCEI that the ministry has been very actively supporting. Talk to us a little bit about cooperation in the hydrogen economy going forward and how you see the role of collaboration in international R&D.
Well, we have got two types of cooperation, I may say. In the first place, those hydrogen projects will be integrated projects. So where the electrolyzers is on site, also the transport capacity is on site, and the usage of this hydrogen is on site. And these are different industries who are cooperating, businesses who are cooperating with each other. And this is what the IPCEIs are about. So we've got over 200 proposals from industries, quite overwhelming. And these are refineries, steel industry, but also energy companies. They are working together and cooperating. The second type is, of course, countries with each other, bilaterally, multilaterally, because hydrogen is driven globally. It's not only locally, regionally. You see it on the panel. It's globally driven, and it's a question of import and export. We as Germany will be always an energy importer. So what we want to do is to export technology and import energy. So this is about those cooperations. In the first place, of course, in Europe, but in the second place also internationally. And therefore, working together, learning from each other is quite crucial.
We wouldn't be talking about all of this if Germany hadn't made an astonishing journey on renewables, a journey that most people would have thought would never have been possible for a country in cold, cloudy northern Europe. But in fact, Germany has had astonishing success there, and that is directly related, as we have heard also on our panel, to the potential for hydrogen economy. Where do you think Germany is going to be on hydrogen, say, in that crucial year 2030? I know you have big ambitions. Speak them out.
Well, we want to have about 5 gigawatts on installed capacity on electrolyzers in Germany in 2030, another 5 gigawatts until 2035. So this should be quite a big amount of installed capacity, but it won't be enough. So we will import, of course, we will import hydrogen. And so from my point of view, more important than the installed capacity by our own is the demand side. So I want to see Germany in a leading position in order to invent and also install and innovate on usage of hydrogen in all these different sectors, which would enable our industry also to export this technology to other sectors and regions worldwide.
Thank you very much, State Secretary Andreas Feicht, for this very upbeat look at where the hydrogen economy is going in future. Ladies and gentlemen, now to close this session and this very, very productive first day of BETD 2021, we have a message from the Minister of Petroleum and Energy of Norway, whose own green energy strategy includes boosting hydrogen significantly in both transport and industry. And Norway, by the way, is collaborating with Denmark, which we also heard from on our earlier panel, to build the world's largest hydrogen-powered ferry. So we hear more now from Tina Bru, Minister of Petroleum and Energy of Norway.
Dear ministers, dear energy friends, the green transition the Energiewende, is a formidable challenge, and so far, the results are very promising. The costs of generating renewable power have fallen dramatically, and solar power and wind power onshore and offshore have become a competitive alternatives. Now we have to shift attention to the other elements of the transition. It's about decarbonizing industry, balancing the grid, and ensuring public acceptance. Carbon capture and storage and hydrogen are important pieces of the solutions going forward. Norway has decided to go ahead with our full-scale CCS project Longship, which will demonstrate a complete value chain from capture of CO2 from industrial processes to safe storage under the seabed in the North Sea. Our reservoirs have great capacity, and we hope to be storing CO2 also from European point sources in the near future. And we hope that Longship will contribute to further CCS development in Europe. And my ministry is currently working on a hydrogen roadmap, which will be presented in a white paper later this year. And some interesting hydrogen projects are also well underway in Norway, and I look very much forward to inviting you to cross the fjords in hydrogen-powered ferries. And historically, one of the first industries putting hydropower to use in Norway was the hydrogen production. And the link between renewables and hydrogen is very strong. In addition, with our large resources of natural gas in connection with CCS, we are in a very good position to produce large volumes of hydrogen from diverse sources, and we wish to cooperate strongly in the transition going forward. And what matters is that we produce enough volumes of clean, low-emission hydrogen at the lowest possible cost. When it comes to sources of hydrogen, we believe it's essential that governments have a technology-neutral approach. And this is best secured by competitive energy markets with efficient pricing of greenhouse gas emissions. Germany is a trusted and valued partner for Norway, also in the green transition. I look very much forward to seeing you in person sometime soon.
And that was Norway's Minister of Petroleum and Energy, Tina Bru, talking to us about her own country's very ambitious plans for green hydrogen, which of course has proved to be one of the biggest topics here at BETD 2021. And ladies and gentlemen, that does bring the official program of this very productive, very intensive, energizing first day to a close, but there's an exciting evening ahead. Under the banner Multi-Perspectivity 2050, Joint Challenge Meets Innovative Solutions, we will be going to a star-studded climate talk show. And later on, the list of finalists for the 2021 Startup Energy Transition Award will be unveiled. So I'm going to go over to my very dear colleague, Géraldine de Bastien, so she can tell us a little bit more about what's in store. Géraldine, hi.
Hi, Melinda. Thank you so much. Lovely to see you, and congratulations for an amazing day at BETD. Yes, as you just said, we're very excited to kick off the show shortly and to announce the finalists in the 5 categories for the Startups Energy and Transition Awards 2021. So we have a great show prepared for you. Not just will the finalists be revealed, but we really, as you already said, have a star-studded show for you prepared with guests that range from world-renowned photographer and movie maker Jim Rakete, marine biologist Antje Boetjes, who's going to tell us about the Arctic expeditions that she's been leading and what she found there in the cold and in the dark and in the ice, and the reflections on how energy really matters to each and every one of our lives. We're going to be interviewing Maria Chiara Pastora about urban forestry and how to make our inner cities greener. And we also have some performances prepared, including light art and music. And with that, I'd like to say to everybody watching, please hang on for the next 20 minutes, and then we're going to kick it off here at the Telekom Hauptstadt Repräsentanz, and looking forward to seeing you there at our evening event.
Thank you so much, Geraldine, and I wish you a really great, fun, energizing evening. We certainly have had a lot of multi-perspectivity here today at BETD, so I'm sure you'll have more of the same. Enjoy yourselves and see you soon. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying with us throughout this very long, very intensive, but truly thought-provoking day. I really appreciate your attention. I appreciate all the contributions you've made, both to our audience polls, also to your questions during our chats. I wish all of you a great evening at the evening event, and I look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow for day 2 of BETD 2021. We've got another great program ahead, so please join us then, and until then, enjoy yourselves. Goodbye.